fullback's a difficult one.
I was looking it up online and I was like, what is it? I can't find it. And then I looked up and
Yeah, I can't remember where I got it from.
so I think that's the end of the practice section.
Yeah, they're going to grid up. They've got 3.5 minutes.
Standard start. So yeah, I'll do the intro and driven dreams training.
Yeah, well, they've got 3.5 minutes on the countdown clock, so.
Okay.
On the big telly. Skin on the back feels so dry, it's unreal.
He slid out, went into the tile, spun round, I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams take one.
Driven Dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Hello and welcome to Lydd in Kent for round 4 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Yesterday was all sunshine. Overnight though we've had a fair amount of rain and thunderstorms as well. So the track, whilst drying and everybody's been out on slicks this morning for their initial warm-up, does have the odd patch of damp track as well. It's certainly a little bit sat in the curbs as well from what I've been watching for practice. I am David Sullivan. I'll be taking you through all of today's action with 22 races here from the south coast of England. 12 turns, a slight amount of elevation and certainly a bit of drop off as well into the right-hander, which we'll show you later on throughout the day. A track established in 1993 and then extended to its current length of 1,040 metres in 1996. The first race of the day is just about gridding up behind us. There's a look as to what we can expect on the weather front, as you can see in the background. As it's broken clouds at the moment, we can potentially expect a little bit of light rain later on to mix things up just after lunchtime here at Lydd. First race of the day then is almost upon us. I think they've already made their way out. As you can see, the helpers making their way onto the grid. So it's time for Heat 1 in Honda Cadet.
He slid out, went into the tile, spun round, I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams take one.
Driven Dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
Feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it.
Honda Cadet then on the grid and into position. As you can see on the front row, it's Max Housego and Cam Tipping. Row 2 will be Tom Drake and Sam Howell, with championship leader Harris Roberts there in the 45, going off P5 with James Fabricius alongside. The first race of the day then is about to be underway here at Lydd. Red lights on the overhead gantry. It's a good start from Fabricius in P6 and also from our championship leader Harris Roberts, but he's going to be on the outside for the chicane. He has managed to thread his way through though on that first chicane. Now it's a long run down to chicane 2 and everybody's going to try and make their way through here. This is your heavy braking zone as we see Amy Peacock trying to run around the outside, and then Thomas Potter there in the green helmet coming through from the tail end of the field. He started down on in 18th place as they now make their way towards the hairpin right at the top of the track, and then it's a long run here at Lydd. It's basically a really long track in a really tight. Looks like we've got a slow starter in Alex Lynn there coming off the back. He was on the back row, but he's had a really slow getaway. As they make their way then down to the double apex right-hander to complete the first lap of racing here at Lydd in Kent. Over the line they come then for the first time. Cam Tipping leading the way as we've got Sam Lewis off into the Bart Chippings at the double apex right. Hopefully he'll be able to get back out on track, drag him out as well. Jensen White, another driver who hasn't appeared to come over the line at the start of this race. So Tipping leading the way from Roberts, Housego and Howell, with Drake in 5th, Charles Fabricius, Wheatley, Clark and Stansmore Wilson completing the top 10 at the end of the first lap in front of Williams, Peacock, Branscombe, Harry Samuel, Mason Webster and Rio Wardley. Joshua Owen running in 17th in front of Thomas Potter, Harris Alley and Lewis Hall then completing the top 20 as we're going to be 3 wide down the back straight into the double apex right. They're going to have to sort it out, and Housego's going to get hung out to dry there on the outside as Fabricius comes back down the inside and back up into 6th place. Harris Roberts now then leading the way from 5th place. Fabricius, who was alongside Roberts on the opening lap, is struggling to get through the traffic here. A driver that we would expect to be running right at the sharp end, and I'm sure we will see that at the end of the day as Ethan Charles gets down the inside into the hairpin, and Fabricius looks to take full advantage of that as well. And then when they come round this corner here, this one we'll catch it later on when they come round there, but there's a huge drop away down there into that right-hander, and it's a double apex right as well on the way in as Fabricius didn't manage to take advantage of Ethan Charles coming past Tom Drake. And now Stansmore Wilson's going to try and get alongside into that first chicane here at Lydd. It's a very fast but technical track here in Kent, and we were watching practice yesterday, and whilst there is a fair few overtaking spots into these chicanes and into the hairpin, you do have to line it up from a long way back to make it work. It really goes with the driver that races with their head. And this is what I was saying there, the track drops away. The camera really doesn't do it justice as to how much that track drops away down there. And then it's that double apex right. It wants you to turn in early, but then the better line is to stay on the outside. The problem with that is you're potentially then leaving the door open for other drivers to come down the inside. Roberts then and Tipping have managed to, Roberts certainly has moved away. Cameron Tipping in 2nd place. He comes into shot there now, coming under pressure from Howell, Charles Drake and Fabricius in 6th place, still unable to find a way through. Then there's a gap back of around about 1.5 seconds to Max Wheatley and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who has Amy Peacock and Max Housego for company as well. There they are coming into shot. It looked like Peacock was trying to get down the inside of Stansmore Wilson. We'll keep an eye on that in the background as now Ethan Charles is right in the slipstream of Sam Howell for 3rd place, and Howell closing right up on Tipping, and in doing so he's going to end up running wide. Is Charles going to have the run down the inside? He isn't. He doesn't have enough. It's a very short start-finish straight here at Lydd. And now they're going to be 3 wide into the chicane, are they? No, thought we were going to have. And then there's contact there between Charles and Drake. Charles, though, is through this time, and now James Fabricius. Oh, I thought he was going to take advantage and leave it down the inside there. Backs out of the corner there for Fabricius. Probably understanding that it's all about getting the points. You don't win trophies in the heats. Try and take advantage and just get as many points as he can. Although certainly sure he was hoping from his front 3rd qualifying here. It's random grids obviously here at CKC once again, as now Howell gets down the inside of Tipping, and Ethan Charles is going to be there as well. And Cam Tipping unfortunately loses 2 places over start finish, and now once again it's Fabricius alongside. Can he get through into the chicane? He can on Tom Drake. Through comes James Fabricius then up into 5th place behind Amy Peacock. Has managed to find a way past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, as now Fabricius gets through at the hairpin as well, and Tom Drake comes back past Cameron Tipping. He's back up into the top 5. Tipping now will drop down into 6th place, but does have a fairly comfortable gap then between himself and Peacock in 7th place, as Harris Roberts now moving away 3 seconds the gap out at the front to the rest. There Fabricius gets a tighter line as Roberts sets the fastest lap of the race, the only driver thus far to dip into the 43s with a 43.7. Now Drake is back down the inside of Fabricius into the 2nd chicane. Will Fabricius get the cut back to the hairpin at the end? Doesn't, but closes right up on the back of Tom Drake, as they're now going to head out towards the back chicane here. That's the one, the right-hander. Then it's just a long looping left-hander. Really, there's no overtaking there, but you really need to line that one up if you're going to get down the inside, as we saw earlier on a few drivers do, into that double apex right-hander at the end of the track. And there now Fabricius, once again cutting it tight, gets alongside but scrubs off speed. And really there, the start-finish straight here at Lydd, as we mentioned earlier on, is so short that you really need to line it up for the 2nd chicane. This is the one we're going into now. And then once again, it's another short run into the hairpin at the end of the track, which is a long looping corner. Kinks slightly left there. You see the drop down before that right-hander, and then the looping left as they head towards the back straight and then into the double right. Big lap, 1.5 minutes remaining then. Gap for the lead now, almost 4 seconds. Harris Roberts really pulling out the gap as those in 2nd place battle between each other, and Charles looks a little bit quicker than Howell, but Howell's backing him up and driving well enough to keep that car exactly where he needs to do in 2nd place at the moment, parking the number 8 machine where he needs to. What it has done though is back them into Drake and Fabricius behind. We've now got a 4-car battle for 2nd place as Ethan Charles gets a good run out of the chicane. Through he comes into 2nd place and then cuts it very tight on exit. The line there, you see Fabricius going much wider on entry there, trying to line up a move for later on in the lap, trying to get the run down this back straight, but I think he carried so much speed that he had a little bit of run into the back of Drake. Drake gets the run though, gets a nose down the inside of Howell. And then now they're nose to tail. That's going to allow Ethan Charles to break away in 2nd place. If they keep battling behind them though, Amy Peacock puts in a personal best and has moved up into 6th place, with Tipping then down to 7th. And she's going to close right in on this, I think, for the final lap, if they keep battling and get backed up into Amy Peacock. Drake looks impatient in 4th place, trying to find a way through on Sam Howell in front, who I will say is managing to park that car exactly where he needed to do. Ethan Charles, though, did get a good run on the previous lap, so the top 3 as it stands, Roberts, Charles and Howell. Howell coming under continued pressure from Drake and Fabricius. And Drake there once again gets the nose down the inside, takes a huge chunk of curb. That could potentially bolt the exit, another fastest lap, and then a personal best as well for Ethan Charles. As Howell then takes a huge chunk of curb. Last lap, and Fabricius has got the nose down the inside of Drake into the chicane. Through he comes, Amy Peacock then now in touching distance of this battle. May have needed another lap to really close right in on the back. There she is in the red and black cart, closing up under brakes, but still a few kart lengths back, and that may just be too far for her to make a move on into the final few corners. Down the back straight though for the final time, your race leader with a gap of almost 5 seconds from 5th place comes through to take the Heat 1 victory. Harris Roberts cements that championship lead with a Heat 1 victory. Ethan Charles should come through for 2nd place. There he does with Sam Howell. Fabricius gets past Drake on the final lap. Peacock, Stansmore-Wilson, Stanley Clark, Cameron Tipping and Max Williams complete your top 10 in front of Branscombe, Harry Samuel, Thomas Potter with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, Mason Webster in 14th and Max Wheatley in 15th in front of Harris Alley, George Ralston, Max Housego Lewis Hall and Alex Lynn, who had that really slow start, managing to catch up with the back of the pack and make his way up into 20th place. And down there at the bottom, we've got some runners that had difficult opening laps. We saw Max Lewis off in the bark at the end of the first lap. Don't know what happened with Jensen White, however, but he was classified as 1 lap down, and he came over the line at the start. He wasn't classified at the end of the first lap, so problems for Jensen White. For sure, hopefully later in the day he'll be open for a little bit of rain, because in the wet, as we saw at Fullbeck, he is a demon when the precipitation comes. First race of the day, though, of the 22 that we've got here for you at Lydd for the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship is in the bag. The next one up for you here at today will be Junior Pro Kart. So as our cadets make their way off, you can see them down there in the background, just about making their way into the pit entrance here at Lydd, down there where the medical team is. So the grid for our Junior Pro Kart class, much smaller than normal. We normally get into just into the realms of double figures, but Jubilee weekend and the long trip down to Lydd sees a much smaller grid for our Junior Pro Kart class, with Max Shields, Christian Oblang and Harrison Johns. They'll all have a go at pole, they'll all have a go at second, and they will also all have a go at third here in the random grid. So if this is your first time checking out the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship, we do have a random grid format for you here today, as we have it all round. So all of our drivers will get a front, a middle and a back starting position. And in our Honda class, we have 4 heats, of which our drivers take part in 3 of those heats. We then have a B final, which means the top 20 automatically make their way straight through to the A final and partake in the main event. We'll then have a runoff with our remaining racers going through into the A final, with the top 10 taking part, the top 10 going through of our remaining runners then from that B final. So that'll be the first final we do, and then the A final will go right at the end. Just having a quick look at the socials. So if you do want to get in touch with us, get straight into the com box with your comments. Please do give us a like and a subscribe. Once you've subscribed, you can then get in touch with us via the live chat, and we'll be able to have a look at your comments. Look, so I'm just having a quick look down there. If you have a look at the Marshall's post on the right hand side, looked like somebody was working feverishly down there. The driver in the green suit is Christian Oblang, and I'm not sure whether they've had some problems with that car. It looks like his mechanic is working hard to get it sorted, but they're going to make their way out in a few moments. I'm going to dip into the socials as well. So if you'd just like to get in touch, let me know who you're following and where you are watching from. That would be fantastic. Sunbather has been on saying good morning. Good luck to all the drivers today. Kaylee Rennie as well saying good luck to Joshua Owen. Lots of good luck to Mum. Good luck as well to Max Shields. That's coming from Sebastian Pereira, one of the drivers that he races in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship with as part of the CSM. And Jack Collinson as well joins us from Greece. We see him racing in our Honda Cadet class, but he's on holiday instead. And so I hope you're having fun, but probably not as much fun as you would have. And Harry Ginninger's been on just saying it's okay, good luck next time. I think that's a response to Jack. I'm joined in the commentary box then for heat number 1 of Junior Pro Kart by a pro karter himself, although in the senior ranks. I'm joined by Jordan Guy. Jordan, you're working here this weekend on one of the karts. We'll have a quick chat about that in a few moments, because the red lights are out and it's a good start from the pole sitter Max Shields. Christian Oblang is going to drop straight in to second place, and then the Welshman Harrison Johns in the number 10 will go off third place. So our 2 leaders then making their way up to the first chicane. Shields elects to take a huge amount of curb, as I saw him doing in practice as well. He was the one where I was watching that was flicking all the water up out of the curbs. Christian Oblang, though, behind, a driver that we know has won races not only in CKC but also all around the country in Junior Pro Karts. So they make their way around then for the first of their 8-minute plus 1 lap heat 1. Jordan, welcome to the com box. So you've been out there. You're doing a little bit of work as well out there on the track. You're doing a bit of work on one of the karts. Which one are you working on at the moment?
Yes, I'm here on this weekend. Just in Hamilton,
where if I can. Yeah, so far he's doing good this weekend, look for a good result.
So he's obviously out in Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax as well. There's a couple of heats as well later on, if I'm just looking, where he's got to jump straight out of one and straight into the other, because obviously we don't run a continuous cycle of heats, because Hondas obviously have an extra race. So he's got to jump straight out of a Junior Rotax and then jump straight into a Junior Pro Kart. That's going to be quite a turnaround, obviously, when he's got to come in, just go over the weighbridge as well on the way in to make sure that they are compliant. Jump straight out of one kart into another, two completely different driving styles as well.
Yeah, we've prepped him for it. You know, he's ready. He's aware of what he needs to do. And if anybody can do it, you know, it's Max Shields.
So you're obviously solely your focus on the Junior Pro Kart this weekend here at Lydd. Obviously, you do a bit of racing yourself in the Senior Pro Kart ranks. When you come to a new track, what do you what's the first thing you go out there and look for? You just go out and have a bit of track time and then feedback from there, or do you come with a bit of an idea on setup and then work from there?
I mean, Max has been around the block a while. You know, he's been to tracks. Myself, I've only been either once. But you know, when we turned up, we were looking for overtaking spots. You know, looking for where Max's strong points are going to be. Max knows his way around the track. He knows his way around the go-kart itself. You know, we have no worries on Max himself. But yeah, the main point was, you know, where can we overtake? Where can we grab a 10, 2 10s, where can we make the difference to potentially winning the race and going with that first place trophy?
We know that his main challenger really, not only today but in this championship, probably will be Christian Blanc. He races not only here in CKC and JKC but in other series as well. We know he can drive well, we know he's a strong competitor. He leads another championship in this country as well, as Christian Blanc. So we know that he can drive well. We know Max is going to have to find a way through in at least one of the other heats when Max goes off second or third.
Yeah, Christian's a good kid. You know, he pushes Max. You know, when Max is looking and testing and practicing, you know, he's seeing the differences between himself and Christian. You know, where can he pull a 10th? But you know, for sure we'll see Christian push him all the way this weekend, and you know he has done so far, and I strongly believe that's going to continue right the way through until the final.
So we're looking at this in Hondas as well regarding overtaking spots here at Lydd. There is plenty, but it's not a case where you can just throw any move. Sort of, you do have to line it up a long way back. And for me, it favours the driver that races with their head rather than just with that raw, natural speed. They are going to have to think about it here this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah, it don't look too technical, but like you say, you have to think about what you're doing, and a last ditch, oh, I'm going to have it. Probably not going to be the greatest of ideas. You have to set it up, maybe, you know, give on one corner to get on the next. But you know, these drivers out here in this Junior Pro Kart class, you know, you've got some good drivers there in Max, Christian. They'll push each other to the limit, and I do believe it's going to be a good race and a good few heats.
Yeah, no real heavy braking zones here. It is a really fast technical track. The lap times obviously a lot lower than, you know, in terms of like its actual track length. It's not much different to Lydd in track length, but to Rowra, sorry, in track length. But the lap times are around about 10 seconds a lap quicker, because there's no sharp hairpins, there's no heavy braking zones, and that's why I was saying about having to line it up a lot more. About corners, you know, we saw in the Honda race preceding this, drivers trying to get alongside on that short start straight and then ruining any overtaking opportunity for the second chicane, where I think that they might have been better off set lining it up through that first chicane, because I think the second chicane is an easier overtaking opportunity of the two, because you can carry a lot more speed on entry and maybe get a good exit out of that first chicane, as we see Harrison Johns making his way there down the back straight into that double apex right. And that's another corner that looks fairly simple on paper, but I think if you snatch the inside of the first one, then it's going to throw you wide for the second and potentially open the door for other drivers.
Yeah, we've seen a few people go wide, you know, yesterday especially. There was a few people with a bit of a whoopsie moment. But yeah, I think in this class particularly, it's about momentum, keeping that kart going, you know, try not to bog it down. But as we've seen all day yesterday, it's a quick track, and we've got some good drivers out there who are making the best of the karts in the track out there.
Yeah, certainly with these Hondas in cadets as well as the Junior Pro Kart, they do favour keeping the revs up and keeping the momentum, not just here but at other tracks as well. They're not as punchy as the Rotaxes. They're not going to give you an immediate burst of power. You know, if you put your foot down, your head's not rolling off your shoulders, is it, in a cadet or a junior pro kart? They do favour, and this is what we're saying about Max having that to jump straight out of one into a Rotax later on with a completely different driving style, a completely different tyre, more grip, more power. How that's gonna work for him later on in the day.
Yeah, he's as you say, we have prepped him for it. He knows about it, but you know what you've got to realise about this track and a lot of other tracks around the country is from afar the turns look nice and easy up until you're sat 2 feet away from it and you actually can't see where you're going on the outside of the turn. So it's, you know, there's some brave drivers out there. You know, it looks easy to do, but until you're sat there, it's not as easy. And then Max to switch heads, switch karts. You know, full credit to him.
So Max Shields has moved away from Christian Oblang throughout this race. So Oblang puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 42.514 on that previous lap. So Oblang appears to be set up more towards the tail of the race here, but will probably run out of time to sort of close the gap. He's going to need a huge chunk out of Max Shields. They are probably going to get 3 more laps in though here at Lydd as we race towards the timer at the top of the screen elapsing, and then plus 1 more lap when they come over the line. Oblang once again takes another 10th out of Shields, but Shields could potentially either just be geared up more towards the start of the race or could have potentially just eased off a fraction, because tyres are another thing that we need to talk about, Jordan, here in the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship. There is a limit on the amount that they can use throughout the year. I think it's certainly in Honda Cadet it's 2 sets of slicks and 2 sets of wets. I think it's the same in Pro Kart as well, with a slightly increased allocation for our Rotaxes where their tyres are slightly softer and they are working them a bit harder. So, you know, there is a bit of tyre management as well throughout, and obviously if it rains later on as well, we've seen some drivers, they use some of their wets at the start of the year when it drizzled at fullback, certainly in Honda Cadet, that they might not have some of the freshest rubber to be out there on. So that's going to be another thing to play into the hands. Do you think Max will be thinking about tyres now as the time elapses, or do you think he'd still be pushing?
Again, we've prepped Max on that. He knows he's got 2 sets for the season. You know, if he's done enough to stretch out a lead, then you know you don't have to push it so hard and ruin the tyres. But you know, it's going to give an interesting factor to the whole championship over the course of the season. Or do you go out early and try and stretch out the lead at the start of the season, or do you save, you know, that last punch for the end of the season with a new set of rubber could swing it? So I definitely think this sort of championship, you know, with these factors are going to go right to the wire, and it's going to be interesting throughout.
Last lap then here at Lydd in Junior Pro Kart as Max Shields saves his tyres by putting in the fastest lap of the race, a 42.364 for him. So he opens the gap up to 2.3 seconds from Christian Oblang and Harrison John, 2nd and 3rd respectively. And Jordan, as we go towards the tail end of the season, obviously when race day finishes today here at Lydd, it will be the halfway point in the season, but we have got 1 or 2 tracks, particularly Ella Park at the end of the season, which none of our drivers, certainly as part of CKC and JKC, will have been there before. That's going to be one for me where the tyres are really going to come into play, because nobody knows how grippy that track's going to be. Round the final corner then comes Max Shields to take Heat 1 victory here at Lydd, crosses the line with the checkered flag, the gap 2.5 seconds then back to Christian Oblang, with Harrison Johns coming through in 3rd place in a few moments time. So Jordan, we've got GYG next then, Landau, Houghton Park and Ella. Certainly from a visual perspective, which one are you looking forward to going to the most?
I mean, GYG is always one that you look for on the calendar. You know, all the kids, all the drivers seem to like the track. You know, it's always been good to us, so it's definitely going to have to be GYG for myself.
Yeah, it's like a roller coaster, isn't it, from the down? I know some drivers last year, I think, were taking sickness tablets on the practice day because they were coming down that hill at GYG. Obviously, if you've never been there, and have a check at the Alpha Live channel, because we certainly have been. Check out GYG, obviously after the racing here today, but the downhill from the top and the way the karts come down there, the aggressive change in direction is fantastic, isn't it, at GYG? Next race though, up for you here will be Heat 1 for our Mini Max class. Minimax then making their way out onto track. Grid will be on the screen in a few moments' time. We have had a message from Gillian Blanford. They're saying, come on, Lucas Blanford. He is out there right now, and we'll find out where he's starting Make our way through. Ben Horner will roll the number 12 in with Isaac Parkinson, Melissa Adrian, James Fabricius, Addison Smith and Leon Barlow on row number 3. Tyler Lee, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Daniel Parsons, Harry Holland, Lucas Blanford and Callum Foster on row number 6. Lewis Goff and Lizzie Mentier complete our 14 runners in our Mini-Max class. Don't worry, you haven't missed the start there. We have 2 rolling up laps for our Minis since their move onto the Comet tyre from the Mojos earlier on in the season due to the tyre shortage. The Comets do have a slightly later operating window, so it does take slightly longer to get those tyres up to temperature, hence why we've got the 2 rolling laps in rolling classes. Here we go then for the first rolling start of the day. Ben Horner, the pole sitter, he will lead them round as they enter the tram lines on the track. Keep an eye on the gantry to make sure we are going racing. The lights are extinguished. Horner then leads them through as we've got the 77 up and over the grass, it looked like, and if not, they were certainly over the curbs for most of it. That's Harry Platek Holland taking a huge amount of track. We've got a couple off there in the background. Looked like one of them was Tyler Lee in that very distinctive orange, black and green machine. Addison Smith gets a good run out of the hairpin down at the bottom of the track, gets alongside. There is Tyler Lee and Harry Platek Holland, so they have got themselves going again. But Tyler Lee definitely going over the grass here at Lydd. Good start there, it looks like, from Mentier, who's come through, as now we're going to see Addison Smith down the inside of Leon Barlow into the double apex right, as Jared Fox-Whiteley also gets through. Looks like he's past Isaac Parkinson. Looks like we had a kart off there on the right-hand side. Looks like that could be Lucas Blanford, the driver second in the championship heading into Lydd here. Looks like he's not had a fantastic heat 1. Saw that kart being rolled away, and as you can see down at the bottom, no time set on the opening lap. So unless they can get that kart back out onto the track and get it restarted, but it looks like Lucas Blanford could be heading towards retirement in heat 1. In fact, he's come over the line actually 1 minute and 10 seconds for the opening lap here at Lydd. So it looks like he might have just had an off. He has managed to get that kart back home, but he was definitely out of the kart. And the reason for that may be that because we've had that overnight rain, as Mentier tries to make a move down the inside of Barlow into the first chicane and does get through, the overnight rain may have just made the grass so wet that if that kart just bogs down on the rear, it's just going to spin on the grass. And you take the weight of the driver out, get the kart pushed on. So Blanford crosses the line 20 seconds off the back of Harry Platek Holland in 13th place, all the way down at the tail of the field. And with an 8-minute plus 1 lap race, it's going to take a Herculean effort just to get Lucas Blanford onto the back of the pack here at Lydd. Horner then leading the way and has opened up a gap of around a second to Oliver Fabricius, with Addison Smith another half a second or so behind. The gap to Jared Fox-Whiteley another second back then from Addison Smith as the field begins to spread out here then in minis. Parkinson and Foster argue over the same piece of tarmac. Foster goes in a little bit hot into that second chicane. That may well back him into Melissa Adrian, who's in 9th place, trying to come through. Follow the drivers through that second, that back chicane onto the back straight. And now we see Smith, who's closed right in on the back of Fabricius. Fabricius drops 3/10 off the back of Ben Horner, but Addison Smith takes another 3/10 out of Fabricius, hence why they've closed right up now as they head down towards the second chicane. We know Smith can make the run down into the hairpin. It's not the first time we've seen him do that. He's had a similar move on the opening lap, saw him come through. There's still 2 and 3 wide in the background, with Melissa Adrian has closed right up on the back of Callum Foster for 8th place. We'll see them flash through in the background. There's Lizzie Mentier then onto the back straight. She's got a gap of 6/10 or so to close up on Jared Fox-Whiteley. Ben Horner though will come over the line as your leader. Smith loses a couple of tenths of a second, having got past Oliver Fabricius on that last lap. As now we see is that Parkinson trying to get down the inside of Leon Barlow. We've got 5 karts now battling from Barlow in 6th all the way down to Lewis Goff in 10th place, right on the back as Melissa Adrian gets down the inside of Callum Foster, and Goff may take advantage here. gets at least past Foster and is through on Melissa Adrian as well. Lewis Goff with an opportunistic move takes full advantage and moves up 2 places from 10th into 8th place. As we just about tick through half race distance in terms of the time here at Lydd. Personal best for Oliver Fabricius. We obviously then will add one more lap on when that time elapses at the end of the race. Personals as well for Barlow and Parkinson. And Barlow and Parkinson are there nose to tail with now Goff right on the back. Don't think he's close enough to make a move, although down the inside goes Parkinson, and Goff will take advantage once again with another opportunistic move. He's going to do another 2. Lewis Goff down the inside. He's going to move up into 6th place from 8th, so he's gone from 10th up to 8th, 8th up to 6th with 2 double overtakes, taking advantage of other drivers going down the inside and leaving the door open, and Lewis Goff moved up into 6th place. Parkinson 7th, Adrian then he's up to 8th with Barlow and Foster 9th and 10th. As there's a spin for Leon Barlow at the first chicane, bangs the steering wheel as well in frustration. Didn't see any contact there in that one, so it could well just be that Barlow has had that incident all by himself there as he bangs the steering wheel in frustration, and that will spin him out of 9th place as we saw Tyler Lee coming through. There was a bit of a gap then back to Harry Platek Holland as Lucas Blanford is now up to 13th, Daniel Parsons in the 27. Looks to have stopped out there on track. Fastest driver though is Lizzie Mentier, who both herself and Jared Fox-Whiteley have found a way past Oliver Fabricius and moved up into 3rd and 4th respectively. In the background there we see Goff has now managed to pull away from Parkinson and Adrian behind. Then there's a slight gap which did have Leon Barlow in. Melissa Adrian hasn't moved down the inside, had half a nose and almost scared Isaac Parkinson offline there as they went into that top hairpin. Through though comes Melissa Adrian finally at the back chicane. But Parkinson close enough now to maybe mount a challenge down that back straight. Doesn't have quite enough in terms of gearing at the end of the straight to get alongside Melissa Adrian. Probably needed a little bit more out the corner, but did close up in the early part of that, so that suggests that he's geared a little bit more towards the bottom end rather than the end of the straight here at Lydd. But he's still running comfortably inside the top 10 in 8th place, has a gap of half a second back to Callum Foster with Tyler Lee now running inside the top 10. There he is in the background coming through, having had an excursion on the opening lap. Harry Platek Holland now in front of Leon Barlow by 5 seconds or so. So Barlow did drop down into 12th place. Mentier and Fox-Whiteley have reeled in as it's Addison Smith here for 2nd place. And Mentier slides down the inside into the first chicane and up into 2nd place. Fox-Whiteley's coming through as well into chicane 2. He's up into 3rd place. Addison Smith then loses 1 place in each chicane, but he's going to try and get one back on Fox-Whiteley down the inside into the bottom end hairpin. He's back up into 3rd place, although does defend a little bit more than necessary into that back chicane as they reappear onto the back straight. Will that allow Fox-Whiteley to carry more speed down the back straight? It does, and Fox-Whiteley back through. Addison Smith though with the cutback. What a battle between Smith and Fox-Whiteley as they come over the line. 39 seconds remaining then in Minimax heat number 1. Horner is already 1.7 seconds down the road, and unless Mentier can reel in Ben Horner, Horner could be on here for a first heat win in the Junior Kart Championship. 11 laps then already in the bag here, such as the lap times around this Lydd track. Obviously 8 minutes plus 1 lap is going to be enough, I think, to get 13 laps in. At the very least we're going to get maybe even 14, I think, depending on how quickly Horner comes through. It's going to be touch and go as to whether he's over the line before the time elapses. Let's have a quick look. Horner does cross the line with 2 seconds remaining here at Lydd, so the time elapses as he comes over. We're going to have 2 more laps of racing, so we're going to get 14. As look like Parkinson is off at the 2nd chicane, so we're going to have yellow flags out down there. The kart is on the inside of the track and they're parked in the middle, so that's going to be moved safely away. So I think the yellow flags are going to be back in before we go on to the final lap, which means we could have some final lap moves here that won't be negated by that yellow flag. The gap though at the head of the field, still a second. Mentier is chipping away at Ben Horner at the front of the pack. They're going to cross the line now. The gap down to under half a second. Mentier's going to be within striking distance of stealing the victory off Ben Horner as they go on to the final lap here at Lydd. Horner needs to hang on for half a lap from Lizzie Mentier, the reigning Minimax champion here in the Junior Kart Championship. Horner, desperate for his first victory in the junior ranks here in Minis, makes his way through. Down, it's going to be a last corner dive, is it, from Mentier? Horner looks over his shoulder, goes slightly to the inside to defend. Mentier's closed in, and down the inside she goes into the final corner. Lizzie Mentier takes victory from Ben Horner on the final corner of the final lap. Fox Whiteley's going to get third from Addison Smith, Lewis Goff, Oliver Fabricius, Melissa Adrian, Callum Foster, Tyler Lee, and Harry Platek Holland should come over in 10th place, because the rest of the field fairly well spread out, with Parkinson, Blanford and Parsons retiring from that race. So Lizzie Mentier with a final corner move. I thought Ben Horner had done enough to move over and defend, but as he moved back out onto the optimal racing line, Mentier came through hard on the brakes down the inside to take it on the final lap. Comments coming in as well. Somebody saying good luck to Callum Foster. Well, he's just been out there in the class. Kaylee Rennie as well, wishing good luck to Leon Barlow and Addison Smith. So Barlow didn't quite have the luck that he needed in that one. Smith, though, with the solid top four as our drivers make their way in. The top three are over the weighbridge, plus a random driver as well. That one on this time is Melissa Adrian. FTR Delta's been on saying good luck, Ben. You'll get it next time. Unlucky for Ben, that was disappointment for him. There is a disappointed Isaac Parkinson looking down at his kart and wondering why it's not going anywhere. So we have had Tracy Carter on saying good luck to Isaac Parkinson. In fact, everyone that's wished somebody good luck, they've not quite had the luck they needed. So please do keep commenting, but maybe the good luck things is not quite worked, but hopefully your drivers will get them as we go deeper into the day here at Lydd. We have got a little bit of a clean-up operation, because we're going to have to get that kart of Isaac Parkinson away and off the track, as the paddock here at Lydd is split into two halves, either side of that fantastic building that you can see in the middle, with the timing tower to the left. I'm just going to, as we wait, and we're going to have a little bit of time getting that kart back in, we're just going to have a quick look at some of our fantastic sponsors. Some of our fantastic sponsors. We'll talk about some of those a little bit more throughout the day, because there's a good story to come out of one that I will share with you later on, just regarding next weekend. So next one out for us here then today at Lydd. It's the smallest of our two-stroke races. It's time for Micro Max Heat number 1. Rolling start once again then for our micros. These may well get around in one lap. They run a slightly different tyre to our other classes as we go through. There's no light at the top, which does mean we are going racing. Daniel Minto then leading the way over the line for the first time, as they then make their way towards that second chicane, as Caden Simpson looked to either make a move or was defending, as we've got Riley Buckton-Young there, I think, spinning out of the mid-pack in the 66, and he's beached on the kart, the rear wheels there, up onto a concrete curb that mean they're not touching the ground, which means he isn't going anywhere without the assistance of the helpers out there on track. So we do have a couple of pushes there helping us there in the high vis in the middle of the track. Needed there on that occasion because Riley was beached up on a curb. Minto then leading the way as they come over the line for the first time. Aston Brown and Logan Lauder look to be going side by side, but it is Minto leading the way from Samuel Lowdy, Toby Dukes, James Tate, Caden Simpson, Aston Brown, Logan Lauder, James Roberts, Harry Neeson and Jack Hutchinson. Your top 10 in front of Alex Jones, and then Riley Buckton Young crossing the line. Move down the inside there, Roberts on Lauder. Lauder's going to try and get the cut back, but Roberts chops straight across to the inside to make sure that he can't come back through down the inside into the back chicane here. But then in the background we see Neeson going slightly wide. Brand new sticker kit on that kart this weekend, looking a little greyer than his normal white, but looks quite nice. Quite aggressive, in fact, that sticker kit on the Harry Neeson's kart. As there's another move down the inside there from James Roberts, this time on Caden Simpson. So that's going to move him up into the top 5, as that's James Tate sliding down the inside of Toby Dukes for 3rd place. And that is also going to allow James Roberts to come through, because Roberts was carrying loads more speed than both Dukes and Tate in front, because they were mid-overtake. James Roberts, really the driver on the move here. Minto still leading the way, though, from Samuel Lowdy at the head of the field. And Roberts now is going to get a good run on James Tate down the back straight into the double apex right and onto start finish, using all of the curbs and a little bit of concrete as well on exit there for Roberts. The gap to the lead is 3.3 seconds. Minto has started to open a gap up a little bit more from Lowdy at the head of the field. He's gone out to over a second for the first time. But let's see whether Roberts can, at the very least, reel in Samuel Lowdy in 2nd place. He certainly seems to have a little bit of pace. There's Caden Simpson, I think, heading down the inside of Toby Dukes. And Dukes all the way around the outside and almost chops the nose off Caden Simpson around there. But Dukes holds on for 5th place then. This is going to be a good battle now, because that's allowed both Neeson and Logan Lauder to close right up, and Neeson's going to get a good run down the inside, although Caden Simpson does have a little bit more. Goes round the outside. Toby Dukes there with a personal best, holding on to that 5th place. And Aston Brown as well now closing up, who had a really strong start to the season at fullback. He really put himself in the picture for the at the head of the Micromax. He's got to try and come through now. Neeson's going to get down the inside of Caden Simpson. It's going to move him up into 6th place. Aston Brown has found a way past Logan Lauder as well in the background. So 2 moves into the same corner. Lauder's though is going to get the run down the inside as Neeson gets past Toby Dukes. It's the run down. I thought Logan Lauder was going to get down the inside of Aston Brown. Certainly had the speed to do so, but Brown slightly later on the brakes and does manage to run round that corner, round the outside and hold on. Can he get past Caden Simpson now, as Simpson takes a completely different line? Aston Brown's going to try and chop across, but can't, because Logan Lauder's got the nose down the inside into the top hairpin. Lauder, though, is still going to be on the inside, gives Aston Brown a cart width on the outside, but that's enough for Logan Lauder to slot back in to 8th place. There's still nose to tail, though, behind Toby Dukes. Harry Neeson's managed to move through and has started to gap this back pack behind, so it's still 4 deep then from Toby Dukes in 6th place, all the way down to what's now Aston Brown. As Caden Simpson got enough, gets alongside down the inside. Dukes has to take a huge amount of curbs. Simpson's going to get hung out, and Aston Brown is going to push Logan Lauder all the way through. Simpson's going to drop 2 places and could even fall back into the clutches of Alex Jones now in the background, as Jones gets alongside, but he is on the outside. Now we'll cut back to the inside. Simpson should have enough speed down there to go all the way round the outside, I think, and hold on. Will the blue cart come out in front? He doesn't. It's Alex Jones through into 9th place. So difficult lap from Caden Simpson. That all started from an overtake attempt early on. Alex Jones now, that kart really coming to him in the latter part of this race. Finds a way past Aston Brown and is going to come down the inside of Dukes as well, as he knows Dukes is going to hold on. And there's contact between Dukes and Alex Jones. They both go round. They were going to 2 into 1, just wasn't going to go into there, and that has split the Minimax pack up now. Dukes is going to try and battle back now with Jones, the 2 drivers there. Dukes went up onto the curbs to defend that position. Jones tried to go round the outside. Unfortunately, they met on the apex and round they went in that spin. Here we go then. Let's have a quick look as we see Dukes going wide. The move down the inside sees Jones down there. Dukes tries to stick it out round the outside, takes that curb on the inside, and there's contact there with Jones on the exit. Arms up off the steering wheel as well there on that one. Not sure how the clock will see that, but either way, it has seen Alex Jones come through into 9th place, although he was coming through. I think he would have potentially got all the way up to 6th, given how much speed that he was carrying. And towards the latter part of this race, was certainly showing some good times. Really came out of nowhere to join that battle from Neeson, who's now moved away from Lauder, Brown and Simpson. And then we had Alex Jones and Toby Dukes. Yeah, Jones came out of nowhere to join the back of that, but when he was right on the back, he was moving through at a fair rate of knots. As we see Riley Buckton Young now trying to close in on the back of Jack Hutchinson. Young, who had that spin on the opening lap that saw him beach, is now trying to close in on the back of Jack Hutchinson. Has a minute and 20 plus 1 lap to do it, and he's carrying a huge amount of speed round that bottom corner. Is Buckton Young. So around about half a second is the gap to Jack Hutchinson. I think we'll stick with this one before we go towards the end of the race. I don't know, because I thought the Buckton Young was going to close right in on the back there. What we do have is James Roberts closing in on Samuel Lowdy for the lead, or for 2nd place, sorry. Minto comfortable in the lead. It looks like Buckton Young has managed to find a way then past Jack Hutchinson there, the driver in the red, white and blue car, making his way through into 11th place. Hutchinson then drops to down into 12th. This is the battle for 2nd place though. Samuel Lowdy has held on to that 2nd place since the start. Daniel Minto from pole position did manage to move away. The gap 2.5 seconds. James Roberts came through the pack and is within 7 or 8 tenths on the previous lap of Samuel Lowdy in 2nd. Will he be close enough to make a move towards the end of this race? 6 tenths is the gap. We'll have another 2 laps of racing then in the Minimax ranks here at Lydd. Lap and a half then. Minto already round that top hairpin. 2.5 seconds. The not pulling out a huge chunk lap on Samuel Lowdy, maybe 1 or 2 tenths every now and again. James Roberts is going to try and close in towards. There's a good battle now going on for 4th place between Tate and Neeson. Neeson's come through the pack and is really, really closed up, so we'll keep an eye on that as we head towards the tail end of this race. The time has elapsed, so we're going to go towards the last lap board on the overhead gantry. It was 6 tenths on the previous lap. Lowdy puts in a personal best when he needed it the most, but still I think it's going to see James Roberts close a 10th or 2. Certainly looks like it on the screen. Half a second is the gap. Might not be enough for James Roberts to close in and be close enough to make a move on Samuel Lowdy, although Lowdy goes wide round the hairpin at the end of the track into the back chicane then. Will Roberts get enough of a run out of this corner to close up and make a move into the double apex right? I'm not sure he's going to be close enough though. Out of the final corner though comes Daniel Minto. Light stuff like victory for him. Roberts does close up, but not enough. Needed another lap. Lowdy holds on for 2nd. Roberts in 3rd to complete the top 3. Then we're going to have about 5 or 6 seconds back to Neeson, who has come through for 4th place, gets past Tate on the final lap. Lauder will be a comfortable 6th as he crosses the line. And then there's that battle now between Aston Brown and Alex Jones. They come over the line side by side. Brown holding on to 7th place in front of Jones, Caden Simpson. And then we're going to have Toby Dukes as well, completing your top 10 here at Lydd. That's 4 races in the bag for you then here today for round 4 of the Cadet Junior Kart Championship. We're going to go in a few moments to a Heat 2, then we're going to go back to a Heat 1 for Junior Road Tax, because we've got 4 heats for Hondas and 3 for everybody else, because Honda's got a slightly bigger grid. So we're going to go racing in the 4 strokes again in a few moments' time. It's time for Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. So Hondas will be out in a few moments. I'm sure the grid will be up, but I'm going to have a quick dip into the live chat comments as well. Good luck message coming in for Toby Dukes and a few others as well. We'll hit them in a few moment. Harris Ali then will start heat 2 on the front row alongside Alex Lynn, with George Ralston and Ayrton Rye on row 2. Mason Webster starts in 5th alongside Max Williams. Then on row 4 we're going to have Sam Hayes and Freddie Housego. The top 10 then completed by Jensen White and Larry Price, with James Fabricius and Max Gray-Trex on row 6. Lewis Hall will start 13th alongside Rio Warderley, with Harris Roberts 15th alongside Freddie Lines. Row 9 sees Stanley Clark sharing with Alfie Forrester. Row number 10 completing the top 20, local lad Ralphie Branscombe at his home track will start alongside Bobby Peake. Ethan Charles and Max Housego row 11. Cameron Tipping and Tom Drake complete your 24 runners in Honda Cadet. Brett Collinson back on, so watching from the Sun Lounger in Greece, wishing all of the Honda Cadets the very best. Sean Dawson as well, saying good luck Max Shields and the 181 racing team for flooring. Have a busy day is Max Shields, at least 8 races for him, plus double practice day yesterday where he was hopping between 2 cars as well. Neil Bush saying on awesome work from Ben Horner. I agree with that. He was very, very unlucky on that final lap that Mentia closed in, and what was a fantastic overtake from Mentia into the final corner. Let's not take anything away from that one. Horner looked like he was going to hold on for victory, had to settle for 2nd place then. Nice class. Harry Brown Racing's been on saying good luck to the Teesside family from Harry Brown and his dad Stuart. Well, we hope to welcome you back here as well to the Junior Kart Championship in the Junior Pro Kart ranks later on in the season. Harry, we've seen him in a few rounds. He did Wilton Mill, he did Fullbeck as well. So we look forward to welcoming them back to not only here, but we'll see them as well. Red light then on the overhead gantry. Final few runners rolling in. Ayrton Rye's kart pointed aggressively towards that first chicane. Harris Ali and Alex Lynn on the front row. Looks like that kart may well just get rolled back ever so slightly. We're not quite sure, but the white wheel is on the white line, so we are good to go there then. Lights are on at the front of the grid over the overhead digi-flag here at Lydd Circuit. Arm is up, pointing up then to the red lights. So we are about to go racing. We're away here then in Honda Cadet Heat 2. It's a good start from Harris Ali. Alex Lynn will slot straight in behind as Mason Webster gets past Ayrton Rye into the first corner and up into 4th place. Everybody then cleanly through that first chicane. Then it's the long run down into that heavy, really braking zone on the first lap. It looks like Freddie Lines there coming in hot. Gets at least 2 places down the inside. Took advantage, I think, of Rio Wardley and Max Gray-Trex into the second chicane. Great move there from Freddie Lines in what was a really do-or-die move there, because if it didn't work out, he'd have taken a couple out, but he comes through nice and cleanly to make up a couple of places, as there's a move now down the inside into the double apex right-hander. The 99 of George Ralston finds a way past Mason Webster. Over the line they come then for the first time. Ali leading the way. We're 3 wide into the chicane. We'll make sure they get through nice and cleanly. Fabricius with the fastest opening lap, although there's can't read much into that because he's come from further back on that standing start grid. Ali, Lynn, Ralston, Webster, Rye, Hayes, Fabricius, Williams, Housego and White then completing the top 10. Harris Roberts up into 11th, having started 15th in front of Stanley Clark. Larry Price, who went off row number 5, drops a couple of places on the opening lap. Back to catching a couple through there. Freddie Lines was in the background. There's a move down the inside. Ralston on Lynn. That's going to be for 2nd place there, side by side. And George Ralston comes through. Mason Webster holding on to 4th place from Ayrton Rye in 5th. Fabricius is up into 6th place at the expense of Sam Hayes, who drops down to 7th. Fabricius here, who had, for me, what was a difficult Heat 1, a driver that we know has got the pace to run at the front. We've had a change for the lead. George Ralston through on Harris Ali. Ali had a gap of 3/10 on the opening lap. He's dropped now down into 2nd place. Looks like Larry Price has started to make a move. He's up onto the back of Jensen White. That moves him now up into 11th place from 13th on the previous lap. Ralston now leading the way then from Harris Ali. Alex Lynn, Mason Webster, then Ayrton Rye, the top 5. Fabricius, Hayes, and then there's a slight gap back to Max Williams, who didn't do any practice here yesterday, but was here during the week to get a bit of running in. So is coming in a little bit blind, but not completely blind to the track. Harris Roberts then up into 8th place. fastest lap with a 44.260. Stanley Clark has a personal best. He's inside the top 10 as well as Fabricius goes wide, hard on the brakes. That's going to, I think that could have potentially balked Sam Hayes' exit as well. As now we've got Mason Webster trying to attack Alex Lynn, and this contact down at the top end of the circuit looked like that was Fabricius, running slightly up the back of Ayrton Rye as Rye holds firm in 5th place. Hayes is still in 7th, with Roberts still not finding a way through. Thought Roberts was through on Hayes as Hayes got the exit balked earlier on. Looks like the leading duo have started to move away. Now Fabricius is going to try and get alongside Sam Hayes into the chicane. Cannot get alongside though. Hayes managing to hold firm. Now we've got Ayrton Rye trying to make a move on Mason Webster. Webster goes to the inside. Worked for a late move on Alex Lynn but couldn't get through. Well, that balked his exit and allow Ayrton Rye to get a run into the hairpin. Webster though closing the door and running all the way around the outside. Gives half a kart length to Ayrton Rye and holds on to 4th place. Rye then tries to get back down the inside. Roberts has found a way past Fabricius, is now right on the back of Hayes, who's also managed to find a way past. Fabricius dropping 2 places. Hayes is going to look, goes to the inside, defends from Harris Roberts, all the way around the outside, tries to go Ayrton Rye. She's going to get hung out to dry. Through then could come Sam Hayes. No, it's a really short start-finish straight here at Lydd, and that really means that if you are going to get alongside, you have to be absolutely alongside. You can't make a late dive into the chicanes here at Lydd. It really, with it being such a short one and the actual chicanes not being overly tight, you are carrying loads of speed. You are able at times to run all the way around the outside, give the driver on the inside a kart length and hold on to position. Alex Lynn, though, I think has now started to move away ever so slightly from Mason Webster as he's got embroiled in this battle with Ayrton Rye, Sam Hayes, and then so many karts coming through there. That's how deep this is. Harris Roberts down the inside, door closed, bounces over the curbs. That could allow Stanley Clark, I think, to come down the inside on Harris Roberts. I think he's managed to find a way past James Fabricius. He has. Confirmation on the screen there as now Ayrton Rye gets the run on Mason Webster, and through goes Ayrton Rye up into 4th place. Webster then has to slot back into 5th. Sam Hayes now behind Webster riding shotgun. They've got a gap of around about 4 kart lengths back to Harris Roberts, who had bounced over them curbs into the double apex right at the end of the lap on the lap preceding this one. Almost allowed Stanley Clark to come through down the inside. Clark, though, could potentially be close enough. Hayes once again slots to the inside to defend. Down the inside comes Stanley Clark from miles back. Fantastic move, and he's going to come through on the championship leader up into 7th place. Roberts then down to 8th. Fabricius behind, but then Clark takes a little bit too much speed into the chicane. Now he's going to have to defend. Roberts is going to sweep round the outside. Fabricius as well is going to try and get alongside. He's going to be on the outside for the hairpin though. He's going to have to look for the cutback because Clark's going to go down the inside. There's the cutback down the inside. Fabricius should have track position for the double apex right. Sorry, into the back chicane, and through he comes again, chopping and changing them between Clark, Roberts and Fabricius, but that may have allowed Harris Roberts to break away as Fabricius and Clark battle behind. Jensen White, though, closing in behind them. He's got past Max Williams, I think, on that last lap. And he's going to move into the top 10 here and sets a personal best whilst he's at it. Personal best that's actually slightly quicker than everybody in front of him as well. So he's going to have confidence that he can move through. Now we've got Harris Roberts all over the back of Mason Webster for 5th place here, as that's Ralphie Branscombe coming through, I think, on Lewis Hall down the inside at the hairpin. They're going to be 3 wide down that back straight. Looks like that's Branscombe in there as well. Looks like we've got Tom Drake starting to come through. Mason Webster holding firm then, 1.5 minutes remaining. Harris Roberts is going to get a good run then down the back straight, and Webster comes to the inside to defend. Will Roberts get the cutback into that first chicane? I don't think he's going to be close enough into that corner. They are still 3 wide. Larry Price in the background as Webster defending, and now Sam Hayes is going to try and get a run down the inside of Harris Roberts into the second chicane. Through he comes. Roberts is then going to have to take a huge amount of curb just to hang on to this one, and Sam Hayes is through on Harris Roberts. The 49 is under investigation for something. That's Ethan Charles. Not sure, he's in 11th place, so we'll try and pick up what that is in a few moments' time. Looks like Roberts has managed to find a way back past Sam Hayes again. And now Hayes is going to have to give up another one to Fabricius as he comes down the inside into the double apex right. So the top 10 with 30 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. Ralston, Ali, Lynn, Rye, Webster, Roberts, Fabricius, Hayes, Charles and Jensen White as Alex Lynn and Ayrton Rye are battling out over 3rd place. Rye has closed in on Alex Lynn, having broken away from the pack behind. Now Roberts has managed to come through on the inside of Webster down into the hairpin. Fabricius could well try and take advantage of that as well. Sam Hayes is down the inside as Webster gets hung out to dry, but then it looks like he's going to have to battle that one out now with Hayes. They're still side by side. Fabricius and Roberts down the back straight they go. And we head towards that double right. Branscombe coming in with a fair rate of knots, but can't make a move stick down the inside. Charles is there. Last lap then as they come into the first chicane. Fastest lap of the race. Harris Ali still 6/10 off George Ralston out at the front. This is the battle then for the lead. He's closing in, but maybe needed another couple of laps for Harris Ali. He's been able to stick with George Ralston for most of the race. Alex Lynn and Ayrton Rye have had a battle as well for that the final step on the metaphoric podium here at Lydd in this second heat for our Honda Cadets. Ralston then into the double apex right at the end of the track. He's going to take victory here in Honda Cadet heat number 2 from Harris Ali in 2nd place. Alex Lynn and Ayrton Rye are going to battle it out round the final corner for the line. Lynn gets 3rd, Rye in 4th, Roberts, Fabricius, Hayes, Webster in 8th, Charles in 9th, and Jensen White completing the top 10. Another fantastic mixed grid race then here in our Honda Cadet class. Heat 2 in the bag. Obviously we've got 4 heats then for our Hondas as the 2 runners down the back straight race the Sainsbury's delivery van, and the Honda Cadets beat the Sainsbury's delivery van, and that's another Honda victory. George Ralston then there, your victor on the right hand side with Harris Ali in 2nd place. Alex Lynn completing the top 3. Ayrton Rye holds on for 4th place. Then there was that battle all the way back which saw Harris, Roberts, James Fabricius, and to be fair that's probably about as far apart as they've been with Sam Hayes, Mason Webster, Ethan Charles and Jensen White in the top 10. Fantastic racing from all of our Honda Cadets here then. Looks like the next race is already making its way out as we hear the junior Rotaxers fire up for the first heat of their day. Out come our junior Rotaxers then, the quickest of all of our karts here. Junior Kart Championship. Jacob Duke starts on pole position with Pavilinis alongside. Jaden Hewitt and Curtis Latimer row 2. Elliot Thomas and Jensen Mason on row 3. Row 4 sees Ollie Naylor and Tom Carter. The top 10 then completed by Finley Watson and Harry Hurstgrove with Sam Stoner and Maximus Shields on row 6. Bartek Filipiak and Nicholas Ellis are on row number 7. Tidy then into the first couple of corners, then into the chicane. Looks like everybody came in quite hot there. We've had briefings about this all weekend. It looks like everybody's starting to get the message about taking it steady into that first corner. You're never going to win a race in the first one, but you can certainly lose it, as we saw earlier on in micros with drivers getting stuck on the opening lap. Looks like Jacob Dukes though has managed to take advantage on the opening lap and move away. Finley Watson, I believe, has moved up into 2nd place, but we'll get confirmation in around about 10 seconds time as they come over the line for the first time. That is Watson there up into 2nd, I think. So Dukes leads the way from Watson, Hewitt, Pavilinis, Hurst, Grover, Mason, Carter, Ellis, Naylor and Latimer. To Stoner, Shields and Filipiak. Looks like we are missing one of our 14 runners. Hasn't made it out at the start actually, so they'd be shown in 14th with just no time, so they've come over at the start of lap of the rolling. Tracy Carter's been on just saying good luck to Tom Carter and Jensen Mason. Also wishing Ethan, I think that's going to be Ethan Hayes, a speedy recovery as he moved down the inside there by the 45 of Tom Carter. He moves up on Harry Hurst Grover. Jensen Mason comes through as well, I think into 6th place. Hurst Grover then dropped a couple down into 7th. Dukes has a comfortable lead at the moment of 1.4 seconds. They've pretty much opened all of that out in the opening lap here. It looks like Carter with another move down the inside. That's Previllanis having to drop another place down into 5th. I think Carter then coming through with a fair rate of knots, but by the time he gets through the rest of the pack, looks like Hewitt is next for him in 3rd place, a driver who had 1 or 2 issues yesterday, I think it's fair to say. Previllanis gets hung out to dry actually then, the double apex right, and it's going to drop him behind Nicholas Ellis down into 8th place. Latimer then the driver next trying to take advantage with Stoner, Naylor, Shields and Filipiak in the background. We still run pretty much nose to tail in our junior Rotax class. Finley Watson starting to chip away as we've got the 58 Jensen Mason under investigation for an infringement. So here we've got Finley Watson beginning to close in on the drivers and the driver in front, Jacob Dukes. The gap was 1.2, it's down to a second, so he's chipping 0.2 away per lap. But Finley Watson, driver who not too far from this Lydd circuit, lives in Dover. This is his local track, so really has that local track knowledge. Jacob Dukes, who opened the gap up right at the start of the race, will have to hang on to this one, I think. I think at 0.2 of lap, Watson's going to reel this one in with about 3 remaining. Ellis close on Jensen Mason, then down that back straight into the double right, but closing up but can't do enough to get alongside, and then loses a bit more. So takes a tighter entry, but then a wide exit and loses it a little bit. He'll get the move into the second chicane though as he tries to dive to the inside of Jensen Mason. Mason, though, wise to it, and closes the door, although leaves it open, wide open in fact, into the bottom hairpin and through into the lead. Also into the 5th place now comes Jensen Mason. Almost at half race distance then, as Hurst Grover has a nibble at Jensen Mason for 6th place. They've closed right up as now we see Ollie Naylor on the inside of Curtis Latimer, and he's through by the time they come over start finish for 9th place. With Latimer then dropping to 10th, behind them Stoner and Shields and Filipiak not too far back. Move there by Hurst Grover down the inside. Came from a fair distance back actually on Jensen Mason, so he came through. Good overtake into that bottom hairpin. 3.5 minutes through range, so we are around about half race distance when you add that additional 1 lap on at the end as well. Ollie Naylor then will come over the line in 9th, and back to 8th. He's got past Previllanis for 9th place. Stoner, Shields, Filipiak and Latimer has dropped all the way down to the back of the pack. Not sure what's happened there, or whether he's just been hung out on a move where everyone's come down the inside and he just can't get back in. This is a late dive to the inside then by the 38 of Sam Stoner on Previllanis, and Max Shields will likely take advantage of that as well, and he's down the inside into the right-hander on the back chicane. We'll move him up into 10th place. He's taking full advantage of Sam Stoner coming through, and then down the inside of Stoner into the hairpin at the bottom of the track. That double right came out of nowhere, really, did Max Shields. Carried loads of speed. Maybe the tyres in that car just coming to him a little bit more towards the end of the race. So far has taken advantage of Stoner moving his way through, and has done the same with him as they've sort of worked together on the way through. But now Shields looking very racy on Stoner. Certainly knows that he's geared up to get through on that car at the end of that back straight, as we now see Nicholas Ellis trying to find a way through on Jaden Hewitt. The gap for the leaders though now down to 1.5 of a second. It's going to get tasty at the head of this junior Rotax race as Finley Watson has closed right up on Jacob Dukes. Is there anything Duke can do really to hold back Finley Watson? That back chicane. And Watson not quite close enough actually on Jacob Dukes to really consider it, but does close up under braking. Will Dukes be able to run out? The gap on the last lap was 1.5 tenths. It's out to 2.5 tenths over start finish this time round. Dukes closing righting up on them. Don't look at the Nausea panel in the front of Duke's car. It looks like it's bouncing around a lot. I'm not sure if the bolts come out of that or it's just very loose. It is very skew width. I think he could potentially be missing something on the front of there. Don't think that's going to cause a mechanical flag because it's still got another 2 bolts in right at the top, but I'm sure it's causing a little bit of annoyance and will certainly be the airflow certainly on that car as down the inside then comes Watson on Dukes. It's certainly going to be deflecting the air. I know you have a huge amount of aero on karts, but there's a reason that there's a hole in the front of that to deflect the air up, and if the Nausea panel is skew width, it's not going to do him any favours at all. And Finley Watson then now leading the way on Jacob Dukes. They've got a gap of 5 seconds or so back to Tom Carter, who's moved his way up into 3rd with Ellis and Hewitt 4th and 5th respectively. Then there's another gap back to Hurst Grover. So Tom Carter, one to watch later on when he's not having to come through the entire pack. For me here, certainly has his name on a heat victory, I think. And across the line, I think we're going to get 2 more laps in then in this junior Rotax race. Jacob Dukes has actually managed to stick with Finley Watson, who reeled him in at the rate of around 2 tenths a lap until he found a way through on the previous, as Jensen Masons, you see him drop 2 places on timing behind Ollie Naylor and Max Shields in 7th and 8th respectively. Dukes is actually managing to stick now with Finley Watson since Watson has come through. So whether it's just that Watson was able to use a bit of aero and drag up onto the back of Jacob Dukes, or whether Dukes has actually managed to find something now sitting on the back of a driver who's done thousands of laps around this Lydd track. Over the curbs they bounce then. They enter the final lap. Dukes has a think about it into the second chicane. Flicks out, goes to the inside, drops straight back in though. Not close enough to make a dive down the inside. I think he's dropped a little bit further back now, so it looks like Finley Watson is going to be able to bring this one home reasonably comfortably in the end. The gap has opened up there now. That's probably around about nearly a second, at least half a one, as Dukes has given up the battle in this first junior Rotax race of the day. Watson takes the flag then with Dukes half a second back. Carter through for 3rd and sets a personal best. Nicholas Ellis, Jaden Hewitt then 4th and 5th. Then on the final lap, looks like Hurst Grover's going to get 6th. Shields has found a way past Naylor for 7th. Stoner and Mason complete the top 10. In front of the villainous Felipiak. And then Curtis Latham, and dropped right away at the end of that race, having run comfortably in the midfield throughout. I'm not sure whether he's had a bit of a problem throughout that one. Just having a quick look at some of the classified results from previous races here. The first 2 of the day pass without problem. Callum Foster picks up a 5-second penalty in the Minimax class. That puts him down into 9th place, I think, although he was, I think he was there. I don't think that's dropped him too far, but that is still a 5-second penalty for a front fairing. We'll have a quick look in minis as micros. They are clear as well. So that is all of the classified results so far. So only 1 penalty applied as we are. Next up, though, we're about to go racing once again in Junior Pro Kart. If in the background you see the driver there with the gold helmets making a bit of a sprint forward, that's because his kart's waiting for him and he's just going to need to jump in it, because that's Max Shields. He's just been out in the junior Rotax class and now he's straight out in Junior Pro Kart as well. Harrison Johns will start on pole position with Max Shields in 2nd place. Christian Oblang will start in 3rd. Thank you very much for everybody that's got in touch. Emma Hurst Grover has been on, wishing Harry all the very best. It's had a fairly decent opening race of the day, as we see Max Shields and Christian Oblang there deciding to either come into contact and have a majestic pirouette into the chicane. Now, luckily, it's not a rolling start, so they'll have enough time to come through and grid. But quite sure what caused that. We just caught the tail end of it, but it was majestic nonetheless. Tracy Carter just wishing, picked that message up earlier on with wishing Tom Carter and Jensen Mason all the best. Michael Burke joins us once again, a big fan of the Alpha channel. It's 8:30 where he is because he's on the other side of the globe, and we thank Michael for joining us. He spends a lot of time watching the karting action on the Alpha channel. Just up there on the top of the gantry we see the some of our sponsors, Alchemy Car Care Products and Optima Motorsport as well. Looks like Harrison Johns has just got to be rolled back into position then for our juniors. Max Shields' car on the outside in second place. That looks like it's lined up fairly aggressively towards that first chicane. So we certainly know what Shields wants to be doing when the lights go out as they look up. We're moving and Shields does get a good start. Can he get round Harrison Johns into the first corner? Johns is going to try and hold firm, but Max Shields from second place comes round the outside and through into the lead. Christian Oblang then settles into second, Johns in third place. Now, is there anything Oblang can do? Shields moved away in the previous race, and towards the end of it was even pumping in fastest laps of the race as well, as he opened up a gap of around about 2 seconds to Christian Oblang. These two perennial front runners in the junior ranks. Is there anything though Oblang can do on Shields? Shields, for me, the early races of the day aren't going to be the problem. It's as we go deeper into the day and tiredness starts to set in. Whilst he's had practice here yesterday in both karts, he certainly knows how to go round. Fatigue is going to be the big thing for me here with Max Shields. Certainly as we head towards the latter part of the day, the finals, 12 minutes plus 1 lap when he's having to jump between karts. Now granted, as Oblang goes out onto the curb and almost finds the grass as well. Later on when it comes to the finals, he's not jumping out of one and straight into the other, because we've got the way that the Honda grid works with theirs. They've got their B final, then we go straight into Junior Pro after that. Junior Road Tax, I don't think until later on. I think that's our penultimate race of the day. So when that comes, we certainly won't have quite so much of a rush around, but we'll still be working hard. And by then, it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're going to be looking at maybe 17, 18 laps maybe, in certainly when we head towards our Road Taxes for their finals. So we're going to be certainly looking towards tiredness. Just having a quick look as well. Gemma Burgess has done some good look to the X-Kart team from Jack Burgess. Now, if Emma, you could let me, Gemma, if you could let me know where Jack is this weekend, because he's a driver that we've seen here in the JKC in the early parts, and a driver that's really, really improved as well since his first race of the season. Has really shown continual improvement to really start moving himself now into some fairly decent battles in that class. So if you could let me know where he is this weekend, please, that would be the driver that I was really looking forward to sort of watching his progress continue here at Lydd, as Harrison Johns gets a little bit of snap oversteer as he takes the curve into the second chicane. Driver that joins us from Leeds in South Wales, so he'll be looking forward to Lydd in a few months' time, to Landau, sorry, in a few months' time when we go there in the middle of August over the weekend of the 13th and 14th for a track that will be, I'm sure he will excel at as we head deeper into this Junior and Cadet Kart Championship. When we're finished here today at Lydd, it will be the halfway point, and we'll be able to start really seeing where obviously we raced with a drop round, so the deeper we go into the season, we're going to get a more representative idea of where everybody's going to be, because at the moment we've only got 3 rounds, of which one of them is showing as a drop round. So as we go deeper into the year, we'll start being able to see representative times in terms of positions, and then we'll be heading towards the business end, Hooton and Ella Park at the end of the year. Certainly, I think by Hooton we might be crowning 1 or 2 champions, and then at Ella we'll have our final race weekend of the year at the beginning of October. So 4 more rounds after this one here at Lydd. We go to GYG at the start of July, then we go to Landau in the middle of August, one of the only race meetings in the Championship isn't on the first weekend of the month. Hooton Park at the start of September, Ella Park at the start of October. Crowning some new champions. We'll see whether anybody can actually hang on to theirs. Max Shields, the reigning champion in the Junior Pro Karts, would love to hang on to that, make himself a double champion in the Junior Pro Kart ranks. So if you're wondering Junior Pro Karts, what they are, it is the Cadet engine, so the Honda Cadet that we've already seen earlier on. It's the same engine, but as you can see, they have an extra one, and it is on an adult Pro Kart frame. So our drivers that move into this class out of the cadets at the age of around about 11 or 12, they race up until the age of 16. So there is a decent spread in terms of ages, not quite as much as the cadets where they have that crossover as well. They can go from the year of their 8th birthday, so some of them can be 7, moving through then into the ages of nearly 13, in fact, for some of our classes. In Honda Cadets, we've got, just having a quick look at some of the other results that are coming in. A couple of drivers being investigated for these, so we'll have a look at those in a few minutes to see whether we've got any updates at all later on. It often takes around about 15-20 minutes if they have got issues in them, whereas if the races are clear, they'll just get them classified straight away and out. Oblang then now with 0.8 of a second off the back of Maximus Shields. So Shields not being able to move away at the rate that he did in the earlier parts of the first heat. This is the first one where he's actually had to go back to back, as Oblang gets the fastest lap of the race with a 42.4. Harrison Johns around about 7 seconds further back, sticking with that. He was around about 10 off in the previous one, so still fairly consistent with his pace. You watch the 10 go down the middle straight into the chicane for the bottom end hairpin. Oblang then closing the gap to 7/10 at the end of this one with 2 minutes remaining. Johnson through there. We saw that where that track drops away down there into that corner. Very, very different lines there, depending on whether you're racing for position or whether you're defending, or whether you're just trying to catch up with somebody, because that involves a good run all the way around the outside and trying to close in on everybody else. You can really take advantage there if you haven't got a car behind you by running really, really wide onto the white line. I was watching from up on the bank where this camera point was yesterday, the differing lines from our Honda Cadet drivers. One driver that really stood out during that was Harris Roberts. He was taking a really, really different line to everybody else, potentially losing 2 or 3 kart lengths on entry, but really making that up through this middle part of the corner, and meant that he was carrying a lot more speed through that flick of a right and down towards the double apex right. So he'd really figured out where he could take advantage if he wasn't in a race situation, to sort of get himself into a position to close up on those in front of him if he wasn't having to defend. So 30 seconds remaining then in this second heat for our Junior Pro Kart class. You see Jolly Pops has been on saying good luck to Callum Foster. He's had a fairly decent result earlier on, but did pick up a front fairing penalty, unfortunately. Don't think it dropped him any places, because I think it's just moved him off the back of the pack that he was in terms of timing, but don't think it's dropped him down below those drivers behind that were having a battle further behind, as the junior pros crossed the line with 7 or 8 seconds remaining, which means we're going to have 2 more laps of action here, as Harrison Johns puts in a personal best with a 43.203 in 3rd place. Oblang then still 6/10 behind Max Shields. Shields has a quick look over his shoulder. He knows that Oblang's there, but probably not close enough unless Oblang can find something special in this final lap, or Shields makes a mistake. They'll come through then to complete lap number 12 in this Junior Pro Kart race. So on to lap 13, they'll see the last lap on the overhead gantry. Shields in the latter part of the race once again pumps in a fastest lap with a 42.248. That opens the gap to Oblang by 3/10, and might be all he needs to make this one look far more comfortable than what it has actually been for Max Shields. Oblang's been there A lot closer than he was in heat number 1, where the gap was out to well over 2 seconds for the best part of it. Shields then will make his way through and round the back chicane for the final time. Onto the back straight and round the double apex right at the end of the lap here at Lydd. The final 2 corners navigated. It's the second heat victory in Junior Pro for Max Shields. Christian Oblang will cross the line 1.2 seconds behind for second place, with Harrison Johns across the line in a few moments' time for third place. So Shields there, who's done the best part of 25 laps in 2 different karts back to back, takes a second victory in our Junior Pro Kart class. That's 7 down and a lot more remaining here at Lydd, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time with Heat 2 for Minimax. Try and rattle through the grid fairly quickly, because in some of these races they've actually been going after just the 1 rolling lap. Certainly in juniors earlier they did, so we'll try and get through it as quickly as possible, and then we'll be able to get ourselves away and racing. Harry Platek Holland then will start on pole position, with Lewis Goff alongside Lizzie Mentier, Heat 1 winner, and Callum Foster on row 2. Leon Barlow and Oliver Fabricius on row 3. Addison Smith and Ben Horner row 4. Lucas Blanford and Jared Fox-Whiteley completing the top 10, with Melissa Adrian and Tyler Lee on row 6. Daniel Parsons, who retired from the first race, alongside Isaac Parkinson, who also retired from the first race. Although Parsons shown as a DNF because he failed to complete half race distance, other runners classified in 12th and 13th respectively. The other driver that failed to complete that first race of the day was Lucas Blanford, who had the off in the on the first lap and then retired shortly after half race distance. He was a fair distance back, so I get the feeling in that one that he did just complete half race distance to claim his points and then elect to pull off into the pit lane, because there's no point putting extra laps on your tyres if you need to take 3 seconds a lap out of the pack in front of you. Through they come then, over start finish. It's Goff with a quick start then on Harry Platek Holland. He's going to move into the lead as Tyler Lee tries to find a way through. Leon Barlow is that in the background, trying to make his way through. Looks like we've got Lizzie Mentier trying to go round the outside of, could be Callum Foster in there as well. We'll pick them out. It was Foster who was holding on to third place. So a good start then for Callum Foster, and now does actually have to give the place up to Lizzie Mentier, who started in third place on the inside. Foster sweeping all the way around the outside on the opening lap and in, and now we've got Fabricius then down the inside of Foster as well. Foster almost runs out of track defending. That's going to back them into the pack behind. They're 3 wide as they head down towards the first chicane. Goff out the front though. He's bolted. He's away. The gap around about 7 tenths to everybody else. Harry Platek Holland then holding second, with Mentier in third. Foster, Fabricius, Blanford, Fox-Whiteley, Adrian Barlow and Addison Smith complete the top 10, although Smith has now moved through on Barlow, who's coming under pressure from Tyler Lee, a driver that I was watching in practice yesterday and was really impressed with, was probably carrying more speed than any other driver into the second chicane from my vantage point watching, as Mentier goes down the inside of Harry Platek Holland for second place. The gap for the lead though, 1.3 or 1.1 seconds. It's going to need Mentier to start reeling in Goff as Fox-Whiteley tries to get alongside Lucas Blanford into the first chicane. Can't get alongside though. Did take a huge chunk of curbing trying to find a way through for 6th place. That's going to behind them as well. They've got Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith for company, so it's a quartet of karts all behind, being led by Lucas Blanford in 6th place. There's a contact down there. There's a Foster on the inside of Platek Holland. Holland goes wide into a half spin. Callum Foster moves through up into 3rd place, but definite contact there between the 69 and the 77. That's going to allow Oliver Fabricius then to get right on the back of Harry Platek Holland, and Blanford, Fox-Whiteley, Adrian and Smith are there as well. We've now got 6 karts as Blanford makes a late move down the inside of Fabricius. That will allow Fox Whiteley to come through down the inside as well. It does, and Melissa Adrian's going to try and hang it all the way around the outside of Fabricius. So Fabricius loses 2 places in a corner and a half, and Melissa Adrian may not be close enough. She is close enough to stick her nose down the inside of Fabricius, but cannot get alongside. And Fabricius there has a quick bang of the steering wheel in frustration, as Blanford has found a way through on Harry Platek Holland. Fox Whiteley's going to need to come through there quickly, or he's going to lose the toe on Blanford in front. He's the only one that did get through, though, at that corner. As Addison Smith tries to get alongside Melissa Adrian down the far end of the track. Not sure he can get alongside. Did have the exit balked ever so slightly, and there he is still in the all black kart with the blue race suit in the background. Can't get alongside. Down the inside, though, goes Fabricius on Holland, and that could potentially allow Adrian to come through down the inside as well. Although she has to settle back in. Confirmation then on the screen that Fox Whiteley and Fabricius move up to 5th and 6th respectively. There's Fox Whiteley on the screen in the orange, chasing down the bright yellow helmet of Lucas Blanford. Has 3/10 in front of him. Not sure whether he's going to be able to reel that one in. Michael Burke says go on Lizzie. That's Lizzie Menti then in 2nd place. And there's also support coming in as well from Tim Shrimptube saying come on LMR 50. Gap is 4/10 of a second now. Mentier takes half the gap, almost 4/10 out of Lewis Goff, and we've still got 4 minutes remaining. So Foster in 3rd place puts in a personal best, with Blanford and Fox Whiteley completing the top 5. Fabricius, Adrian, Smith, Holland and Lee then now completing the top 10, with Parkinson, Barlow, Parsons and Horner. Still only 9 seconds splitting the entire Packney class. Interesting to see in a few moments' time when they come over the line. You see Tyler Lee there in 10th place. Whether Mentier has taken any more out of Goff. She has. Down to a 10th for Lizzie Mentier. And the leading duo will go into the first chicane, nose to tail, as they head down towards the second. Goff holding off Lizzie Mentier. Mentier then behind, carrying all the speed, but has closed up. But can she find a way through on Lewis Goff? 3 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for Mentier to plan a move on Goff. They've got a gap of 2 seconds back, so they don't need to be too hasty in a move. But Mentier's got the slipstream then down that back straight, and through she goes on Lewis Goff and crosses the line with 3 minutes remaining, leading the way here then in the mini class. The gap then now has Blanford then in 3rd place, having found a way past Callum Foster on that previous lap. Goff though sticking with Mentier. Want to be conscious, the gap is only 2.3. If they start battling too venomously, they could back themselves in to a driver that we know is going to carry a lot of speed. Now Fox Whiteley there, we caught in the background. Can he get past Callum Foster? We'll keep an eye on that in timing in a few moments' time. They'll come over the line in about 15 seconds. We'll see whether they chop round or whether Foster has managed to hold on to 4th place. Let's have a look in the background. Now it's Fox Whiteley coming through then in 4th, as some of our drivers explore the extremities of the concrete rumble strip on the exit to the final corner. The 2 leaders though still battling away and have actually managed to open up a little bit more of a gap to Blanford in 3rd place. So Mentier and Goff still nose to tail, 2/10 between them. There's Blanford and Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley was right on the back of Blanford earlier, but hasn't managed to get through as quickly on some of the drivers that managed to take advantage earlier on, going into the same gap that Blanford took advantage of. Hasn't managed to follow through on Callum Foster quite as quickly. He's now in a comfortable 4th place. Foster sticking with, though, to complete the top 5 with Fabricius, Adrian, Smith, and now Adrian actually passed Fabricius. Fabricius back in front. Looks like they came over timing really close between the 2 of them, that it tricked timing. And now Goff gets a run down the inside of Lizzie Mentier into the top hairpin. They're still going to be side by side. Goff, though, doesn't have the drive on the inside, scrubs off too much speed and has to slot back into 2nd place. But Lewis Goff showing his hand with a minute remaining on Lizzie Mentier, enough that she has to have a double look in fact over her shoulder down the back straight, and actually goes slightly wide on the apex. You saw the lift there of the kart as they jack the inside wheel up and basically unicycle on that rear all the way round. 2 seconds is still the gap back to Blanford in third place, who's opened up a gap of 1.2 to Fox Whiteley. So if these two battle, it might go back into Blanford, but we've still got 2 seconds. We're going to have at least one more lap at the end of this one. The race now is to get round to see whether they're going to get round before the last lap board comes out. I think they're likely to. I think they're actually likely to quite comfortably, actually, with 30 seconds remaining. They're down the back straight. So we're going to have 2 more laps of the Mini Max as Goff goes wider into that corner, loses a couple of tenths on Mentier. 7 seconds remaining as they cross the line. Then 2 laps remaining in the Minis as the time now elapses at the top of the screen. So they got through with 2 laps. It's going to be enough for Goff to certainly have one more stab at getting through on Lizzie Mentier. There's Lucas Blanford in third place coming through, still 1.8 behind, and there's Goff down the inside into the back chicane. We don't see many overtakes into there, but Lewis Goff dives down the inside. Mentier's going to try and get back down the inside. She's got the nose down the inside of Goff, and through she comes back into the lead. Onto the final lap we come though. This is going to be mouth-watering between Mentier and Goff, bouncing over the curbs into that first chicane. They've even managed to open up more of a gap to Blanford in third, despite the fact that they've both had a go at leading this lap as they head towards the final few corners. Into the hairpin then for the final time. This is with a corner where Goff got a good run on the last one and dived to the inside. Mentier much tighter this time. Goff goes wide, trying to maximise the exit onto the back straight. He's going to have to close up 2 or 3 kart lengths by the time they get to the braking zone. Mentier, though, I think is going to have this one comfortably won. When it comes to the final corner, she's parked the kart perfectly. Goff closes up at the line, but Mentier takes it by less than 1/10 of a second from Lewis Goff. Blanford's going to get third in front of Fox Whiteley, Foster, Adrian Fabricius and Smith, with Tyler Lee tagging onto the back of that battle. Harry Holland will get 10th in front of Barlow, Parsons, Parkinson and Horner, completing the field. Another intense battle there going on to the final lap. This time it was between Mentier and Goff. Goff tried to go through on the previous one. Mentier got back into the final corner and then had enough to hold on into the final corner. Opened up a few kart lengths. Goff, though, got the run out the final corner. Tried to get alongside. And by less than 1/10 of a second, Lizzie Mentier holds on for a second race victory of the day in our Mini Max class. It's time then to move on to the baby brother of our Rotax family. It's time to go racing for race 9 of the day in Micro Max heat number 2. Having a quick look at the results from our last Honda. They've been confirmed with no penalties applied, which is always good to see. Micros then, we just hear them firing up in the dummy grid area, which you can't quite see, but it's in under the gantry there. So Riley Bupton-Young will start on pole with James Tate alongside Alex Jones and Caden Simpson on row 2, Logan Lauder and Aston Brown on row 3. Harry Neeson and Heat 1 winner Daniel Minto start on row 4. James Roberts and Samuel Lowdy on row 5. Toby Dukes and Jack Hutchinson, your 12 Micro Max runners. So as you see the spectators up there on the balcony. Below them is the dummy grid holding area, which is undercover, which could be handy later on if the promised rain does make an appearance in around about an hour's time. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Slicks as it is though on a nice dry track. Riley Bupton-Young, the pole sitter, he's going to lead them round. He sets the pace, although on the outside James Tate is all the way through. Looks like we are going racing though, as the outside train was much quicker than everybody else, and by the time I think there was 3 karts over the line before Riley Bupton-Young, the pole sitter, was even over start finish. So not sure whether that'll get looked at, but then there's a move there down with Lowdy getting down the inside of Bupton-Young into the bottom hairpin. 8 minutes once again plus 1 lap then for our Micro Max. And looks like Daniel Minto has made a fantastic start on the opening lap. to move up into second place behind James Tate. He started on the 4th row in 8th place, but he's got a good start then. And, with 8th place, he would have been on the outside row that was really tramming along towards the at the start there. So Tate, Minto and Simpson, the top 3, with Brown, Lowdy, Neeson, Roberts. With Alex Jones, Logan Lauder and Riley Buxton Young now down in 10th place in front of Toby Jukes and Jack Hutchinson. Looks like Minto has found a way through then on James Tate at the back part of the track and has moved through then into the lead. In the background, Lowdy's going to try and get a good run, I think, down the inside of Aston Brown. Let's see who appears first. It is Samuel Lowdy for 4th place. Brown then will drop down into 5th with Neeson and Roberts coming through, although actually it's Roberts now in front of Neeson in 6th and 7th respectively. The train will go all the way down then from James Tate, all the way down almost to Logan Lauder in 9th place, trying to tag on to the back. It looks like Toby Jukes has managed to find a way past Riley Buxton Young. We see Jack Hutchinson there making his way through the second chicane. So Simpson holding off Lowdy and Roberts. Managed to move away ever so slightly from Aston Brown. So Roberts down the inside of Lowdy, forces him wide into the double apex right. Looks like Roberts has actually dropped a place as well behind Alex Jones, who makes up 2 places on that previous lap, getting past Aston Brown and Harry Neeson as well. James Tate hasn't been able to shake off Caden Simpson. Simpson does get a good run out of that second chicane towards the hairpin, does run slightly wide though, carries a bit too much speed, and almost has Roberts down the inside. They're going to be 3 wide round there. They're going to have to sort themselves out as Roberts runs all the way round the outside of the long loop and past Caden Simpson. Simpson could lose 2 places here. Down the inside though, Alex Jones is going to take both of Samuel Lowdy and Caden Simpson as well. Lowdy's going to try and get back to the inside. Jones though might have track position. He's going to carry more speed round the outside over the curbs. A little bit of bumping from them as Aston Brown comes through and trims the grass as well. On the way through on Caden Simpson, they're still side by side between Alex Brown and Samuel Lowdy. They have finally got themselves back into single file. Behind them is Aston Brown. This is a good battle there in the background between Toby Jukes and Riley Buxton Young for 10th place. Not even at half race distance yet, and in this one, Minto has made his way through from 8th place to take the lead. And started to move away. James Roberts as well sets a personal best. He's moved away. Then James Tate now is in a fairly good battle. He has got a kart length or 2 back then to Jones and Lowdy, who argued over track on the previous lap. And this time it's Jones carrying a little bit too much into the second chicane. Scrubs off some speed and backs himself into Aston Brown. Brown closing in on the back then of Alex Jones. Jones, who we know has got good top end speed down this back straight where he got through on 2 on the previous lap. So certainly geared up for the far ends of the straights is Alex Jones. Open gearing here then in all of our classes. Certainly the 2-stroke police and the Honda Cadet, so that means that they're able to run however many teeth they want on the rear sprocket and however many teeth they want on the clutch, which attach the engine as well. A quick look at the comments. Odrin's been on saying top tier racing there. I'm imagining, I'm not taking anything away from the minis, micros at the moment, but I think he was talking about the final few laps in minis, although we have had quite an intense opening few laps here in micro, so could well be for that as Neeson tries to get down the inside of Caden Simpson and forces his way through. Side pod to side pod down the inside. Harry Neeson then up into 7th place on Caden Simpson. Logan Lauder in the background is now going to try and take advantage of Caden Simpson as well. Simpson holds on though to 8th place, and Neeson with that dive down the inside. Now we're going to see Lauder through down the inside into the hairpin on Caden Simpson. Simpson's going to try and run all the way around the outside. Lauder with the tighter line in. Might compromise on exit and might give Caden Simpson the run down the back straight towards the double apex right, although I'm not sure he's going to have enough to get alongside looks like Loudy and Jones have found a way past James Tate. They have done, and there's a confirmation on the screen. They go green, Tate goes red. Tate drops down into 5th place. So Loudy and Jones continuing to battle, but enough that they can find a way through as well between those two drivers. Jones, arguably slightly quicker, but struggling to find a way through. And whilst they can be quicker on the overall lap, if you're not quicker in the places where you need to line up the overtakes, then your speed's only going to take you onto the rear bumper of the kart in front. Now, you know, Jones is good down this top end though, but does need to be a little bit closer through the back chicane and the flick, the right-hander, before they head down that short back straight. Needs to be a little bit closer there if he's to make the move. James Tate hasn't dropped too far off the back either. Still going to be there enough to take advantage. In fact, since he's been overtaken, has really been on the pace of these two in front of him, and is starting to move away from those behind. They have got a gap of a 1.5 seconds back to Harry Neeson, who's dragging Aston Brown along as well. Then there's a gap to Logan Lauder, who's managed to find a way past Caden Simpson. 55 seconds remaining, so the leaders will definitely get round before the time elapses. So we are going to get another 2.5 laps here in our Micro Max class. Can Alex Jones be close enough on the way round this time to really do anything about Samuel Loudy? He needs to be good through the next complex of corners, the right, left, and then the right through here, to be close enough. I think he may well be this time. He's within a couple of kart lengths, but then he is going to close up, because we know that he's got good top end speed into this corner, but not enough that he can get alongside Samuel Loudy. Leaders are already over the line though. That's Daniel Minto and James Roberts. They've both got a gap of around 2 seconds, and then Roberts another 3 back to Samuel Loudy and Alex Jones. They have sort of started to move away ever so slightly now from James Tate. It's amazing what happens when you stop fighting over track and start going forwards, but as we get towards the business end of the race, expect the business to pick up again between these two. I think they'll see the last lap board in a few moments time and just flick this one into another gear. Certainly I think Jones has got at least one more overtake attempt up his sleeve, but does need to be closer as they head down into that final corner. The leaders are already over the line then to begin the last lap here at Lydd for round 4 of the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship. Alex Jones all over the back now of Samuel Loudy. Did manage to close up into that chicane. They both set a personal best as Daniel Minto already round the hairpin at the far end of the track, and then into this long sweeping right-hander before a long sweeping left-hander. Then that flick onto the back straight for the final time for Daniel Minto. Through from 8th place. He's come round the double apex right then for the final time, and Daniel Minto makes it 2 from 2 in Micro Max. Arm off the wheel as well. Then we're going to get James Roberts in 2nd place. Loudy and Alex Jones over the line. It looks like Loudy's taking a huge amount of curb and got slightly sideways over the line. He holds on for 3rd from Jones, Tate, Neeson, Brown, Lauder and Simpson. In 8th place, Caden Simpson completes in 9th. Then we've got Toby Dukes and Riley Buckton Young racing to the line for 10th. Dukes holding on from Buckton Young. Jack Hutchinson there making his way down the back straight. He'll cross the line in 12th place. Next up then here at Lydd, we're going to go 4-stroke racing once again. It's time for heat number 3 in our Honda Cadet class. Still hear the rumble of Hondas behind me. Not had any confirmation yet on the Junior Rotax, Junior Pro Kart or Minimax as well, so I think we're just waiting on confirmation for a few of them. Amy Peacock though will start heat number 3 from pole position in Honda Cadet, with Harry Samuel alongside Joshua Owen and Rio Wardley on the 2nd row, Alfie Forrester and Bobby Pete on row 3. Row 4 sees Jensen White and Lewis Hall, Sam Hayes and Tom Drake on row 5, with Maximus Lewis and Cameron Tipping on row 6. Row 7 sees Freddie Housego and Ayrton Rye, with Thomas Potter and Max Housego on row number 8. 17th is Isabella Stansmore Wilson with Mason Webster alongside. The top 20 completed by Samuel Howell and Max Williams. Max Wheatley and Freddie Lyons start 21st and 22nd respectively. Max Gray-Trex and Larry Price on row number 12. Now, I'm not sure, and we'll see in a few moments, as we see the top 4 making their way down the back straight, that I've seen Bobby P, despite the fact that he has been on the grid. So in 6th place, may well be vacant. We'll see whether he does appear in a few moments. Normally he's racing in a red and black livery, so it may well be that P6 is left vacant. We're not going to move everybody up, because the grids have already been set for their random allocation. But no, there he is, rolling into, well, that is the 58 rolling in. So we'll, maybe I've just missed him throughout the day, but he certainly did not start in one of the first races of the day, or in heat 2. So sure, actually. Yeah, Bobby P did not start in 54. So there we've got 58 moving slightly forward in grid position into P6. So it looks like everybody may well have just been moved forward one position, but nonetheless, the red lights are on the overhead gantry. Waiting for the final few runners to get themselves into position behind Peacock, then on pole position there. The red and the black. Have a quick look over her shoulder to make sure everybody is in position. Samuel alongside. Red lights are on. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Joshua Owen on the second row. He's going to try and get alongside the inside of Rio Wardley. Wardley chops across the front as Potter makes a good start as well. Larry Price from the back row will be looking to make progress in the early part of this race. A driver that we know can run comfortably inside the top 10 in this Honda Cadet class, but having to come through from the back row from his random allocation. They make their way round the hairpin at the end of the track for the first time. Price has already made up a couple of places, but Peacock then from Harry Samuel, Rio Wardley, and looks like Lewis Hall has moved up into 4th place. There is Price making his way through. He's dragging Matt Gray-Trex along as Price there does make a move down the inside. We'll see whether that one's paid off for him. And it is. He's managed to make his way through, I think, on Freddie Lyons to the right-hander at the end. We'll check that as they come over the line, and when in a few moments we'll see the timing stack appear in the top corner as we see Alfie Forrester holding off from one of the Housegos into the second chicane. So heavily bouncing over them curbs on the outside of the track there. Amy Peacock, though, has started to move away from everybody else. Jensen White is going to get a good run here down the back straight on Rio Wardley. Wardley comes across to defend, and as White moves back out, Sam Hayes comes back down the inside. White's going to try and get back to the inside. Wardley, though, holding off from everybody else. 83 there, picks to take contact warning. That's Freddie Lyons. And now Hayes all over the back of Wardley, White and Drake, and then Thomas Potter's down the inside of Tom Drake into the right-hander at the end of the track. Drake's going to try and get back alongside and will have track position unless Potter can try and keep this one on the outside. He does, I think. He's going to sweep all the way around the outside of that corner and back into position for Thomas Potter. So Tom Drake there elects to ease out as then Potter now closing up on the back of Jensen White. None of them, though, can get past Rio Wardley, who's defending venomously for position. There's confirmation that on the screen is that Hayes does finally get through on Rio Wardley into the corner at the end. I think we're having a few timing issues here because the live timing at live Alpha timing /UK/cadet kart champ isn't updating either. That's why we haven't got the timing down the top left corner of the screen. So we'll just have to, I'll just have to work a little bit harder and make sure that I can pick everybody out and in what order. Potter's going to try and get down the inside of Jensen White as White tries to get past Rio Wardley. Tom Drake's going to get to the inside of Jensen White as well, I think, and they're going to have to battle it out into that first chicane. Drake through, so Jensen White drops a couple of places in trying to get past Rio Wardley. And now Thomas Potter is the next to try and get through on the 7 of Wardley. Wardley's going to defend that. Tom Drake's going to try and go round the outside. They're going to be 2 and 3 wide, and now White's going to get back to the inside of Wardley. Contact between Wardley and Potter. They both come out of the corner facing in the right direction, which is always nice to see. Now Wardley's going to try and dive to the inside of Potter into the chicane. They're still 2 and 3 wide in the background, though, as they can't get alongside either. Amy Peacock, though, from what I can gather, is still leading the way here in the third heat of the day. Like we've still got Samuel in second place, and after that, with everybody overtaking and mixing up, it could be anything. That's Lewis Hall then on the back of the 22 of Harris Samuel. I think that's your top 3 then, with Peacock slightly in front by around about half a second. Then they're going to come through with Sam Hayes in third place, Tom Drake and Potter in 5th and 6th, although in what order it depends on what corner you're at, as they continue to chop and change between each other. And it's pretty much nose to tail all the way down. There's Larry Price now in front of Max Williams, starting to move through. They're going to be 3 wide. That's Ayrton Rye trying to make a move as Joshua Owen goes slightly wide, and that's going to allow Mason Webster, Larry Price and Max Williams to come through down the inside. So Joshua Owen almost ran out of track down there at the bottom as the 8 of Harry Samuel and the 18 of Ayrton Rye came through down the inside. And there's Larry Price and Max Williams. They've pretty much been nose to tail all the way through this race, dragging each other through the overtakes. Freddie Lyons right the way around the outside of Joshua Owen into the back chicane. Through he comes with a fantastic sweeping overtake. Still though, drivers cannot find a way past Rio Wardley, who's defending superbly here in this one. I've got some timing back, although it has come in halfway through the race, so it does say that Amy Peacock's only completed 1 lap when she definitely hasn't, but she leads the way then from Lewis Hall and Harry Samuel. Sam Hayes in 4th, Potter up into 5th, Tom Drake, Rio Wardley, Jensen White, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Max Wheatley the last time they came over the line. And there is Rio Wardley still holding off Jensen White. White tries to get to the inside. It's 5 deep, this battle behind Rio Wardley for 7th place, who's been defending superbly throughout this race. There's a good run down the inside from Max Wheatley on Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and it looks like as well Housigo's coming through down the inside as well from 11th place. So Freddie Housigo with a great overtake down the inside, taking advantage of the hole. Punch for him by Max Wheatley. And now Isabella Stansmore Wilson is right at the back of this one. Rio Wardley defending for his life in 7th place. They're still going to be 2 and 3 wide. Max Wheatley's going to try and get to the inside of Jensen White, although that run down there is such a short straight that now they're still going to be 2 wide. Who's going to get the run? White gets pushed through by Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She tries to stick it out round the outside. She is back in front of Housigo, and then he's going to have to give up a position as well, because it looks like in the background Ayrton Rye's going to try and get down the inside. Great run by Wheatley on Jensen White, although White once again balked on entry into that corner by Rio Wardley. They're going to get backed in now, and there's a couple of other karts joining on the back. It looks like Larry Price up into 14th place is joining the back of this one. It's a deep train, as looks like Tom Drake and Sam Hayes battling it out. Potter's got through then. That's going to move him up into 4th place. Now Hayes is going to have to defend that 5th off from Tom Drake. Enough of a gap though out at the front between Peacock, Hall and Samuel. They've got almost 4 seconds back to Potter, which even for a driver of his ilk is going to be difficult to reel in. Wheatley once again then gets half a run down the inside, all the way around the outside, trying to make a move though is the 8 of Sam Howell around the outside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Behind them, they've got Rye, Price, Housego as well, as Jensen White looked like there was finally down the inside of Rio Wardley into the second chicane. We'll get a few confirmation in a few moments. Who's going to appear first into the top hairpin? It is Jensen White. Finally makes his way through, and in doing so is going to drag the 12 of Max Wheatley along with him. So, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Sam Howell are going to battle this one out as well for the final position inside the top 10. Looks like Howell has got through on Stansmore-Wilson. That's going to move him up into 10th. Wheatley down the inside of Jensen White. Jensen White then with the cutback. They're going to be side by side into that first chicane. Who's going to get there first? Wheatley round the outside on Jensen White. The time at the top of the screen, that's elapsed. Amy Peacock now has a gap of 2.5 seconds as they're still 2 and 3 wide. Larry Price has inserted himself right in the middle of this one as Ayrton Rye has a bit of a steering wheel bang, and Stansmore-Wilson's going to try and go round the outside as Price gets a little bit balked on exit there by the driver of the 18 in front. Still side by side, Rio Wardley down the back straight with Sam Howell trying to run all the way round the outside. We'll need to try and chop back to the inside and get the cut back there. Sam Howell, textbook move and through, and that's going to allow Ayrton Rye to come through as well, and Larry Price has got a nose in on the inside. We'll see whether he's got through as we cut to this battle now for second place. Amy Peacock well down the road, 3 seconds away for Peacock, but Harry Samuel having to hold on to second place from Lewis Hall. Really defensive into the back chicane. Peacock will almost probably be entering the final corner by now. The gap, 3 seconds to our race leader. We'll stick with these two though, because who's going to get second? Samuel and Hall, nose to tail. Peacock crosses the line for victory. It's side by side for second. Harry Samuel holds on from Lewis Hall. Potter through with the fastest lap of the race in 4th place. Drake's going to get 5th on the final lap from Hayes. And then it's going to be, looks like Wheatley, White, Howell and Ayrton Rye completing the top 10 in front of Price, who comes through from the back row for a fantastic move through to 11th. Wardley, who fought so venomously, holds on for 12th with Stansmore-Wilson, Housego in 14th and Williams in 15th in front of Webster, Lines and Forrester, with Greytrex tipping, completing the top 20. Owen, Lewis and Housego, your 23 runners. We had foot 24 at the start, but Bobby Peake not with us here this weekend. So there's your race winner, making her way off. Amy Peacock with a fantastic light to flag victory from pole position. The top 3 then inclusive by the 22 of Harry Samuel and Lewis Hall. They were well down the road as everybody else behind was battling between them, having to work their way through. In our Honda class, everybody been told to move over because we've got a fair few of them making their way off. Junior Rotax are up next. We're back for the second heat for our Junior Rotax class. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch. Hubs Karting saying missing everyone, especially Rio, Alfie and Lewis in cadets. RS72 has been on saying good luck to Joshua Owen. Well, he's just been out. A couple of good luck messages as well for Amy Peacock as well. Just having a quick look regarding Bobby P. Just had an update as well, I think, from his dad. Unfortunately, they broke down on the way down here to Lydd from the northeast on Friday, so haven't been able to make it. So hopefully it's not too bad and we can see you again later on in the season. We wish you well. Jack Collinson really wishes he was racing, but I'm fairly sure that he's enjoying the sunshine in Greece as well. Some well done's coming in as well for Amy Peacock, and now some good luck messages for our junior road taxers as they're about to make their way out. One of them is from Emma, wishing Harry Hurst Grover all the best, and also from RS72 for Jacob Dukes. Nicholas Ellis then will start on pole position with local driver Finley Watson, and Heat 1 winner in second place. Max Shields and Bartek Filipiak on the second row. Sam Stoner and Jensen Mason are on row 3. Curtis Latimer starts 7th with Elliot Thomas alongside Jacob Dukes, and Harry Hurst Grover complete the top 10 with Jaden Hewitt and Ollie Naylor on row number 6. Tom Carter and Drugas Pravilanis starts 14th for your grid here in our junior road tax class. Don't think they've left the holding area just yet though, because can't hear anything. I don't think we had any retirements in Hondas, so I'm not sure on the hold up unless we're just having someone's having a talking to and just having a confirmation of how the rolling start procedure or anything similar. So we'll find that out in a few moments. It means that looks like junior road tax heat 1 still having some confirmation on positions, whereas junior pro kart heat 2 is sorted. I think we've got some engines starting in the background, so we might see them appearing in a few moments time. There they are then for our junior road tax class, making their way round for their rolling start. 7 rows. Rolling start action. This will be around about the halfway point. Not in time, because obviously when it comes to the finals they're going to be slightly longer, but race 11 of a 22 race card then for you here in this junior road tax class. 7 of Nicholas Ellis on the inside will lead them round. Finley Watson will be alongside with Max Shields and Bartek Felicia. Second row. Into the tram lines they come then. We have a look, see where the lights are extinguished. They are. And we are away and racing for 8+1 lap. Everybody then cleanly through the first chicane, although some drivers bouncing over the curbs. And then there's a late move down the inside then from Jacob Jukes for 4th place by the look of it there. Getting through on Curtis Latimer. I think it's actually Jensen Mason in the white car that he managed to get through on. So we'll once again confirm when they come over the line. But the leading duo have managed to break away. Then there's Max Shields in 3rd place in a fairly lonely one as it stands at the moment, as Watson has managed to make a way through on that run down to the double apex right at the end of the first lap. Ellis, Shields, Dukes, Mason, Felipiak, Carter, Latimer, Hewitt and Naylor. Then your 10 runners in the top 10, Stoner, Hurst, Grover and Trevillanis, 13. Quick look, trying to figure out who we are potentially missing from that. We did have 14 on the entry list and had only 13 runners in all of them, so I'm trying to figure out who we're missing. I think it could be Elliot Thomas in 37 is the driver that I've not yet picked out, and if we have a look at the numbers down there, I can't see the time, so it looks like Elliot isn't with us this weekend, or at least if he has, he's had some problems, as we see the Cartel carts get down the inside there, and then there's a Cartel sandwich on Bartek Felipiak, one either side, and through they come into what will be 7th and 8th place. That looks like it was Latimer and Hewitt going side by side, and if it was Hewitt, then just I think they're in the 18, the leading of that pack. Really good to see him out. He had a big off yesterday in practice that saw him come out of that kart. So really fantastic that we have got Jaden Hewitt with us still here this weekend. Going into this first chicane, we flipped that tyre on the inside and came out of the kart. The kart needed a little bit of work, and he was, as well as you can be, having been out of the kart. But yeah, really pleasing to see Jaden Hewitt out there racing with us this weekend. Jacob Dukes then gets down the inside of Max Shields for 3rd place. Jensen Mason is going to join the party as well, so it's going to be now a 3-kart battle for 3rd place, unless Dukes can break away, and he does get a good run there out of that final corner. Certainly not enough that Shields and Mason can close up. Tom Carter in 6th place has a gap of about 2 seconds to those in front and about 2 seconds to those behind. Now we've got Mason then down the inside of Max Shields into the hairpin at the end of the track. Through he comes nice and cleanly. Shields then drops down into 5th place, although does try and get half alongside Jensen Mason into the back chicane. Can't get alongside though, and Mason then comfortably up into 4th place. Shields then sticking with though as we head towards half race distance. It certainly will be when they come over the line next time. Finley Watson hasn't managed to shake off Nicholas Ellis though at the head of the field. There's still only 6/10 between them. Then Dukes has managed to move away as Mason gets a poor exit out of the second chicane. Shields then goes round the outside, but it's a long way round there. He's got to try and get back to the inside as they head towards that second chicane. They reappear from behind that tyre wall, still nose to tail. Behind them though, Tom Carter is closing in. He was 1.3 seconds back on the previous lap and is now right on the back of this one as well. We're going to have another three-kart battle as a Carter there appears almost to dive down the inside of Shields into that second chicane. And dives actually now down into the inside of the hairpin at the bottom, so Shields drops another place, this time down into 6th place. Tom Carter, the driver, coming through at a fair rate of knots, has really started to reel this gap in, gets past Shields this time. Next pickings for him will be to see whether Jensen Mason can hold him off for 4th place. Mason sets a personal best. Shields also sets a personal best, although it's some half a second slower than the one that Mason set in front of him, but Shields was overtaken halfway through that lap. Has had to run a lot wider than those in front of him as they made his way around that hairpin at the end of the track. The one has just come round now with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Looks like Jacob Dukes has started to reel in Nicholas Ellis at the head of this pack. Now Carter close enough to make a move on Jensen Mason, and does late on the brakes into that corner. Shields is going to close right up on the back then of Jensen Mason. It looked like we had a warning of some sorts out on the overhead gantry. Haven't had a confirmation on the screen yet of anything there, so we'll see. It's the 45 picking up a contact warning. That's Tom Carter. That would have been for probably his overtake on Jensen Mason. He was already past Max Shields. We didn't see anything on screen, so just does pick up a warning. 2.5 remaining then. Carter has managed to get past Mason and Shields on that last 2 laps and has managed to move through into 4th place. Mason with another personal best. Jacob Dukes is up into 2nd place now with Nicholas Ellis still riding right behind, so Dukes with up into 2nd, sorry. Still has a gap of 1.4 seconds to Finley Watson, who was a Heat 1 winner, so interesting to see whether Dukes can chip anything out. He's going to have Nicholas Ellis as well to push him along ever so slightly. Opens up the gap round the double apex right as they see him bouncing over the curb. So look at the side pods. The side pods are quite loose anyway. They don't bolt them in tight. You do want a little bit of give in them, hence why they flop up and down. But when they're bouncing over these curves, you can really see them just bouncing up and down. I know a lot of drivers will sometimes put a bit of tape in there, because if not, it's just metal on metal. You get a huge clang as they bounce over the curves. Ollie Naylor with a personal best as well. He's down in the 11th place, right on the back of Bartek Filipiak. And then the 2-kart battle for the final position inside the top 10. Dukes has started to move away from Nicholas Ellis, but hasn't started to close in on Finley Watson. Their lap time almost identical to each other. And then we've got this battle behind with Hewitt, Latimer and Hurst Grover now right on the back in 9th place. They're about to put into shot. Now there's Jaden Hewitt then leading the way. With Curtis Latimer, Harry Hurst Grover. 43 seconds remaining, so our leaders will get round quite comfortably, in fact, for another lap, because they've got, they're only lapping the 33s around this Lydd circuit, which is still well over 1,000 metres, but so quick that lap times are probably the quickest in terms of lap time, in terms of speed per metre of any track in the UK. It's pretty much flat out everywhere, with the exception of these chicanes, and they're actually turning in there almost flat and getting on the brakes in between. As Latimer gets a run on Hewitt out of the second chicane. Through he comes and then manages to use all of the track on exit. Hewitt though is going to dive back down the inside on Curtis Latimer. Will that balk his exit mean that he can't get fully on the power? Leaders already onto their last lap though, as Latimer is closing in on Hewitt down the back straight. Hewitt manages to hold on, but then almost runs out of track in doing so, and Latimer will come to the inside. Jaden Hewitt then has to relent and give up the position for 7th place, having carried a little bit too much speed in defending into the chicane, into the final double apex right. Now I managed to try and see whether he can get back onto Curtis Latimer. Finley Watson though, round the double apex right at the end of the lap to come through to make it 2 wins in 2 races. Dukes did close in, but not enough at the end, down to 1.2. Ellis then for 3rd place. Carter's going to get 4th in front of Mason and Shields, and then Latimer, who got past Hewitt on the final lap, gets 7th, with Hewitt in 8th. Hurst Grover and Filipiak top 10. Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 then making their way out. This time it will be Christian Oblag on pole position, with Harrison Johns and Max Shields in 3rd place. So Shields, with his 2 heat victories, might not have this one as easy this time round. Johns creeps forward but then stops before the red light, so it looks like we should be good with that one, but we'll see whether the mark of the course feels the same. He's going to potentially hold on for 2nd there. Shields runs all the way around the outside and bounces over the curbs. Needed to get past Harrison Johns early if he was going to do anything about Christian Oblag in front of him. And Oblag has already opened up a gap of around about half a second there. So Max Shields is going to have to work, although 2nd place will be enough to put him in pole position for the final, because he's had 2 heat victories. So 2 wins and a 2nd place will certainly beat 1 win and 2 seconds. So that'll put him there or thereabouts for the final. Should put him on pole position 3rd if he holds on for 2nd. So it doesn't need to do anything silly. Although a good opening lap now sees him closing right up on the back of Christian Oblag for the lead here with this 8-minute +1 lap race in Junior Pro Kart as Shields once again closes up into the hairpin at the bottom end of the track. Through the sweeping left-hander and then through that fast right as they head down onto the back straight. Shields is close, but not close enough, I don't think, to get alongside Christian Oblag into the bottom end of the track. And this now is whether Shields really wants to find a way through on Oblag or whether he is happy with that second place. I know he's quite happy with another heat victory, but doesn't really need it if he doesn't need to do anything silly. So certainly I don't think he'll be throwing any moves down the inside that are going to potentially ruin his race, as Oblang there in the white helmet with the neon blue has a quick look over his shoulder, and Shields then now will go all the way to the outside as Oblang takes a much more defensive line into that back chicane. And, here at Lydd, with it being such a long, thin track, most of the paddock you can't actually see the far end of the track as they head down towards that second chicane, the bottom hairpin, and then they sort of reappear towards the back chicane. So down towards that far end, a lot of the drivers, if people are watching in the paddock from the viewing area, they do disappear somewhat, and then you're sort of hoping, waiting for them to come back, and in what order. The first 2 minutes of this race are complete. Shields close enough though to Oblang now through that chicane that he can certainly put pressure on the 76 machine in front. Maybe not quite close enough to make a move. So Shields, who currently leads the championship in Junior Pro Kart by 4 points from Sebastian Pereira, who isn't here this weekend, although has been racing just a little bit further north, up at Rowler on Friday. With Oblang 12 points back from Shields in third place. A really tight championship in Junior Pro Kart as we see Shields once again hounding Christian Oblang. Oblang takes the normal line. Shields goes slightly more to the inside rather than running all the way around the outside of Oblang into that hairpin at the bottom of the track. Much closer this time, within half a kart length, but allows Oblang to take the corner much more comfortably. Does get on the power earlier as they run down towards this first chicane, and will once again close up hard on the brakes then as they go in there. Harrison Johns, personal best for him with a 43.401. Still 2/10 between the two leaders though, hardly anything. Shields though pretty much pushing Oblang out of that corner. Will try and get the cut back once again. Will not have track position though because Oblang gets the drive out of that right hand hairpin at the end of the lap. Heading towards like half race distance now in terms of time. We'll have that 1 lap addition at the end. And Shields noticeably quicker in certain parts, but not really having the position to get through on Christian Oblang, and hasn't really tried anything silly thus far. Doesn't really need to. Oblang the one going defensive to the inside, and I'm not sure whether Shields so far is even that bothered really about making a move on Christian Oblang, because it's a points game really for Shields in Junior Pro here, is that knows that 2 heat victories and a second place, if it stays as it is, will put him in pole position for the final. So whilst he has closed up on Christian Oblang, hasn't made a move so far. There it is though, down the inside into the double apex right. If it was going to happen anywhere, it would have been there. He's been getting a good run throughout the race. He is on the inside. Oblang's going to stick it out round the outside, and back into the lead though comes Christian Oblang. It says in the top corner, look how close they were as they came over the line. Shields was down the inside though into that final corner, and even on the previous few laps he's had a good run though down that back straight, so knows where he can do it. But now, has he shown his hand too early? Will we see Oblang going much more defensive into that final complex of corners, that double right? As they head onto the back straight this time, Shields will once again close up, carries that speed, but now will Oblang go more defensive? He doesn't this time though. Thought he'd have at least parked the kart on the inside. Shields got the run down the inside, but wasn't close enough to get the nose down. Still only 1.5 tenths between the leaders, which has pretty much been that since the start, as they bounce over that exit curb on the inside. The little flick isn't, you don't really feel it, you just bounce over the curb, you barely even turn the steering wheel as they go onto the first intermittent straight before the second chicane. Shields then now following in the wheel tracks of Christian Oblang with 2 minutes remaining. Thank you to everybody that has got in touch. Redline card has been on. Go Max, great treks, you can do it. They've got Honda coming up again very shortly, although they've had most of theirs. They've got Honda 4 coming up in around about 2 races time after Minimax, as both Oblang and Shields all set personal best. Oblang with the fastest, John's also with a personal best of 43.282 for him. He's much closer to this leading duo than what he has been in the previous races. He's now still within 5 seconds of this leading duo. That has been a high-speed duo for much of this race, just pushing away. At the front, Shields has had a go at leading, although be it for only about 3 seconds, as he got down the inside of Christian Oblang into the right-hander at the end of the lap. 48 seconds, so we're going to get 3 more laps. I think they're going to get round for the last lap board and the time elapses, so we're going to have 3 more laps here. We're going to go up to 13 laps in Junior Pro. When it starts coming to the finals time for some of these classes, certainly the ones that are running at 33 seconds a lap, they're going to be at nearly 20 laps, as Shields this time goes to the inside into the back chicane. Can't get to the inside though. It would have been a brave move there, and Oblang was wise to it and had it scouted. Shields though now carries the speed down that back straight to get within half a kart length of Oblang. They do cross the line comfortably with 24 seconds remaining. 2 laps then, as the Oblang sets a personal best. It was the fastest lap of the race, although immediately eclipsed by Maximus Shields, and now Oblang going much more defensive into that second chicane. And will Shields get the run? He's going to go to the outside, see whether he can get the cut back down the inside of Christian Oblang. Oblang though has that one scouted as well. 2 drivers that know each other incredibly well, not just from JKC but for other series as well, racing nose to tail as we head onto the back straight. The time has elapsed. We'll go last lap board this time round, and I'm fairly sure Christian Oblang will be much more defensive into that final corner next time. Already there, chopping across the bow of Max Shields. Last lap board is out then between the 76 and the 181 of Max Shields. And Oblang far enough in front that he doesn't have to defend into the second chicane. The run out though sees Shields all over the back of Oblang. Oblang much tighter. Shields will go wide to try and get the cut back on the inside of Christian Oblang. Slots back in behind, and Oblang defensive then into the chicane. Will Shields manage to go round the outside and close right up on the back of the 76 through that final right hand flick as they head down towards the final complex of corners and into the last corner. Shields has half a nose down the inside of Christian Oblang. Has to relent there when Christian Oblang wins heat number 3 in Junior Pro Kart from Max Shields by a 1/10.5. Harrison Johns comes over the line a lot closer to the leading duo this time at 7.5 behind for 3rd place. Using this round, certainly with a few others not with us, to pick up a decent points haul for our driver of the number 10 at Junior Pro Kart. They're going to make their way round and off the track. Next up though, it's going to be heat number 3 for Minimax. Minis sees Daniel Parsons on pole position with Lucas Blanford alongside, Tyler Lee and Jared Fox-Whiteley on the second row, Lizzie Mentier and Callum Foster on row 3. Row 4 then we'll see Isaac Parkinson sharing with Melissa Adrian, Lewis Goff and Addison Smith completing the top 10 with Harry Holland and Leon Barlow on row 6, Oliver Fabricius and Ben Horner on row number 7. Ah, what a relaxing pastime fishing is, as the camera goes all the way over the back of the track here at Lydd, and picks up those two gentlemen, one fishing and one playing on his phone. They won't even know that we've got a camera on them. Although to be fair, the guy on the right on his phone may well be watching the live action from Lydd Kart Circuit on the Alpha Live channel, and if he is, thank you for joining us, as many of you have. Daniel Parsons then will lead us round in the 27 machine with Lucas Blanford on the outside, Tyler Lee and Jared Fox-Whiteley on the second row, Mentia and Foster on the second. It's a good start then from the outside, but it's not a good enough one for our starter. That's why on the overhead gantry you saw the green flag with the yellow V on it, the chevron. That is the false start flag, so we're going to get everybody back into the original order that they were. So Parsons in the 27, he's going to need to make his way through to the front once again. We're going to have to see whether I'm sort of just having a quick look at the first heat junior road tax has finally been confirmed. We've had the 5-second penalties for Vilnius and for Jensen Mason, one for contact and one for braking formation at the start. We'll have a quick look at any others as well. Just rattling through the heats here fairly quickly at the CKC JKC round number 4 as Tyler Lee takes a huge chunk of curb and drops back, and we're going to have another attempt at the start then in minis. So yeah, Tyler Lee there took a huge chunk of curb, dropped right the way back off the front row, and that meant the inside was just not able to get going. So false start for a second time then in our mini class. I think they need to slow it down a little bit on the way in. That double apex right does mean that the outside train does need to come all the way round. They have to go much further than everybody else, and then with that such a short run towards that line, they do need to make sure everybody is in a reasonable order. So we're going to have a third bite of the cherry then.
Attention, better grip. All Honda cadets for heat 4. That's Honda cadets.
Parsons will lead them down then in the red, white and blue cart on the inside, Blanford on the outside of that front row. Seems to be much tidier in the tram lines this time. The lights are out, we're away and racing, and Blanford sweeps through, and Tyler Lee, this contact between him and Callum Foster, they're facing the wrong way. Luckily the entire pack misses them, but the leading duo have managed to break through as Mentia is through on the 27 of Parsons up into third place, and now she's going to have to try and join on with everybody else as both Melissa Ader and Addison Smith come cleanly through as well. So Callum Foster involved by going over the grass once again. An incident for Foster with Tyler Lee this time facing the wrong way. Looks like Fox-Whiteley may well have got through into the lead there, just had a flash of orange potentially in front of Lucas Blanford. It is Jared Fox-Whiteley then leading the way as they come over the line for the first time, managing to get past Lucas Blanford, with Mentia then in third, Smith, Adrian, Parsons, Barlow, Foster, Goff and Parkinson completing the top 10 in front of Fabricius, Holland, Horner and Lee. Not sure what we're doing with time at the moment up there, because that's certainly, we've not had 3 minutes of racing in that opening lap, so it is 8 minutes plus 1 in our classes, so not sure whether that's come down because we've had the 2 false starts at the beginning of this race, but we'll see whether that changes when they come over the line. As we see Lewis Goff trying to make a move down the inside into the double right on Callum Foster, does get to the inside, but Foster gets much more drive round the outside of the corner and does manage to hold on, but then bounces over the curbs. That's going to unstable the kart. Jared Fox-Whiteley leading the way then, has a quick look over his shoulder with Lucas Blanford still behind. Lizzie Mentia's around about a second off, but if these two start battling and it's not as clean as either of them would like, Mentia's going to be right on the back there after that double race win, so we know she's got some faith. Goff still trying to find a way past Callum Foster for 8th place. In front of them, Daniel Parsons as well. Foster is going to defend to the inside. Will he carry too much speed and allow Goff to get a cutback, although Goff not quite close enough round the final complex of corners. Leon Barlow has moved up into 6th place at the expense of Daniel Parsons, and Oliver Fabricius moves into the top 10 as well, with Isaac Parkinson dropping down into 11th place. Fox-Whiteley still leading the way by 2/10. Mentia closing in ever so slightly on that previous lap as well. Now we've got Foster trying to go down the inside of Parsons. Goff's going to go round the outside as well with a great move, taking advantage of Daniel Parsons having to go tight, and now he's going to go down the inside of Callum Foster into the double right. Foster's going to try and get track position and move back to the inside. Fabricius rolling to a halt over start finish. He's got a problem, pulls his car off to safety, but Oliver Fabricius looking back at the engine that's just not going anywhere. Foster and Goff still battling it out with 3 minutes remaining. Parsons still behind. Goff's going to try and get to the inside. He will have track position this time into the chicane on Callum Foster, into that back chicane, and through he comes then. Finally makes that move then up into 7th place. He crossed the line in 7th, but Foster was right with him. If you look at the 2 times, identical. They came over the line side by side, but now Goff has managed to find a way through. He's going to have a gap of around about 1.5 seconds, I think, to Leon Barlow in front that he's going to have to try and reel in. And Barlow's personal best gets cleared from the screen. We'll find out what it is for them. And they've got almost a full second then for Goff to try and reel in on Leon Barlow in the remaining 2 minutes 20 and 1 lap of this heat number 3 for our Mini Max class, as Harry Holland there on the back of Isaac Parkinson, with Ben Horner coming along as well. Tyler Lee trying to recover in 13th place after that spin on the opening lap, as we see Addison Smith and Melissa Adrian out of the final corner, bouncing over the curbs there, nose to tail. 2/10 was the time between the 2 leaders, although Blanford appears to have closed that one up, certainly on the brakes into that second chicane. Mentia, though, is chipping away and is now to within 1/2 second of that leading duo, with Adrian and Smith in their own battle for 4th and 5th respectively behind. And they've got a gap of around about 4 seconds to try and close up on this one, but I'm sure that they're preoccupied in their own battle for 4th. Over the line they come then, 1.5 minutes remaining. Fox Whiteley sets the fastest lap of the race and the personal best at the same time to open up the gap to 3/10 from Blanford. Mentia, though, is the driver on the move, chipping away at Lucas Blanford in front, who's had a difficult weekend of racing. He's damaged his ribs earlier on in the week in practice, and is certainly driving through the pain, through gritted teeth, but he's holding on to 2nd place at the moment from Lizzie Mentia. But now, will the focus be on Jared Fox-Whiteley in front for the lead, or will he have to focus on defending? The position that you never ever want to be in racing, if there's 3 of you, is the one in the middle, because then you've got difficult decisions to make. Do you attack? Do you defend? And as Blanford bounces over the curbs there, every time he does so, it's just going to cause him so much pain, but he's battling on through in 2nd place. Did close the gap on the previous lap to Fox-Whiteley. Has a quick look over his shoulder though at Mentia behind. Knows that she's not too far back, as we've only now got half a second splitting 3 karts at the head of this pack. Fox-Whiteley will come over the line this time, and he will not. Blanford down the inside, late move on Fox-Whiteley for the lead. Came from 2 or 3 kart lengths back. They're going to have at least 2 more laps, and this one came over the line with 25 remaining, and Lucas Blanford from 2 kart lengths back just dived down the inside of an unsuspecting Jared Fox-Whiteley and takes the lead. 1.5 remaining then in Mini Max, as Jared Fox-Whiteley closes in on the back of Lucas Blanford. Little tap into the rear quarter of the 59 kart in front, so certainly carrying a bit more speed than the race leader into that bottom hairpin. Onto the back straight they come then for the penultimate time. 2 kart lengths back, Fox-Whiteley. Can he do to Blanford what Blanford did to him on the previous lap? Not quite close enough. I'm sure Blanford will defend that far more venomously when it comes to the final lap. Mentia, though, the fastest lap of the race with a 38.7. She's now joined right onto the back of this, and now there's Blanford defending from Fox-Whiteley into the 2nd chicane. Run up to the hairpin. Blanford, White lines it to the inside and then sweeps across on Jared Fox-Whiteley in there to try and put Fox-Whiteley off. Mentia's going to try and take advantage as well. So Blanford there with quite an aggressive move up into that top hairpin, sweeping across the track at Jared Fox-Whiteley. Not sure Fox-Whiteley's overly impressed with it, but Fox-Whiteley now is going to try and get it. Blanford hard on the brakes into the double apex right. They're going to be 3 wide over the line. Blanford holds off from Fox-Whiteley. Mentia in 3rd place. Smith and Melissa Adrian on the final lap gets taken by Lewis Goff for 5th place, who did close up on the battle in front of him. Barlow in 7th. in our mini class. So an intense final lap for our mini match class. Should be enough though to put Lizzie Mentier on pole position for the final with 2 heat victories and a 3rd place as well in the collective of points in that mini class. They're going to make their way then off the circuit. They're going to really collect Oliver Fabricius' kart there from down the bottom. So Blanford, Fox, Whiteley and Mentier coming off track then the top 3. As they come round, they're going to go up and over the weighbridge. We'll make sure everybody's nice and comfortably in the pit lane before we send out our next race of the day, which will be Honda Cadet number 4. Honda's then in the dummy grid holding area, waiting for them to be sent out. Standing start, of course, for our Honda Cadets, so they're going to make their way around. Freddie Lines will start on pole position from Max Gray-Trex, who's been receiving a lot of support in the live chat comments, alongside Larry Price and Ralphie Branscombe, the hometown hero, coming in on the 2nd row. Thomas Potter and Maximus Lewis will share row 3. Ethan Charles and Stanley Clark, row 4. Max Wheatley and George Ralston on row number 5. Bobby Pete, who's not here, but should have started 11th. He should have been alongside Alex Lynn, who will start in 12th place. 13th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson alongside Sam Howell, with Alfie Forrester and Harris Alley on row 8. Freddie Housego and Harris Roberts on row 9. Row 10, we'll see Ayrton Rye and James Fabricius, with Sam Hayes and Amy Peacock on row 11. Harry Samuel and Joshua Owen on row number 12. Complete our grid. After this one in this Honda class, we'll then be able to find out who's gone into the B final. Right hand side Fisherman is still on his phone. He's not going to catch anything like that. Having a quick look at the weather, with obviously drivers are going to come round, so we're going to grid up for a standing start. So I'm going to have a quick look at the weather and see whether we've got anything coming in. We've got nothing expected for the next 2 hours, which I'm sure will be pleasing for some and not so much for others, those drivers that do like it, do like the rain. Thank you for everybody that has got in touch. Please keep the comments coming in on the live chat to read them out throughout the day. Here, Deputy Junior Kart Championship. We're of course heading to GYG in North Wales in a month's time for round number 5 as we start the 2nd half of the season. Then we'll go to Landau, Hinton and Ella Park at the end of the season. Fist pump there for the 11 of Sam Hayes. He's going to have to come through from the back this time out, as is Amy Peacock. Track 3. Still waiting for confirmation of some results coming in as we have everything up to Junior Pro Kart, but we're still waiting for final confirmation on our Mini-Max Heat 2, Micro-Max Heat 2 and everything else after that as well. So we're just making sure everybody is in the correct position, because everybody's moved forward one with Bobby Pete not being here. So some big names at the front of this class for this one. All of them actually, really on the inside. We've looked at Lines, Price and Potter on the outside. Let's not discount Gretrex, who's had a top 2 finish, certainly at Wilton in heat number 1. Branscombe as well, who knows his way around here, albeit on a 160 in the local championship. He makes a good start. Larry Price just doesn't get away off the line. He's going to drop down a couple of places. Ethan Charles is back down the inside of him. Max Gray-Trex as well from the outside didn't have a good start. Everybody on the inside, though. Branscombe comes through from 4th place to run up in 2nd. Potter's up from 5th, then into 3rd as Alfie Forrester catches a little bit too much curb on exit. Ayrton Rye in the 18, looking very, very quick so far here today, having a really good run as they get down the inside of Sam Lewis into the hairpin. Amy Peacock trying to get through as well. Branscombe then leading the way now. They've got past Freddie Lyons, who led from pole position round the first half of the lap. Potter then is up into 2nd place. So Ralphie Branscombe leading the way. Potter though behind, trying to close in. 2 drivers in front of Freddie Lyons as well. So the top 3 all taking part in our Driven Dreams docu-series. Branscombe leads the way then from Potter, Lyons, Charles, Price, Wheatley, Clark, Gray-Trex, Ralston and Alex Lynn, your top 10 runners. As Larry Price looking to recover from that poor start, but will give up another place into the hairpin at the bottom of the track to Max Wheatley, although they are still side by side on exit as Ethan Charles gets down the inside of Freddie Lyons into the right-hander of the entry into the back chicane. This time though, Potter much closer to Ralphie Branscombe than what he was on the previous lap. See whether he can make his way through as Lyons closes up on Ethan Charles. Branscombe though still continues to lead. In the background it looks like Price and Stanley Clark are side by side over the line. Very little between them, although Clark now in front of Larry Price, who drops down to 7th. Gray Trex, Ralston and Lynn still the remaining runners in the top 10, as looked like Wheatley tried to get alongside Freddie Lyons into the corner there. The driver really on the move here, Ethan Charles, closing right in on the leading duo. Everybody else is still trying to sort themselves out into some sort of order in the background. The opening couple of laps in CKC, always quite fraught with this random grid format as drivers start to fight their way through and get mixing it up with drivers that are of a similar speed to themselves. Branscombe though continues to lead, looks over his shoulder as he bounces over the curbs, almost shakes his head off his shoulders there. Looks like Wheatley has finally managed to get past Lyons in the background. We'll get confirmation, but down the inside into the second chicane comes Thomas Potter, through on Ralphie Branscombe and into the lead. Can Branscombe fight back as Potter then defends into the hairpin at the bottom end of the track? Branscombe tries to get the cutback, but Ethan Charles in the background will be there to try and take advantage. Potter now then leading the way. Wheatley has managed to find a way past Lyons for 4th place. As you see there in the background, Wheatley in the darker colour kart, then there's a flash of orange as Lyons, Clark and Price in the similarly liveried BSR karts, as they're all nose to tail, as Ethan Charles carries a bit more speed into the corner than those in front of him, and has to back out of it as well. Branscombe though this time is the driver that gets the run out of the first chicane, and Ralphie Branscombe back down the inside of Thomas Potter and retakes the lead. Ethan Charles all over the back of Potter, trying to take advantage as well of the driver in the 20 in front of him. Max Wheatley is going to join this party if they keep battling in front, because he's managed to break away from Clark, Lyons, Price and Ralston behind to now currently sit really in no man's land. He was a second off the back of this at the start of the last lap, but they are now starting to battle, and Max Wheatley is right on the back. Expect him to probably set the fastest lap of the race as he comes over, closes right in on the back of everybody else. Ethan Charles then prime for attack from the 12 as down the inside goes Max Wheatley. Has the door closed on him though by Charles, who holds on to 3rd place. He runs then wide out to try and maximise his exit. Ralphie Branscombe, and behind them though Stanley Clark looks to have broken away from Freddie Lyons and Larry Price as well, which may bring him into what could well be a 5-kart battle for the lead in a lap's time. Branscombe continuing to lead the way down the back straight, defends to the inside though, parks the kart. Potter's going to try and get the cut back down the inside. Wheatley behind has got past Ethan Charles finally after a couple of laps of trying to get through. And Stanley Clark there is now right on the back of this battle. It's 5 karts deep for the lead then here at Lydd. Thomas Potter tries to get down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe closes the door. Wheatley gets alongside on exit, but then in trying to go round the outside will give the inside to Ethan Charles, who moves back up into 3rd place. Wheatley tries to get the cut back. Potter could well be on the inside of Branscombe here, although Branscombe sweeps across and closes the door. 7/10 between our top 5, and it looks like George Ralston has actually found a way past Freddie Lyons, and he could well be joining in as well in this one. Wheatley gets to the inside of Ethan Charles. Charles closes the door. There's George Ralston in the background in the green and blue kart. He's going to be on the back of this one. To be fair, Larry Price isn't too far back either. Harris Roberts in 8th place has come through into the top 10 with Lyons and Gray Trex then completing the runners. Ralphie Branscombe still holding firm. Has a decent run actually out that second chicane. Defends when he doesn't really need to, and then Potter may well get a good run on exit, but Branscombe once again tight to the inside into that right-hander as they head onto the back straight. 2.5 minutes remaining, and we could well be the top 10 battling for the lead here. If they keep battling, there's only 2.3 between all of them, and what was a 4-kart battle became a 5-kart battle. It's now at least 6 deep because Ralston has got past Stanley Clark, on that last lap as everybody set personal bests. The thing is, everybody from second or third backwards going quicker than the leading duo. Branscombe at the moment managing to hold Thomas Potter back with Ethan Charles in third place, Max Wheatley fourth, George Ralston's there, Harris Roberts now right on the back here in 8th place. As Wheatley tries to get down the inside of Ethan Charles. Charles takes a slightly different line. Can Wheatley get the run onto the back straight here on Ethan Charles? George Ralston's going to try and take advantage, carrying a huge amount of speed down that back straight, gets down the inside of Max Wheatley. Wheatley closes the door though, and in doing so that means everybody moves back a place or two, as there's a good battle going on behind between Greatrex, Ali, Lynn, Howell, Stansmore, Wilson and Rye, all the way back, I think, pretty much to the end of the race. But everybody else there, there's 2 distinct battles, the top 10 and then everybody from 11th down to the end, down to the rest of the pack, really getting involved with each other, and they've got an intense battle going on. We'll stick with this one for the lead, as you'd expect, as Potter finds a way back through on Ralphie Branscombe once again for the lead. And behind them now, Ethan Charles is going to have to try and defend off Max Wheatley, who's going to try and dive down the inside. Charles goes slightly too wide, carries too much speed, has his exit walk by Ralphie Branscombe, and Max Wheatley's going to be on the inside as Ethan Charles sweeps all the way around the outside as Stanley Clark goes across the grass, and in doing so almost catches Larry Price on, but when he rejoins as well. Luckily, everybody managing to get round the corner. Ralston now will be on the outside. Harris Roberts down the inside. Through he comes on George Ralston. That should move him up into the top 5. And Potter still leading the way from Branscombe. Charles, Wheatley, and then it will be Harris Roberts in 5th place, I think, when they come over. Time has elapsed, so the last lap board will be out this time, and then Harris Roberts makes a late dive down the inside of Max Wheatley into the final corner. Wheatley should have enough pace over the line, will he, to run this one all the way around the outside? He does, and holds on by the skin of his teeth to 4th place. And everybody else then now is going to try and get down the inside into that final corner. Looks like he has finally got back through into 4th on Max Wheatley. The 2 leaders though still nose to tail up into the top hairpin for the final time. Branscombe holding off Thomas Potter since he got back in front of him again. These 2 chopping and changing for the lead since the start of this race. And Ralphie Branscombe, who had a fantastic start from the 2nd row. Potter from 5th place, heading down towards the final corner. Branscombe leaves the door open ever so slightly. Potter can't stick a nose down the inside. Ralphie Branscombe, it's his home track, and he takes victory in heat number 4 from Thomas Potter, Ethan Charles and Max Wheatley. Crossing the line just in front of Harris Roberts, George Ralston, James Fabricius appears inside the top 10 on the final lap, having not been in there for most of that race. Larry Price, Stanley Clark and Finlay Lyons complete the top 10 in front of Max Greatrex, Harris Ali, Alex Lynn, Sam Howell and Isabella Stansmore Wilson completing the top 15. You can see down there that battle was just pretty much nose to tail from everybody from outside the top 10, really, just continuing to battle between each other. Fantastic racing all the way through the pack then in our Honda Cadet class for heat number 4. We'll now be able to collate their points with the, I think we're going to have 11 drivers in a runoff for 10 places in the final here at Lydd. And drivers are going to make their way off this track then. Race 14 here is in the bag. We are going through them at a fair rate of knots. Next race up then, it's time for heat number 3 for our Micromax class. Dip into the live chat, which we'll come to in a few moments, as we see Aston Brown will be on pole position for heat 3 with Harry Neeson alongside Toby Dukes, Logan Lauder row 2, James Roberts and Samuel Lowley on row 3. Row 4 then we'll have Daniel Minto and Alex Jones with Caden Simpson and Riley Upton Young completing the top 10, James Tate and Jack Richardson on row 6. Thank you to Freya Yeadon, she's watching from Yorkshire, and Hewitt 2008, saying good luck to Jaden Hewitt from everyone in the Isle of Man. Yeah, remind that Jaden Hewitt makes the trip over for CKC from the Isle of Man, as there Toby Dukes is going to retake his position in 3rd place there on the 2nd row alongside Logan Lauder. Row 3 though, with these two have been so evenly matched between Roberts and Lowdy. They are over the line. They were a little bit side by side, and there's still a little bit of bumping and boring in the middle part of that opening chicane. I don't know whether anybody's going to be looked at for breaking formation there, but they were definitely outside the tram lines as they make their way through and over the line. So Toby Dukes takes a huge amount of curve. James Roberts is the driver that's managed to make his way through as this. Oh, and that looks like we had Neeson slightly sideways there. He was on the outside of 2 karts on the inside that both understeered slightly wide. Harry Neeson, though, managing to recover and actually I think managed to hold on actually to 4th place. We'll get confirmation they come over the line, but it could have been far, far worse as Toby Dukes tries to get down the inside of Logan Lauder. Over the line they come then for the first time then in Micromax. Brown leads the way from Roberts, Minto, Lowdy, Neeson, Dukes. Although Lauder does cross the line slightly in front in 6th place. Dukes and in 7th. Simpson, Jones, Tate, Buckton, Young and Hutchinson, your runners in our Micromax class. There's Riley Buckton Young behind James Tate, in front of them Alex Jones, who we know is probably going to come strong in this one. Alex Jones, he seems to take a while to get into it in the opening couple of laps, and then all of a sudden just has a massive burst of speed, does Alex Jones, and just starts appearing well towards the top of the timing, starts making a real good effort to head towards the top of the timing, the top 5. James Roberts now then leading the way from Aston Brown, has managed to get through the last part of the 2nd lap. Minto in 3rd. He's going to try and get all the way around the outside of Aston Brown, and does actually quite comfortably by the time they get to that 2nd chicane. So Aston Brown not quite having the top end speed that Minto and James Roberts have got. Minto being able to sweep all the way around the outside then on Aston Brown for that 2nd place. Alex James has been on saying let's go Harris Roberts 45. Well, he had a good effort of coming through the pack in that one, and he got up in towards the top 5 or 6 and struggling to get through then towards the lead. But it's a track that, whilst we've mentioned a few times, has a lot of overtaking opportunities. It's not like you can do one into one call, one into the next. You do have to line them up, hence why we're not seeing drivers come through the pack quite as much as we have in some of the other CKC events, as Alex Jones and Toby Dukes argue over the same bit of track, tarmac and concrete on the curbs. Dukes, though, managing to hold back the advances of the number 30, Alex Jones, although Jones now will get the cutback potentially on Dukes. 5 deep in this battle from 7th all the way down to Riley Buckton Young in 11th place. There's James Tate and Caden Simpson. Simpson gets blocked on exit. Tate sweeps all the way around the outside and moves up into 9th place. Still, though, Toby Dukes holding off Alex Jones at the front of this pack. RS72 joins us watching from Telford. Thank you very much for taking the time. Another comment coming in as well, as Alex Jones does finally manage to find a way through past Toby Dukes. Dukes on exit, arm up off the steering wheel. I'm not quite sure. I think that could have been because James Tate had a slight tap into the back, although I'm not sure how much Tate could do there because Dukes had been balked on exit and was slightly sideways. Tate carrying a lot more speed round there. I don't think he was expecting that, so nothing for me there on James Tate. Aston Brown now down into 4th place, has been overtaken by Samuel Lowdy in the last couple of laps. Neeson seems to be a lot closer in that battle for the top 5. Then we've got Lauder quite comfortably in 6th. Then we've got this battle with Jones and Tate, Dukes, Simpson and Riley Buckton Young as well, although they have spread out a little bit more in the last couple of laps. James Roberts and Daniel Minto battling out for the lead. They were side by side into the back chicane. Minto then now close enough to James Roberts to potentially put a move down the inside. Roberts then hard on the brakes. You see there turning the steering wheel left and right under braking just to scrub a little bit more speed off. Half race distance then in our Micromax heat number 3. Daniel Minto in the box seat, watching the leader, feeling him out, finding out where strengths are, where the weaknesses are, where the move's going to come later on in the lap. We already know James Roberts is going to defend into that final double apex right because he feels that Minto's going to carry more speed into that corner. Down towards the double apex right, and now Minto does get through on James Roberts. Looks like Roberts was a little bit too hard on the brakes potentially there. We heard a little bit of tyre squeal down the inside there. Through comes the number 28 machine on the number 2 for the lead. Daniel Minto then leading the way now, and can James Roberts stick with Daniel Minto and be in a position to try and make a move as they head towards us there. Neeson and Aston Brown battling quite hard over 4th place there. There was contact on the way out, and that's allowed Logan Lauder to close right up on the back as well. And Aston Brown struggling to hold on as they bounce down that back straight. I haven't really seen that in any of the other classes as they take the bumps down that back straight. Aston Brown, not sure if that was frustration or just wanting Logan Lauder to work with him and push him onto the back of Harry Neeson, although Neeson has opened the gap and looks to have been able to move away ever so slightly. Minto, though, leads the way. Roberts was a kart length or 2 back into the hairpin, but seemed to close it up on the exit, so it looks to me more like Minto's geared to more towards the end of the straight. Roberts a little bit more towards the early part of it, trying to get hard on the brakes and then using the drive to get out of the corner in front of the kart in front. Aston Brown closes right up on Neeson. Looked like Neeson actually was going to break away in the last couple of laps as Roberts has managed to find a way back past Daniel Minto. You can see it there in the top corner. There was a flash of green, so we've missed that one off camera, but we have another change for the lead between our top 2 runners in this Micro Max class. Roberts then now leading the way from Minto, 1.5 minutes remaining. Aston Brown expecting to close up on Harry Neeson round here. He did on the last lap, was a lot closer. And once again now, Daniel Minto back in front of James Roberts. Roberts, though, gets the run out of the right-hander at the end of the chicane and through into the final corner, gets down the inside. Will Minto get the cutback? 1 minute remaining. We're going to have 3 more laps of action then in our Minimax class here at round 4 at Lydd for the Cadet Kart Championship. Daniel Minto in 2nd place, all over the back of James Roberts. They've both had goes at leading this race, chopping and changing for the victory. In this final heat, Minto with 2 race victories only needs 2nd to put him on pole position in the final, but this is psychological. Minto down the inside of James Roberts, through back into the lead with 30 seconds remaining. Still 2 laps though. Roberts is going to have plenty more opportunity if he sticks with Minto. Minto defends to the inside. Will he carry too much speed and allow Roberts to get the run out? They're side by side over start finish. Minto, those on the outside, should have enough to sweep round into the first chicane. 15 on the clock then, so that's going to go down to 0. And then when they come over next time round, it will be the last lap. Minto and Roberts putting on a show here at the front of our Micro Max class. Can Roberts, will he save it for the last lap, knowing that Minto's going to be much more defensive? Minto with a tighter line through the chicane. Roberts will potentially have more run down the back straight. Look at him close up right into the slipstream on Daniel Minto. James Roberts pulls out down the inside. Minto squeezes him, but Roberts is through down the inside. Minto's getting side by side. He's back on the inside. Daniel Minto leads them over the line then as we begin the last lap here at Lydd in Micro Max heat number 3. And James Roberts now starting to really pile on the pressure on Daniel Minto in front. Minto being able to hold off from James Roberts so far. Half a lap remaining then in this Micro Max heat number 3. Roberts all over the back. Minto goes tight into the back chicane. One more opportunity then for James Roberts, but I get the feeling that Dan Minto's going to park this one on the inside. Moves to the inside, then Minto white lines it. Roberts is going to have to try and go down the outside, get the cutback. He's down the inside and up onto the grass, balked into his exit, and he's going to drop all the way down to 3rd. Minto then with the victory. Loudy gets 2nd. Robertson going for the win will drop down into 3rd. Neeson, Lauder, Brown, Jones, Tate are going to be the top 8. Then it's going to be a drag race to the line between Simpson in 9th and Buxton Young in 10th, with Toby Dukes 11th. He's going to cross the line in front of Jack Hutchinson. There is Hutchinson crossing the line. Race 16 then will be up next. It's time for our final heat of the day before we then start moving into our finals. The first final then will be our Junior Pro Kart final. That's going to go in front of the Honda B final as we get the grid sorted out for that class. Then we'll have Minis, Micros, Junior Rotax and Honda A after that. Micro Max then make their way off the track. It's time for heat number 3 in Junior Rotax. There's James Roberts rolling his kart in. He's having to push that one back into the pit lane by himself. I don't know whether he was heading for a bump start there to try and get it to go. I don't know whether the... oh, there we go. Got it moving eventually, so that kart did come over the finish line a little bit slower than expected because he tried to make that move on Daniel Minto down the inside on the final lap, which gave Samuel Lowley the opportunity to come through for second place. Final heat then is making their way out onto the track from the dummy grid. It's heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Tom Carter will be on pole position with Harry Hurst Grover alongside Ollie Naylor and Bartek Filipiak row 2, Sam Stoner and Dugas Previlinos on row 3. Nicholas Ellis and Jaden Hewitt share row 4, Max Shields and Elliot Thomas on row number 5 with Finley Watson and Jensen Mason on row 6. Curtis Latimer and Jacob Jukes complete our runners then. Comments, so Joe 72 is on saying, well done James Brishes, just watch each 4 whilst after doing homework. Well done. Well, James Brishes then, he came through in that heat before for Honda, was really out of nowhere to insert himself into 7th place as well. Here we go then for the final heat of the day before it's finals time here at Lydd. Away we go then, over, start, finish. Lights are out, so we are away and racing, and it looks like it's Harry Hurst Grover leading them through the chicanes at the first time of asking. They're going to be 3 wide in the background. They're going to have to sort themselves out. Bartek Filipiak on the outside. He's going to get hung out as everybody comes down the inside. He's going to make a slow exit as well. So unlucky there for Bartek, just getting hung out on that chicane, meaning everybody comes down. Difficult to get back in then. And then you're tight then for the second part of the chicane, which means everybody gets you on the way out as well, which is unfortunate. Out at the front though, looks like Hurst Grover. Well, at the very end, it could be Tom Carter actually who's got through, which is a flash of the green helmet, so it looks like Carter may well have got through. We'll have a quick look as they come over the line. It is Carter then leading the way. Naylor's got through for second as well, with Hurst Grover in third. Watson, Ellis, Stoner, Previlnis, Latimer, Jukes and Hewitt. Top 10 is Shields, Mason and Filipiak, who's dropped down in the tail of the third after that difficult opening laps. Max Rowley Karting's been on saying good luck Tom Carter. Well, doing well enough so far to be leading the way and quite comfortably as well at the front of this pack. So just having a quick look, we'll have a Mini Max Heat 2, that was clear in terms of any sort of penalties. We've had a lot of updates since then, so we'll see whether everything else is clear as well as they make their way over the line once again. The first 2 minutes of this race almost in the bag. There's Ollie Naylor coming under pressure from Finley Watson, who has moved up into third place, and Watson goes down the inside into the right-hand hairpin. As in the background we see Nicholas Ellis and Harry Hurst Grover battling out as well. Now Hurst Grover's going to go defensive into that chicane with Ellis all over the back, and then there's a gap of around about a second back to Stoner, and then Jacob Jukes in 7th. He's come through from the back of the pack. So the first 2 minutes are in as we're still side by side in the background. Looked like it was Jaden Hewitt on the outside there of Jensen Mason and Curtis Latimer coming through. All 3 karts there in the purpley colours. There they are making their way through. That's Jaden Hewitt in the 18. Quick look at some of our other things. Have had a fairly big development actually in Honda Cadets, in that whilst there was a penalty applied to Ayrton Rye, a 5-second front pairing, Heat 3 race winner Amy Peacock removed from the standings for leaving the Parc Fermé without permission. So that kart moved from the holding area that had come off the track without permission and race winner Amy Peacock removed from the standings, and very likely will now have to go in the B final because there'll be no points on offer for that. So unfortunate for Amy Peacock. Still though, plenty of time for her to come back through. Certainly if she does have to go in the B final. We'll try and find out which drivers are in that as well. Later on, we'll see whether we can have get a grid. I think we have a slight change in running order as well, so I'll run through that in a few moments' time. So after this Heat 3, Junior Pro Kart will have their final, then Honda B will be after that. Then it's going to be minis as Bartek Filipiak comes in, and that's a rear bumper hanging off, and hence why Bartek is holding it up in the air. Don't know whether he'd have had a mechanical flag anyway, but he's certainly been brought. He would have been brought in if he hadn't have come in under his own volition there. So Bartek Filipiak from 13th place with that rear bumper hanging off. Jacob Dukes then down the inside of Ollie Naylor. That's going to move him up into 4th place, having already got past Harry Hurst Grover on the same lap as well. So Dukes then up from the final row into 4th place. And so the running order after this heat is going to see Junior Pro Kart for their final. Then we're going to have Honda Cadet B, Minimax, Micromax, Junior Rotax and Honda Cadet A. So still haven't got confirmation of a grid yet for that Honda B final, but we'll find out at the very least when they come out and see. They have 11 runners, but it will be for 10 places. It's 30 kart grid then for the Honda final here at Lydd. That's the maximum grid size capacity is 30. Hence why we have at most tracks we have in B finals in our Honda class. 3 minutes remaining, then Carter leads the way from Watson. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Then back to Nicholas Ellis, another 2 seconds further back. He's going to have to work hard now to hold on from Jacob Dukes, who's closing in on that 3rd place. The gap was 7/10 on the previous lap. Dukes is going to try and close that one in. He's still got 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining to make the move, so doesn't need to rush it, because I don't think then he's going to be able to close in the 2 leaders in front. As Watson closes in slightly, but Carter sets a personal best to sort of keep the gap at a fairly consistent 1.1. And now here's Dukes right on the back of Nicholas Ellis. Kart length between them, so not going to be close enough yet, I don't think, for Dukes to make a move. What do I know? Straight down the inside into the back chicane, and Jacob Dukes through. I thought he was going to have to wait until this corner, but Jacob Dukes with a late move on the brakes down the inside into the back chicane, moves through and up into 3rd place. Ellis then drops down into 4th. Naylor still a fairly comfortable 5th over the line, although has started to be reeled in the tail end of this race by Harry Hurst Grover. So Naylor, who moved through and was almost a second in front of Hurst Grover, is having that time reeled back in. Ellis now managing to stick with Jacob Dukes in the early part of this lap since he got through. So Dukes comes through, sets the fastest lap of the race. Ellis now being dragged along with. We've still got 2 seconds to Finlay Watson in front of them with 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. So maybe 5 laps of action then still in this junior class. I'm not sure whether they're going to be enough to close in, as they do close the gap to the lead ever so slightly. Tom Carter out at the front. Still 1.2 then off the back of Finlay Watson. So it looks like 3rd is going to be about as far as Jacob Dukes can progress in this race, albeit from the back of the grid. It's been a very, very good effort for the driver of the number 14. Sorry, the 34. 14 being Harry Hurst Grover, albeit in the same livery as well. So Dukes, 13-year-old from Nottingham, moving through into 3rd place from the back of the pack. Personal best once again then from Tom Carter with a 37.6, as there's a change for 8th place between Jensen Mason and Sam Stoner. Going to have 3 more laps here, because I think the leaders are going to get comfortably round before the last lap board in this one. I'm really impressed with Ellis actually, since he got overtaken by Jacob Dukes. Thought Dukes was just going to start pulling away, but Ellis, at least for the last couple of laps, has been able to stick with Jacob Dukes. Has dropped a 10th or 2 off the back now since, but still there or thereabouts. Naylor and Hurst Grover behind. We've still got a gap of around about 3/10 between them. There they are, but in the background lurking is Curtis Latimer, who's just towed up onto the back of this battle now for 5th place. And could be close enough as the time elapses, so they've got a lap and a half. Curtis Latimer is a driver that really they need to be looking out for here. Harry Hurst Grover in that position in the middle where it's difficult for him, and Latimer towing right up on the back of Hurst Grover. Hurst Grover has a double right look over his shoulder, make sure nobody's down the inside. Nicholas Ellis, fastest lap of the race, 37.4. In this one, still in 4th place, right on the back though of Jacob Dukes as we enter the final lap. Now we've got Ollie Naylor holding off Harry Hurst Grover and Curtis Latimer up to the hairpin, and Naylor wide on entry, tries to get the run on the way out. Hurst Grover then tempted into a nibble down the inside. Is that going to play into the hands of Latimer? We'll find out in a few moments as round the double apex right to take victory in heat number 3. Tom Carter takes the flag from Finlay Watson, 7/10 the gap. Dukes and Ellis 3rd and 4th. Then it's going to be Naylor for 5th place, holding off Hurst Grover and Latimer on the final lap in front of Jensen Mason, Sam Stoner and Maximus Shields, the top 10. Jaden Hewitt crossing the line just behind in 11th place. That is all of our heats sorted here at Lydd. Time for our first final of the day. Will be that for our junior Pro Kart class. We will have a slight delay obviously because we need to get Max Shields out of his Rotax and dump him in his junior Pro Kart. So we're going to get him down there in that machine. If there is anybody out there in the paddock that fancies a little chat with myself, feel free to find the commentary box. I know it's not easy to find here at Lydd because one of the CKC officials took them around about 20 minutes to find out where we are. We are through the doors where the toilets are, first door on the left. If anybody fancies a little chat, come in. There's a spare headset, and we will have a chat. Just come straight in the door. It's easy. You know, we've not got a doorman or anything like that. There's no security on it. You don't have to. You're not on a VIP list or anything like that. So just make your way in, and we will have a quick chat with you. Tracy Carter saying, "Come on, Tom. Well done. Send it." Well, he sent it straight to victory lane in that one with a fantastic victory in our junior Rotax class. Next up then, first final of the day. It's time for junior Pro Kart. There was some of our Rotaxers just getting themselves off. Max Shields will have to jump out of one. And I'm not sure how much he knows that he's got to go racing straight away again in Junior Pro Kart, because we have swapped that round with our Honda B final as we work out who's in the Honda B final. Max Shields then will start on pole position with Christian Oblang alongside. Harrison Johns starts in P3 then for this Junior Pro Kart final. We're going to a much longer time frame as well for our finals. It's up to 12 minutes plus 1 lap rather than the 8 minutes plus 1 lap that we've been having for our heats so far. So we'll be a lot longer in terms of that, as we see when that's Tom Carter making his way off, having taken victory. The race suit's already down, although the helmet's on. He's just getting some airings. Whilst we've not got much sun here at Lydd, it is still rather warm outside. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday. We had a lot of sunshine out yesterday, though we did have a thunderstorm overnight, which was gave people a bit of thought and consideration before the 3-lap warm-up practice this morning. But everybody went out on slicks. The track did dry really, really quickly here at Lydd, so we did manage to get everybody out on slick tyres. There was 1 or 2 patches certainly sat in the curbs as well. You can see there on the inside, on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the curbs where they're not flat, the carts do bounce over them. There is some rutting on the inside. There was water sat in there that the carts were kicking up. So there was plenty to think about for our drivers out there. await our junior pro karts to make their way out onto the circuit here at Lydd. So I've just had a quick look out the commentary box window to make sure that they were all there and ready to go. They are, so we should hopefully be have our junior pro kart out for their final in a few moments' time. Still no takers in the want to come and talk to the commentator stakes, so it looks like I'll just have to keep going all by my little self and see how we get going for this one. Junior Pro Kart then about to come out for their final. Max Shields then championship leader will go off pole position with Christian Oblang alongside. This is a real opportunity for Oblang to take a huge amount of points and close that gap to Sebastian Pereira, who not with us this weekend but goes into the race day today in second place in the championship, only 4 behind Shields after a fantastic victory in the final at Rower in those wet conditions a month ago, which saw him go right up the standings. Still waiting for our juniors to make their way out onto the track though. Yeah, Marshall on the start line there with his arms folded. He looks as impatient as the rest of us to get going. That is the Parc Fermé area. The kart that you can see in the top left corner there, that's Max Shields, which that's just been vacated as he runs over. So what they're doing now is we've got our chief scrutineer on the right of the screen. That's Keith. He's having a quick look at some of the karts and everything. So they're taking certain parts off and making sure that they comply. And throughout the day, I'm sure everybody will have a trip to see Keith. So we've got around about half our karts there. Carter's down there. Watson's down there. Looks like Ollie Naylor in the background as well, having their karts looked at. So everybody will have probably a trip to the scrutineer, making sure everything is compliant throughout the race day. So looks like we're going to just having parts delivered. So being asked to take bits off, deliver them over there to the scrutineer, and then they'll take them all back to their awnings and fit them all back on later on, ready to go racing. Looks like Jensen Mason's 58 machine needed the side pod taking off to access whatever part it was that the scrutineer wanted. So yeah, certainly all the bits coming off there, just making sure everything is as it should be. I think it's something potentially to do with the clutch, because everyone's got the chain off there down the bottom end. That's what's hanging down just below the bottom of the wheel on that number 58 kart. Juniors then making their way out then onto the track, so I can just hear the rumble of junior pro karts making their way out. As looks like there's a few people in the background there look confident enough that the rain's going to stay away, that they're taking their awning down. Looks like it's 39 in minis. It's Isaac Parkinson down there. They're taking the awning down, so they look content that it's not going to rain then for the rest of the day. Junior Pro Kart then out on circuit. Shields and Oblang on the front row with Harrison Johns behind. And let's see whether Oblang can make a good start and get in front of Shields, because Shields in the last one, not sure whether he was just content to sit behind in second place, although did have a couple of stabs at getting through and did at one point on Christian Oblang, but Oblang managed to win heat number 3. So Shields with 2 heat victories so far to his name, and a 12-point advantage going into this round from Christian Oblang. Red light is on the overhead gantry. They look up, the engine notes rise. We're away and racing in Junior Pro Kart. It's a good start from Oblang, but only enough, I think, for him to slot into second place in front of Harrison Johns. So Christian Oblang, the youngster from Newcastle, making the long trip down, as of a lot of people, a lot of northern-based drivers in this Junior Cadet Kart Championship, making this long trip down to Lydd in Kent on the south coast. Many of them, in fact, turning it into a mini holiday. I've spoken to many a driver, parent and helper that have been down here since Monday or Tuesday, bringing the caravan down and taking advantage of the fantastic weather we've had down here on the south coast until last night when we had that massive thunderstorm. Shields then leads it over the line for the first lap, both himself and Oblang taking a huge amount of curb there in the middle part of the first chicane. 10 minutes then plus 1 lap. Thank you to everybody that has got in touch via the live chat. Do keep them coming as we head towards the finals at the end of the day. Here we are then with the first one. Just had confirmation as well of the Honda Cadet B final. Everybody that's going to be in there. So we're going to have 11 runners then in the Honda Cadet B final. Jensen White will be on pole for that one, with Freddie Lyons alongside Max Greytrex and Freddie Housego. Cameron Tipping, Rio Wardley, Alfie Forrester, Max Housego, Max Lewis, Amy Peacock and Joshua Owen are the 11 drivers that are going to be going in our Honda Cadet B final. So Peacock, who won the heat and then was removed from the standings, will have to go from 9th place in that Honda Cadet B final, which will be coming up next here on the Alpha Live channel. So obviously not scoring any points following that exclusion from the standings. She will have to come through, and whilst it is 10 from 11 runners to get into that Honda Cadet B final, we'll have to take that nervous lottery of going out in that B final. All it's going to take is one mechanical from any of our drivers, and that's their day over. They will not progress into the Honda A final. So Shields there leading the way still, but had a bit more of a gap to Oblang at the early part of the last lap. Oblang seems to have closed that in, as the gap is just under a quarter of a second. Fairly sure Oblang though won't show his hand too early in this one. No point going soon and then leaving yourself open to attack, as Shields has a look over his shoulder. And the thing is, if you do go early, then you become the hunted rather than the hunter. At the moment, I think I would probably want to be in Christian Oblang's seat in second place, having to try overtake rather than defend for the next 7 laps, as Harrison Johns there taking the curbs at the second chicane. See they're bouncing up and over those curbs. Not the most aggressive in the world, but they do invite you to go over them, and with that it does sometimes unstable the kart. We've seen that once or twice now. It's Oblang right on the back of Shields. Shields with a double look over his shoulder. Oblang waiting to see what he can do here on Max Shields. It could well be that Shields has just saving those tyres a little bit to go deeper into this race. You can do a little bit with them in terms of tyre pressures, the amount of air that you put in them, and the less air you put, the longer it takes then for them tyres to come up to temperature. Then you can put too much in, the temperatures come up nice and early, but then they start overdoing them and you get too much slippage on the tyre. So there's plenty to go at here. Could well be that Oblang's gone early in terms of setup. He's right on the back, but he seems to be confident that he's going to be there or thereabouts at the end of this race, that he doesn't need to find a way past Maximus Shields too early, as Shields there. Not the first time today we've seen a driver going in there. In fact, it was more so in the junior ranks earlier on, where they're going into that corner. It's fast down that bottom end, and they're throwing the steering wheel right and left, using the front wheels to scrub speed off, almost like a secondary brake, to scrub the speed off into the double apex right, as they're hard on the brakes for that corner. Probably the only real part of the track where they're actually on the brakes properly, rather than just a little bit of a dab in the middle part of a corner to get them going, such as the speeds that the drivers are carrying round this Lydd circuit. Down towards the double apex right, then Shields has opened a gap of 2-3 kart lengths as he had on the previous lap, so looks a little bit more comfortable. 2.5 tenths is the gap between our two leaders. On the previous lap, Shields set the fastest lap on lap number 5. Has a kart length or 2 from Christian Oblang. And Oblang close in on Shields. Shields with another look over his shoulder, not for the first time in this race. Oblag though not close enough as they go onto the back straight, unless he's going to make a late dive down the inside. Still don't think he's that interested in making a move on Shields. Shields then takes the chunk of curb on the inside. Will that hamper his exit? Oblag certainly a lot closer, and he sets the fastest lap of the race this time with a 42.4. So Shields, in clattering that curb on the inside, has really backed himself into Christian Oblag there. Even though he did set a personal best at the same time, Oblag, fastest lap of the race, took a 10th out of Shields, and then Shields had to then defend into hairpin 2 as Oblang got the run out of into chicane 2 as Oblang got the run out of the first one and took advantage of Shields making a mistake around about 20 seconds earlier on into this junior pro kart race, and this time Shields doesn't take the same amount of curb. 3.5 minutes remaining then in this first final of the day here. Junior Pro Kart Championship leader Max Shields holding back Christian Oblang, who will no doubt jump into second place in the championship with big points hauled for his 2 second places and a third, 2 second places in the victory in this Junior Pro Kart class, with the much smaller grid than normal, but expect that to increase back to its normal numbers as we head towards GYG in a month's time. Shields leading the way, and this one just keeps going out to 2/10, back down to a 10th or so, back out again. This time it's Shields setting the fastest lap of the race, a 42.386 between Shields and Oblag. Oblag though closing up on the brakes into the chicane. Shields though is able to get on the power earlier and opens the gap up back out to 2 kart lengths, although it does go a little bit wider on exit into that bottom hairpin. Doesn't have to defend though into the chicane. He's still got that 2 kart lengths. Will Oblang close up round that long sweeping left-hander and onto the back straight? There's still 2 between them. Oblang not close enough to make a move on Max Shields this time round. Shields once again clatters that curb on the inside. Needs to stay away from that because we've seen him already lose a bit of time in doing so. Christian Oblang, personal best, 42.4, closing the gap ever so slightly on Max Shields. It was 1/4 of a second last time. It's down to a fraction over 2/10. That might seem like nothing, but you're certainly going to notice that he is closer. Round the bottom hairpin. I'll come back into view for everybody in the paddock at around about now. This track being so long, you do disappear from the viewing area down the bottom end of the track, which you can see here. Certainly after that first chicane, you just disappear, and then it's a nervous wait for those watching. Loved ones, helpers, supporters. Shields pumps in another fastest lap of the race, 42.278. Opens the gap by a 10th. That's how close it is. You can put in a fastest lap and barely even notice any difference between our top 2 out there on the track. 1 minute remaining then, so they're going to get round at least comfortably this time. They might not do it for another lap after that. We'll see in a few moments. We know it's around about 42 to 43 seconds a lap. They may well get round. The pace in this one has been so quick that they may well just get round in enough time that at the end of this one that they're going to have another lap. So 44 seconds as they went over the line. This one's going to be tight between Shields and Oblang. They might end up racing for another 3 laps in this one if they don't get them, if they don't slow it up a little bit. Harrison Johns puts in his personal best, a 43.082. I think that's his fastest lap of the race meeting thus far. Johns, who will take points away for a quartet of 3rd places. Certainly well over half race distance as well, so any issues for any of these drivers will still be taking points home for 3rd. They're going to comfortably come through now. Time's had a little bit added, so the time elapses. No last lap board though when they come round next, so they'll get last lap board next time. 2 more laps then in Junior Pro Kart. Personal best from Christian Oblang. They're just swapping fastest laps, personal bests, then the other one will snatch the fastest lap away, then there'll be another personal best between the 2 of them. 1/4 of a second between our 2 leaders. This has been the gap for the entire race between Max Shields and Christian Oblang. two front runners in this class. There's a kart length between them. Shields with a double over the shoulder look. To the inside he goes. Oblang's going to try and get the cut to the inside. Onto the final lap then. There's nothing between them. A tenth between Shields and Christian Oblang. Can Oblang, for the first time in this race, put a move on Max Shields? He seemed content so far to ride shotgun, to keep his hand of cards well hidden. Can he play anything going up into this top hairpin? Tries to get a run down the inside. Shields, I don't know whether he's going to have to defend this one. Another personal best then from Harrison Johns. Oblang goes wide. It's going to be a final corner lunge as they go onto the back straight then for the final time. Then nose to tail. Shields comes to the inside to defend. Just needs to get hard on the brakes. Oblang's going to try and get the cut down the inside. Shields has done enough to hold on for victory from Christian Oblang by a tenth and a half. Harrison Johns will cross the line in third place as he makes his way down the back straight. Fantastic result then for Max Shields with Christian Oblang in second place. There is Harrison Johns crossing the line in third place. You can see on the screen there, clapping Harrison Johns over the line, Max's mechanic Jordan Guy, who we spoke to earlier on, and as he's been mentioning all weekend, if the driver wins, it's a team effort, and if the driver doesn't win, it's all down to the driver. So I'm fairly sure he'll be trying to claim that trophy for the victory off Max Shields at the end of this race. I imagine he'll be trying to get a step on the podium as well. But Max Shields then leads Junior Pro Kart and extends his lead in the Junior Pro Kart Championship from Christian Oblang, who will no doubt now jump up into second place with Max Shields not with Sebastian Pereira not joining us here then. So they're just onto the weighing scales. They're making sure that they are over the weight limit. Nice little thumbs up there to make sure everything is clear. Shields with the arm up. He's waiting there for the to get the cone moved. I think that's just going to wait because I think they're going to have to scrutineer some of the carts from just rolling forwards. That's just to make sure that they don't leave the holding area too soon. Engines off then for our Junior Pro Kart, which means it's time for us to have our B final in Honda Cadet. Honda's making their way out then for their B final. We're going to have 11 runners with 10 going through, but it will also set positions from 21st through to 30 on the grid. Jensen White and Freddie Lyons start on the front row. Max Graytrex and Freddie Housigo on the second row. Rio Wardley and Cameron Tipping on row 3. 7th will be Alfie Forrester with Max Housigo alongside Amy Peacock. Starts in 9th with Max Lewis in 10th. Joshua Owen will start in 11th place. So whilst we do have at least one of our drivers will not go through at the end of this one, we will be using this B final to set the grid positions for our positions 21 down to 30 on the grid. So the winner of this B final will start in 21st place, second will start 22nd respectively, all the way down towards the 30th place. So drivers rolling into position. White on pole with Lines alongside. Keep an eye out then for Amy Peacock, who's already won a heat here today and had that removed with an exclusion to try and come through from 9th place. 9th would be enough to see her through, but I'm fairly sure she wants a higher starting position for the final here. Around about 50 minutes time. Here we go then. Lights are out. We're away and racing. Jensen White gets a good start. Freddie Lyons slots into second place as everybody tries to make their way through and round this first corner for the first time as they run then down towards the second chicane. Everybody then comfortably through. Peacock's made up a place or two, has she? Let's have a quick look in a few moments as they make their way through, although I'm not sure she's out there actually. I think we have 10 runners, so we'll confirm that when they come over the line. Nonetheless, this will set the grid positions for the final in around about 50 minutes time. The leading duo though, White and Lines, have moved away, so we'll check them as they cross the line for the first time. It is White leading the way from Lines, Wardley and Greatrex third and fourth, Housego tipping fifth and sixth, Lewis, Forrester, Housego and Joshua Owen in ninth and 10th. So yeah, Amy Peacock, who was excluded from Heat 3, doesn't appear to be out with us then for this final. She'll have started 9th. So it looks like everybody will be going through, but just in what order, as Max Greatrex gets down the inside of Rio Wardley. Great move and bounces up and over the curbs as well. And we've got Freddie Housego in 5th place. Max is down in 9th, the two brothers. He's going to try and make a move down the inside of Rio Wardley into the right, double right at the bottom of the circuit. Can't get through. And so White and Lines currently leading the way. They're just moving out at the head of the field. Greatrex is up into 3rd place with Wardley in 4th. We know he's difficult to overtake. But it looks like Housego has managed to finally get through. He did try and make a run, but then Wardley straight back down the inside into the hairpin at the bottom. Does carry a bit too much speed though, and Housego will come back down the inside into that right-hander, into the chicane. And through he goes into position. So White then leading the way. That's Sam Lewis in 7th place. He tries to get alongside Cameron Tipping into the right-hander. Through he goes for 7th place. Good overtake then into that double apex right-hander. We're still nose to tail all the way then down with Max Housego in 9th place. Sticking with the back as Alfie Forrester makes a move to the inside of Cameron Tipping for 7th place. Looks like he managed to get through. Jensen White leading the way then from Freddie Lines and has opened up a gap of half a second back to Lines in 2nd place, who has 1.2, then back to Max Greatrex. Freddie Housego, Rio Wardley, Max Lewis, Cameron Tipping, Alfie Forrester, Max Housego and Joshua Owen complete our runners, as there's a late move down the inside there by Forrester trying to get past Max Lewis, and then will run wide, bounces over the curbs and may well fall back into the clutches of Cameron Tipping. Max Housego still sticking with though in 9th place. So his brother there, Freddie, just splashing through the screen in front of Rio Wardley, 4th and 5th respectively, as Alfie Forrester in 7th holds off Cameron Tipping. Tipping though gets a little bit of snap oversteer halfway around the bottom end hairpin. Will that allow Max Housego to try and get a bit of a run on him in the around the left? Here's Freddie trying to make a move then on the 77 of Greatrex, and those two have reeled in Freddie Lines in front of them. They're a lot closer than what they were. Lines was only half a second behind Jensen White and then had 1.2 back. Now he's only got 3/10 as Jensen White has moved away at the front of this B final. Driver who had issues at the start of the day, coming over the line a lap down at the start of the first race, and has really been on the back foot, but then scored enough points in his 2 heats to put him right at the front. Only just missed out on going straight through into the A final, having to go on to the B. Looks like he's well on his way though, at 1.3 seconds down the road. Had a couple of weekends off racing as Jensen, after his mum and dad tied the knot, and then they had a holiday away, so he's back. This is his first race meeting back. He's currently leading the way then in the B final with Freddie Lines in 2nd place, now coming under intense pressure from Max Greatrex and Freddie Housego, as Housego gets a good run round the hairpin. Lines now seems looking over his shoulder at most corners, seems very occupied with those drivers behind him. Greatrex snatches a little bit of curb. That's going to allow Housego to get a good run then down the back straight. Greatrex with a look over his shoulder, right, left, and then Housego's going to try and carry that speed in. Greatrex though has enough to hold on to 3rd place. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining then in this Honda Cadet B final. Kaylee Rennie's been on saying, come on Josh, and it's Joshua Owen currently holding on to 10th place in this Honda Cadet B final. We'll see him through into the A final in 10th place as it stands, with Amy Peacock not taking part. Not quite sure why taking part in this Honda Cadet B final. She should have got off 9th place. We would have expected her to try and come through, having taken heat victory in heat 3. Here as Rio Wardley and Alfie Forrester argue over 5th place. They had a decent gap back to Cam Tippin and Max Housego, but trying to get past each other, they backed themselves in, and now it's still 4 deep for 5th all the way down to 8th place. Wardley and Forrester. Forrester's going to try and get round the outside of Rio Wardley. Wardley's much tighter on entry, and Alfie Forrester's going to try and get alongside. Will be on the inside, although chops back in. Wardley much tighter through there, so that's why he's opened up a few kart lengths. He's taken a lot less tarmac, but when you come then onto this back straight now, you're going to see Alfie Forrester get all the overspeed, trying to get round the outside of Rio Wardley. Wardley's tight. Forrester's going to try and get to the inside. Thought he was going to dip a nose down the inside there for Alfie Forrester, the driver joining us from Derby in the East Midlands, making the trip down. Let's be fair, everybody's made the trip down to Lydd. If you live south of here, you're pretty much in the sea. As Tipping does manage to get a good run now on Alfie Forrester. Will be on the outside. Forrester, though, carries too much speed into the corner in defending. And Cameron Tipping should have track position. Forrester's going to have to be brave if he's going to stick it out round the outside of there, and Cameron Tipping moves through into 6th place. So Wardley still leading comfortably in this battle for 5th place. He's moved away ever so slightly. Forrester with a late move down the inside of Cameron Tipping. Came from 3 or 4 kart lengths back, did Alfie Forrester on Cameron Tipping. Moves to the inside, gets the job done into the first chicane. Alfie Forrester with a fantastic overtake on Cameron Tipping and moves back up into 6th place. The time at the top of the screen now almost elapsing down to 0, so when White comes through in a few moments time over the line, that should see him receiving the last lap board. So Wardley comfortable now in 5th, having seen everybody else open up a gap in front of them as they continue to battle. The time at the top of the screen has elapsed. Jensen White should come through in a few moments. Last lap appears, so he's just come over the line with Housego. Gray Trex has got up into 3rd place, with Freddie up into 2nd now. Freddie Lines down into 4th place, so it's White, Housego, Gray Trex Lines, Wardley, Forrester, Tipping, Max Housego, Max Lewis and Joshua Owen, your runners. And looks like Alfie Forrester has started to reel in Rio Wardley. Wardley goes wide into the 2nd chicane. Will Forrester be able to get a run? Although Wardley will defend once again to the inside. Forrester will have to get this one towards the final part of the lap. Jensen White, though, probably already making his way down towards that final corner. He's got a gap of around about 8 seconds from everybody else in this one. This is onto the back straight. White has already crossed the line for victory. We didn't expect to see him in the B final, but he's done what he needed to do whilst he was there. Takes the victory. Forrester tries to get a run on Wardley round the final corner. They're all over the line as Max Housego sets his fastest lap on the final lap. So the grid positions 21 down to 30 will be set then for the Honda Cadet A final, with Jensen White in 21st. Freddie Housego 22nd. 23rd will be Max Gray Trex, with Freddie Lines 24th. Then we're going to have Rio Wardley, Alfie Forrester, Cameron Tipping, Max Housego, Maximus Lewis and Joshua Owen completing the runners in our Honda class. Means we have 4 more finals for you here today from round 4 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship, as our Hondas make their way off. Jensen White's going to make his way. He was that far in front, he's even took the scrutineering marshal by surprise by arriving in the holding area before everybody else. So he moves in and onto the weigh scale, which means we can now move on to our final in Minimax. Final then for our minis, sure if they're still down there. Looks like they hear them just about coming out then, so it looks like that's going to be Lizzie Mentia on pole position. With now Jared Fox-Whiteley for company on the front row. Lucas Blanford will start fourth behind Lewis Goff. And that is your second row. Addison Smith and Melissa Adrian on row number 3. Callum Foster and Ben Horner will share row 4. Tyler Lee and Leon Barlow row 5. Harry Holland and Isaac Parkinson on row 6 with Oliver Fabricius and Daniel Parsons. They've had a retirement each between them, hence why we find them down at the bottom of the pile, unfortunately. Round they come then. Everybody now being slowed down into a race pace that the clerk of the course is happy with. Get them over the start-finish line, nose to tail. Mentia then in the mint and the black cart on the inside. The orange of Fox-Whiteley on the outside as they come over the line. We're away and racing in our Minimax final. Fox-Whiteley slots right in behind Lizzie Mentia. Looks like Addison Smith had tried to get alongside Lewis Goff. Blanford looks like he's up into 3rd place. He is, with Addison Smith then now in 5th place. Looks like that's Leon Barlow down the inside as well. But then in doing so, it looks like he ran slightly wide and allows Fabricius to come through. He's had a good opening lap. It looks like he's up into around about 8th place. Tyler Lee's had a good start as well. Ben Horner's dropped from 8th place all the way down as there's a little bit of contact in there. There's a double tap on the nose and Lucas Blanford goes wide. Lewis Goff forceful down the inside. Not sure whether he's going to pick up a contact warning for that, although it was straight into the back of Blanford. I think there's going to be, if anything, there'll be a front fairing if it's been done enough. And what I mean by that on the front fairing is all of our karts here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship running the CIK compliant front fairing, which basically means if the driver applies too much load to that front nose, the nose pushes in, it drops down ever so slightly, and that is a 5-second penalty for our drivers. And that is not something that is negotiable, unfortunately. So if you do have an issue where you make contact with something, as it looks like Addison Smith has moved through on Lucas Blanford then for 4th place. Blanford dropping from 4th on the grid, moved up to 3rd. He's now down into 5th place, coming under attack then from Melissa Adrian behind, although makes a late dive down the inside of Addison Smith. Smith leaves the door open, although he gets the cut back down to the inside. Blanford chops across the front of Addison Smith. Smith elects to come off the throttle and Blanford moves through back into 4th place. I think if Smith had left the foot in there, then there'd have been contact between the two of them. Mentia leads the way round the outside. She goes of the final corner. The leading trio then nose to tail with Mentia, Fox-Whiteley and Goff the top 3. Fox-Whiteley with a little bit of a forward tap, wants Lewis Goff to help push him forward, although Goff looking very racy in 3rd place on the back of Goff and on the back of Fox-Whiteley, and they need to be conscious that they don't back themselves into the pack behind them. There's a gap then back of around about a second to Blanford, Smith, Adrian. Foster's sticking with them as well, so that's 4 karts for 4th place. And the gap back then to Tyler Lee and Oliver Fabricius, who did have a good start, moving up from 13th to 9th on that opening lap in front of Holland, Barlow, Parkinson, Horner and Daniel Parsons. Leaders still nose to tail, 4 tenths between them. The gap fairly consistent then back to Blanford, who has managed to break away from Addison Smith behind. So it's whether now this leading trio battle early or whether they stick nose to tail and sort this one out right at the end of the race. So it will be interesting to see the dynamic between these 3 drivers as Goff closes right up on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and as we mentioned, that maybe that's the case there of Goff knowing that he's got the speed to potentially get past Fox-Whiteley, but not going too soon as there's a little bit more rubbing in between the back of them, closing in, heading towards the hairpin at the end of the track. Blanford now has moved away from Addison Smith quite a comfortable 4th place, has almost a second back to Smith. He's having to defend now from Melissa Adrian. Still 6 minutes plus 1 lap remains, so we're not even at half race distance yet here in this mini max class. Sunbather's been on just saying good luck to Callum Foster. Well, he's currently running in a very creditable 7th place. There he is in the background on the back of Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith. They're still nose to tail then for the lead. Blanford closing in ever so slightly, takes a 10th out on the previous lap. Now Goff gets the run down the inside of Fox Whiteley into the hairpin. Not sure that's going to have lost them too much time, although there is a kart length or two lost to the back of Lizzie Mentier. But Goff, with all the speed on Jared Fox Whiteley, got the run out of the second hairpin, moves through then into 2nd place. So anything you can do about Lizzie Mentier as Blanford once again takes a couple of tenths out. Fastest driver though out there at the moment, Oliver Fabricius, 39.061, up into 8th place as he starts to try and now close in on the back of Callum Foster in front, who had a couple of seconds on him earlier, now only has 3 tenths. Mentier in front of Goff, Fox Whiteley, and a rapidly closing Lucas Blanford in 4th place on the back of this leading trio. It's going to be a quartet before you know it, as Fox Whiteley has a radiator adjustment, lifts the flap up to allow a little bit more into that engine. Over the line they come then. It really is now a quartet. Blanford chipped away since he managed to break free of the Smith, Adrian and Foster battle, and now Lewis Goff down the inside into the 2nd chicane, and for the first time in this mini-max final we've had a change for the lead. Goff down the inside, and it behind as well. Blanford goes down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley for 3rd place, so bumps Fox Whiteley off the podium. Blanford up into 3rd. Goff then leading the way now from Lizzie Mentier. Half race distance in terms of time when they come over the line, almost bang on 4 minutes here in this mini Rotax final. Then we're going to have that 1 lap, plus the fact that we were slower over the line, so there should be no reason why we aren't going to get almost 18 to maybe 19 laps in. It means we're going to have 20 when it comes to the junior final, as Blanford goes down the inside, straightens the wheel mid-corner, and that means that Mentier can't get back in, so she's dropped down into 3rd place. Lucas Blanford then up into 2nd place, with Mentier down to 3rd. Fox Whiteley on the back for 4th place. Lewis Goff continues to lead as Mentier gets a little bit of snap oversteer, hard on the brakes into the double apex right. Goff opens up a gap of half a second, but that did involve Lucas Blanford overtaking Lizzie Mentier on that previous lap. Fox Whiteley puts in a personal best as the rest of the field come over start finish. Harry Holland drops outside the top 10. Leon Barlow. Fox Whiteley down the inside of Mentier into the hairpin at the end of the straight. So Lizzie Mentier with 2 heat wins to her name so far. As it stands, will not even be going to the podium in our mini max class. Goff leading the way then from Lucas Blanford, half a second on the previous lap. Blanford's taken a fraction out, as does fastest lap of the race as well. 38.762 for Lucas Blanford, closes the gap then from half a second down to just under 3 tenths with 2.5 minutes remaining. Mentier's fallen away off the back of Jared Fox Whiteley, who's going to come through in 3rd place. The battle though for the lead is between Lewis Goff and Lucas Blanford. Onto the back straight they go. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this race. 43-second lap, so we'll have to do the maths in a few moments, but I think we're going to get at least 5 more in here. Goff with the fastest lap of the race, a personal best as well. Still not enough though to try and break free from Blanford. 2 tenths between them as they head into the 2nd chicane. Blanford closed the gap to within striking distance of Lewis Goff as they head towards that back chicane and then onto the back straight. Into that double apex right they go then. They're still going to have to do this around about another 4 times, I think. 1 minute and 50 on the clock's going to see them. And Blanford there, not sure what he's doing. He's tapping his wrist for some reason, not sure what, if there's a meaning to that or anything, or whether he's asking someone to let him know how long is left in this race, because on the overhead gantry there's no timer. These drivers are just racing and waiting for that last lap board to come out, so there's no lap timer letting them know how long in this one. So I don't know whether he was just asking for a bit of assistance there from the pit wall as to how long is left in this race. Well, it's 1 minute and 5 seconds, not that he's going to know it. It's going to be 3 more laps then of mini-max action as Blanford closes up to the closest he's been, under 1.5 tenths then off the back of Lewis Goff as they head down towards the second chicane. They'll get round before the time elapses, so we're going to have 2.5. Blanford then down the inside on Lewis Goff. Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to close up, but Lucas Blanford moves through and into the lead on Lewis Goff at the hairpin at the top of the track. And he will reappear in front of the 4 and the 22. Fox-Whiteley then closing in now on Lewis Goff. Will Goff have to defend to the inside? Has Goff got anything left in the locker to get back in front of Lucas Blanford? Time will be down to 0 now, which means that the last lap board will be out next time round. Lap and a half remaining in this mini-max final here. And now Fox-Whiteley all over the back of Lewis Goff. So Goff, who got past Mentia early doors, she's dropped away down into 4th place and is around 2 seconds off the back of this battle for the lead, which is still nose to tail between Blanford, Goff and Fox-Whiteley. This is going to be your podium unless anything happens, but in what order? Well, we'll find out in around about 45 seconds time. Over the line for the final time before the checkered flag. Last lap board there on the overhead gantry. Blanford leading the way by 1/4 of a second from Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Can Goff make a move into the hairpin? Blanford defends to the inside. Will Goff try and get the run all the way around the outside? Blanford puts the brakes on mid-corner to try and bulk the entry of Goff and Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley could try and take advantage of them both here. If they all go defensive, Fox-Whiteley could potentially get a cutback into the final corner. Down they go then into the far end of the track. Blanford cuts to the inside. Contact between him and Goff in the middle part of the corner. Blanford crosses the line to take the flag and victory from Goff by less than a tenth. Fox-Whiteley gets 3rd with Mentia, Smith, Fabricius, Adrian Foster completing the top 8, and then we're still battling down towards the bottom part of the top 10. Isaac Parkinson's going to come through for 10th place in front of Leon Barlow. Tyler Lee was 9th, with Harry Holland in 12th place. So an intense race there from our mini-max class that saw Mentia, Goff, Fox-Whiteley and Blanford all battling it out for the victory. And then they make their way into pit lane. There is your race winner then, the 59 of Lucas Blanford. Lewis Goff's going to roll in behind, and Jared Fox-Whiteley. So they are your top 3 winners making their way off. Addison Smith also called into the Weybridge area as well. 3 finals down if you include the B, and 3 more remaining. We'll be back in a few moments' time with our Micromax final. We'll see from a few of our kind sponsors. Micros then making their way round for their rolling start. Not sure we're going to get the grid sorted, but it's going to be an intense battle between Minto, Laudy and Roberts as they come over the line. We'll see, make sure that they get round again. It's a false start, which means that I'm going to be able to have a chat with my good friend Tom Hannon. Tom, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Good. So your driver's done reasonably well today. He's made his way into the A final at the first time of asking for the first time.
Yeah, super proud of him. Absolutely pulled out of the bag, so yeah, see how we get on.
Emotional times for you? I know that we
yeah, a few tears.
thought there might be. So where's he going off in the final? Have we had a look for grid positions?
17th, I think.
So that's good. Like I say, it was his first time going straight into the A final, as we see the grid up there for our Micro Maxes. So, Tom, if you stick around for a couple of minutes while we get ourselves going, Optima Motorsport there on the screen, we'll wish them all the very best of luck. Thank you for their sponsorship. We wish them all the very best of luck as they make their way from Paul Ricard to Le Mans for the big 24-hour race next week, and they'll be racing in a Porsche in the GTE Pro Am class. We wish them all the very best next week as they head towards Le Mans. I'm sure we'll all be watching and wishing them all the very best in that class with their three driver lineup of Ben Barnicoat, Ollie McElroy and Brendan Ireeb. Over the line we come then for our Micro Max class. The lights are out, we're away and racing. Into the chicane we come then. Roberts has managed to get through past Laudy as Minto then leads the way as they head down towards the second chicane. It's hard on the brakes then for Neeson in 4th place with James Tate. Looks like he's into 5th place. 10 minutes plus 1 lap then for our final here in our micro class. Then we're going to go for our final in Junior Rotax and then our Honda Cadet one as well. So as the minis make their way round for the first time, and have another quick chat with Tom as we get them over the line for the first time. Then I'll have a quick chat as to what it's like for as a parent watching out there, watching your driver, what you do to get them ready for a final like this when everything is at stake. Minto then leads the way from Roberts and Laudy, the top 3. Neeson, Tate, Lord, Jones, Brown, Dukes and Simpson complete the top 10 with Riley Buckton-Young and Jack Hutchinson, your 12 runners. So Tom, when you've got your driver out there, what's it like? Do you have to try and keep them calm? Are they excited? What words of advice do you give them when you're going out there on them standing starts on the grid?
Probably don't tell him too much because it'll probably baffle his head a little bit. So quick tap of the helmet, quick fist pump, and off he goes.
And when they're out there getting ready, the karts are sat down there on the dummy grid for the best part of 10 minutes. Are they watching the previous race, or are they sat in the seat just getting themselves calm and ready?
Go and have a quick look at lines, see where we can go. But no, not too much, we don't want to confuse him. But yeah, see how we get on with him.
So off 17th, he's had a really good day so far. Does he think that the top 15's at stake in this one? Or is he just going to go out and have some fun being so far forward?
We'll see what happens. He just wanted to get to the A final, so anything other than that's a bonus. So we'll see how we get on.
Brilliant. Well, we'll keep an eye on 17th place Mason Webster as he goes off in the Honda Cadet A final in around about 20 minutes time. Tom, thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary box. We'll return our focus then onto this Micro Max final, which sees Daniel Minto and James Roberts leading the way from Samuel Laudy in 3rd place. Harry Neeson and James Roberts, the top, James Tate, sorry, the top 5. The leading duo, though, have managed to break away ever so slightly from Samuel Laudy, but Laudy staying close enough that should he be anything happen between Minto and Roberts, he's going to be right there to try and take advantage of it, as we see Caden Simpson making his way round in front of Riley Buckton-Young, 9th and 10th respectively. They've both managed to move in front of Toby Dukes in 11th. There's Roberts, as close as he has been so far in this race to the back of Daniel Minto, but whilst he was close enough to make a move, another driver driving with his head and not really wanting to show his hand too early. 10 minutes plus 1 lap in this final means that you're going to have the best part of 15 laps. So with only 4 in the bag and 1/3 race distance, you really don't want to go too early and become that driver under pressure from the driver behind. Tate goes slightly wide, grabs a bit of curb on exit, and then we'll have to defend from the 30 of Alex Jones, who we know the deeper we go into the race, the quicker Jones seems to get. If he could start races at like 4 minutes in and just join everybody else, he'd be battling for the victory. Alex Jones, a driver that really shows some good pace towards the tail end of the race, but does seem to take a couple of laps to get into the swing of things and get heated up. Minto, though, leading the way still, a 10th between himself and Roberts. Lowdy still has a gap of half a second back to them, with Neeson in 4th place, quite comfortable at the moment as well, because James Tate's coming under pressure then from Alex Jones. Behind them though, that battle of seems to have backed them into Aston Brown and Logan Lauder. James Roberts down the back straight once again, right on the back of Daniel Minto. No attempt at all to overtake, too early, says James Roberts. Still 6 minutes remaining, plus that 1 lap in this final. And Roberts feeling out Daniel Minto in this one, and I imagine that when we get down, that time elapses down to 2 minutes. The problem is I don't think they've got confirmation on time. They're just going to have to count these laps down. I wonder if anybody down there has done the maths as to how many laps these drivers are going to do in this 10 plus 1 final, just to give them enough to then it's whether the drivers remember to count them over the line as they go. James Tate with a big look over the shoulder. Alex Jones with a late dive to the inside. A little bit of contact into the back of James Tate, and that's going to allow Aston Brown to close right back up. One of the few drivers racing on a 900mm chassis, with the Micromax really preferring to run on that 900, but Aston Brown preferring the 900, having tested both. Running in 7th place, right on the back of Alex Jones, who is in turn all over the back of James Tate. James Tate, those defending to the inside. They go 3 different lines into the back chicane as they make their way round in front then of Logan Lauder behind, who's not too far back and will take full advantage if James Tate is defending, as Alex Jones once again tries to dive to the inside. Half race distance then, and James Roberts has found a way through on Daniel Minto. We've missed it on the camera, but Roberts now leading at half race distance on Daniel Minto. Got through on that previous lap. With 4 remaining, we've had a change for the lead then in our mini class, or micro class, as Tate still under pressure from Alex Jones and Aston Brown. Logan Lauder is closing in the background as well. Minto is back in front of James Roberts, chopping and changing. Roberts with the run down the back straight as they head towards the double right. James Roberts goes through again on Daniel Minto, and he'll lead over the line this time. Behind them though, Samuel Lowdy is closing in, because these two are battling it out now for the lead, and we're going to be 3 drivers battling it out. All 3 will be on the podium unless something silly happens, because Neeson's not too far back though. He's got a second, but he's going to need a bit more out of these lot battling. Minto down the inside into the hairpin at the top. Roberts back to the inside. He's going to have track position. There's contact between the 2 of them. Side pod to side pod. Wheel smoke between the 2 of them. And now it is going to be a 4-kart battle, because that's going to bring Harry Neeson right onto the back of this one. Minto and Roberts, things have definitely heated up between the 2 of them. There's going to be tyre marks down the side. There's Toby Dukes. Looks like that kart stopped and he's going to roll into retirement. We're going to have yellow flags at the first chicane. There he is, being rolled away to safety. Minto then leads over the line. No overtaking opportunities into that first chicane, with Roberts in 2nd place, Lowdy, and now Harry Neeson right in the hunt for a podium for the first time within a second of the leaders, right on the back there in the 47 kart. Minto defensive into that first corner of the back chicane. 2.5 minutes remaining, plus that 1 lap. Roberts is going to get that good run down the back straight once again. Minto already has that kart to the inside, defending into the double right. Defends, takes a much tighter line in. Roberts gets a good run, don't think he's going to have enough on the inside, and Minto will chop right the way around the outside, and then takes a huge chunk of curb, and the move's going to be into this second one here. Will James Roberts make his way through? Minto continuing to lead the way, still nose to tail, and there is Harry Neeson joining in at the end of this race where he wanted to be. Minto to the inside again into the back chicane, defending. 2 minutes remaining as the time continues to elapse here in this Micromax final. Roberts is going to get another good run down the back straight. Minto white lines it to the inside. Roberts will have to try and get the cutback. I think he's going to have to think of a plan B really here, because Minto has that move down the back straight scouted on James Roberts. Roberts is going to have to think of another place to find a way through on the 28 machine as Minto goes defensive into the chicane. Roberts gets the run out the corner, not close enough. Minto once again parks the kart in the middle of the track. That might leave him open to attack though from James Roberts. Roberts slots back in. Minto taking every corner of this lap as if it's the last lap, and he's still got 1 minute and 15 remaining, but every single corner Dan Minto is defending that lead from James Roberts. Samuel Lowdy in third place, Harry Neeson in fourth. They've got 3 seconds back. Roberts gets the run down the inside once again, although I don't think he's going to be alongside. He is going to be alongside into the first chicane. Lowdy's going to come through all the way around the outside. Minto holds on to the lead. They're side by side heading for second place. And then Neeson is through down the inside on Lowdy. He might have track position as well. They've dropped away by a couple of kart lengths. We'll see where they come back into position in a few moments' time. It's Neeson up into third place. We now have a 2-kart battle for the lead. Roberts down the inside into the back chicane. Through on Daniel Minto. I knew he'd have to try somewhere else. He made it work down the inside into the back chicane. And now it's James Roberts leading the way from Daniel Minto in this Micro Max final. Over the line they come then with 12 seconds remaining. 2 laps of action then for you in this Micro Max final. Roberts leads from Minto, and now thought he was going to have to defend, but Minto's going to come back down the inside. As he knows, door closed firmly by James Roberts into the second chicane. Harry Neeson still holding on for third place. He was a second back at half race distance. He's reeled in this battle as they've continued to battle. What we do have in front though is we've got some lap traffic. The blue flag is out there. The leaders are going to have to navigate that as they head down towards the last lap board as they go into the double apex right. Will this really close up the pack as they come through? There's the lap traffic in front heading towards that first chicane for the final time. 0.2 of a second is the gap. James Roberts leads then from Daniel Minto as they head down towards the second chicane. Through they go on that lap traffic. The 2 leaders have managed to get through without trouble. Neeson and Lowdy as well should hopefully get through as well. Let's have a look at them in the background. They have. They're still in the same order. Harry Neeson then leading the way for the final step on this Micro Max podium. James Roberts finding his way through onto the back straight for the final time. Moves across to the inside. Minto's going to have to go all the way round the outside. Hold your breath into the final double apex right. There's contact between the 2 of them. Minto runs it all the way round the outside of the corner, takes the victory from Roberts. Neeson is third for your podium with Lowdy, Brown and Tate then crossing the line. Well, Lord actually gets 6th with Tate in 7th. Jones then in 8th place with Riley Buckton-Young losing out to Caden Simpson on the final lap for 9th and 10th. So drama going down the back straight into that final corner. Dan Minto on the outside, sticking it out all the way around the outside. There was contact between our 2 leaders. I thought Neeson was going to come through and take the victory, but he finally gets third place. So as it stands on track anyway, Dan Minto takes the victory from James Roberts with Harry Neeson completing the podium. You can see there on the right side pod near the number 28 how hard fought that race was between Daniel Minto and James Roberts. They're going to make their way then off and into the holding area and onto the weighbridge. That means that it's time for our penultimate final of the day. You can see James Roberts there. He seems a little bit upset. Behind though, Harry Neeson, he's elated with that third place on the final step on the podium. Banging the steering wheel in elation there. Here's Harry Neeson. Your penultimate final of the day though is almost with us. It's time for Junior Rotax. Juniors then I think have already made their way out onto the track as they get their parts started. Jacob Dukes then will start on pole position with Finley Watson alongside Tom Carter and Nicholas Ellis on the second row, Harry Hurst-Grover and Max Shields on row 3. Ollie Naylor starts on the inside of row 4 alongside Jensen Mason with Curtis Latimer and Jaden Hewitt on row 5, Sam Stoner and Dugas Privilenis on row 6, Bartek Filipiak and Elliot Thomas on row 7. their way down the back straight. Have a quick look into the RS72, so waiting back to Jacob Dukes. He's about to go off pole position. You can say he should have been preparing his own kart today instead of sat watching the feed, but hope you're enjoying watching the feed rather than prepping your own kart. Here we go then, in the Junior Max final. Lights are out, it's away and racing, and Dukes has lost the lead almost immediately to Watson. We've got two karts off in the background. One is Jaden Hewitt. I think the other one could be Harry Holland, although we'll confirm that when he comes through in a few moments' time. So the midfield already split as Max Shields has a dive down the inside of Harry Hurst-Grover, I think, there. And Finley Watson with a good start off the outside of the front row. Goes all the way around the outside of Jacob Dukes into the lead. Dukes managing to get back into second place and hold on. Behind them, that looks like we've got Tom Carter in fourth place. We'll confirm them over the time. Ellis is up into third then. So it's Watson, Dukes, Ellis, Carter, Hurst, Grover, Shields, Naylor, Latimer, Stoner and Mason, your top 10. Watson with a fantastic opening lap. Swept all the way around the outside of Jacob Dukes, who was pretty much down to third or fourth in the middle part of that chicane. Managed to ride it out and get back in front of Ellis and Carter. Ellis with a good start then. Looks like the outside row made a good one, with Watson getting alongside Dukes and then sweeping round the outside into the lead, and has opened up a gap in the early part of this race. Is there anything Dukes can do to reel in Finley Watson? It was having a look on the opening lap, drivers that have potentially had issues, like Bartek Felicia and Jaden Hewitt, potentially two of the drivers that were off on the grass, with Lugas Pravilinas making his way through into 11th place. 10 minutes plus 1 lap then, with Jacob Dukes in second place, trying to hunt down Finley Watson. See whether the lap time goes out any further. It was 9/10 on the previous one. It's pretty static as they go over the line this time between our two leaders. Then we've got Nicholas Ellis holding off Tom Carter. Carter seems to have closed up ever so slightly on this last lap or so, but he's certainly not close enough to Nicholas Ellis to make a move just yet. And we've got Harry Hurst-Grover in front of Max Shields. Ollie Naylor there, we see the young driver from Nottinghamshire holding off Curtis Latimer behind. Big spread in driver ages in this one, because it's a junior class. They go all the way up from 13 all the way up to 16 in the junior ranks before switching to seniors, so they bounce their way over the curve. We're still only 3 minutes into this final, as Tim Winters has been on saying get him Sam. They don't like the Sam Stoner, 9th place currently. A couple of tenths off the back of Curtis Latimer, as that's looking to pull up onto the back of this one. It's Latimer just behind Naylor, and then we've got Shields in front in his final race of the day, having already taken a victory. This is his 8th race of the day, and it's going to be a lot longer than what his previous ones have been as well. Spread over 2 classes. He's done the best part of an hour and 20 minutes racing out there today. Whilst that might not seem a lot in terms of on a practice day, you're probably doing maybe 2 or 3 hours in the seat. So very, very different when you're racing and you're holding onto that steering wheel a little bit tighter, you're pressing that throttle pedal a little bit harder, the same with the brakes as well. It really does take it out of the body for our drivers. Certainly when it comes to finals time, these races are a lot longer, not only in time, but obviously when you're doing nearly 17 or 18 laps in these junior Rotax karts here in this final, it really is going to go down to the wire as to whether you're just going to be able to hold on. And now for Shields, it's whether he can get it to the line. And then I imagine by the time on his way home, obviously he's not going to have to do any driving on the way home, what with him only being 13 years old. I imagine that by the end of the driveway out of the circuit, he'll probably be tucked up in the land of Nod, having worked so hard throughout the day. Currently holding on then to 6th place with Ollie Naylor and Curtis Latimer behind. Naylor not been quite close enough to do anything about Shields so far. Latimer the same, not being able to do anything. Harry Hurst-Grover in front of them does have a gap of around about half a second to Max Shields. Can any of them close up? If Naylor closes up heavy on the brakes on Max Shields into the hairpin, although Shields then will be able to get on the power on the way out and potentially move away. Naylor gets his head down behind the steering wheel. What he's trying to do there is minimise the airflow hitting him, getting his head down behind that Nauseo panel, getting more air over the top, trying to make the kart go a little bit quicker. You see drivers that either they get the head down behind the steering wheel or they bring the knees up and drop the bum down in the seat and move the head further forward. At the front though, Jacob Dukes is starting to reel in Finley Watson. Watson had a gap of almost a second at the start of this race, and Jacob Dukes now with just under half a second to Finley Watson is starting to close in. These races are a lot longer, which means the tyres, the pressures need to be different. The engine needs to be looked after different as well. Down to 2 tenths now between your two leaders. There's more to racing than just getting in the kart, pressing the pedal and turning the steering wheel. You really do have to think about it. These races 5 or 6 laps longer, you're lowering the tyre pressures to make sure that they stay in the optimum window for a lot longer throughout this race. And Jacob Dukes, the kart really coming to him now on the back of Finley Watson at his local track from just down the road at Dover, is now going to come under pressure from Nottinghamshire's Jacob Dukes into the right-hander at the bottom of the track. Dukes all over the back now of Finley Watson, crosses the line, less than a tenth between them. 3.5 minutes remaining then in this race. We're barely past half race distance. We've already done 10 laps. We're going to get probably 18 in this race, and Jacob Dukes now closing in on the back of Finley Watson. Hasn't been close enough to make a move, probably doesn't want to too early once again, but on the flip side might not even know how long is to go in this race and may need to just start making a move at some point. Right into the slipstream then as they go down the back straight, and Dukes is out. Down the inside he goes, hard on the brakes. Can he get it stopped? He can't, and Finley Watson's back down the inside. Jacob Dukes, hand off the steering wheel, not quite sure why, because I think Finley Watson, if he was in Finley Watson's position, he'd have done exactly the same. Slid back down the inside, used the side pod, through Dukes goes again though. Hard on the brakes into the second chicane. Is he going to get it stopped this time? He does, and manages as well to get it stopped for the hairpin at the end of the straight. Jacob Dukes then now leading the way. Watson back to the inside into the second chicane. Through he goes, and Tom Carter's on the back of this one. It's once again a 3-kart battle for the lead, and Carter's going to come down the inside for second place. Duke squeezes him tight to the inside. Tom Carter through into second place. Finley Watson is going to get a little bit of respite. The battle behind him means that he's got a gap now of 7 tenths of a second, and Jacob Dukes in going for that lead is going to drop down into third place. Tom Carter then up into second. The top 10 as it stands with 2 minutes remaining. Watson, Carter, Dukes, Ellis and Hurst-Grover in front of Shields, Latimer, Naylor, Mason and Stoner. So Latimer has managed to get past Naylor in that one, down into up into 7th place. 2 minutes remaining then. They make their way round over start finish. We're going to get 4 more laps in here. They're going to get round twice more before the timer even thinks about going to 0. Then it will go to 0. Then we'll get another lap on the end of that. So we're going to get 4 more. Can Tom Carter, who we pretty much forgot about in third place, having focused on the Watson and Dukes battle, has inserted himself into the mix for the victory here. Gap's only 4 tenths. Can Carter do anything about Watson? Dukes got alongside him, got through briefly. Is there anything the 45 can do here as we enter the final phase of this junior Rotax final? 1 minute remaining. They'll get round before that elapses, so we're going to have 3 more laps. And Carter is all over the back now of Finley Watson. He's reeled him in at the rate of around about 1.5 tenths a lap, which has been enough to put him right there at the end of this one. Jacob Dukes has fallen away ever so slightly, but as soon as these two get alongside each other and slow each other down, he's going to be right back in the mix for this one. Is Jacob Dukes. Carter close enough that Watson's had to defend to the inside, and that's what I mean about them slowing each other down. Dukes is going to come through. There was half a second off the back there. Now he's closed right back in, half a second off the lead. Takes 2/10 out of the leading duo of Watson and Carter. There was nothing between them as they came over the line. Into the second chicane. Watson's going to have enough of a gap so that Carter can't get alongside into there. Carter then, we know that he's got that run out of this corner, round the left, it's a flick of a right, and then can he get close enough down that back straight on Watson? Watson doesn't need to defend this time. The time may well not even get down before they come over. I thought we were going to get through, but no. Oh, last lap board is out then here for our junior Rotax final. The time does elapse, and Finlay Watson leads the way then in the final lap, defends into the second chicane from Tom Carter, and Jacob Dukes is right on the back there now as they're battling. This 0.3 of a second between the three drivers that look like they're going to the podium, with Nicholas Ellis not too far behind. Dukes down the inside of Carter for second place into the back chicane. Is that going to give Finlay Watson enough respite to come through and take the victory? He has a look over his shoulder. Dukes is late on the brakes, but not as late as Carter. Through down the double apex right. It's going to be a shootout for the line. Watson takes the victory. Carter grabs seconds by a few thousandths of a second from Jacob Dukes. Ellis Hurst Grover in 5th place for his best finish in the JKC, with Curtis Latimer and Max Shields 6th and 7th. Naylor, Mason and Stoner complete your top 10 in front of Filipiak, Krivillinis and Hewitt in 13th place. Another superb race which saw three drivers battling out at the head of the field. Looks like Dukes has done enough on that final lap to move through to get the second step on the podium, but it turns out that it wasn't enough as Tom Carter dived back down the inside to grab that second step. Dukes will have to settle for 3rd place on the podium here then at Lydd. There's your race leader and winner, Finlay Watson, making his way into the pit lane. He goes to the right hand side as they'll go over the scales in the holding area, as will the rest of our runners. Means then it is time for our final race of the day here from round 4 of the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship at Lydd. It's time for Honda Cadet A final. Helpers making their way out, which means that Hondas are on their way round. Harris Roberts starts on pole position with Ethan Charles alongside Thomas Potter and James Fabricius on the second row. Ralphie Branscombe and George Ralston on row 3. Tom Drake and Sam Howell row 4, Max Wheatley and Harris Alley on row 5, with Sam Hayes starting 11th, Larry Price alongside in 12th, Harry Samuel and Lewis Hall row 7, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alex Lynn in front of Mason Webster and Stanley Clark on row number 9. Row 10 sees Max Williams and Ayrton Rye. Before we go on to the our runners from the B final, Jensen White starts 21st with Freddie Housego 22nd, Max Gray Trex and Freddie Lines on row 12. Rio Wardley starts 25th alongside Alfie Forrester, with Cameron Tipping and Max Housego on row 14. Max Lewis and Joshua Owen complete a maximum grid of 30 runners then for our final. Just having a quick look at some comments coming in as well. Emma Hurst Grover is very, very happy with Harry's top 5, his best ever JKC result. She's really happy with that. Jack Collinson wishing all the Hondas good luck. He's watching with a Coca-Cola and his dad. Steve, he's got some rum in his though. Watching from Greece, and Sunbathers just saying thank you for some informative commentary and wishing all the drivers saying really good racing today. I would echo those sentiments on the good driving. It's been really, really good. We've had a nice clean day's racing here at Lydd thus far as our runners get themselves into position. Helpers making their way off. Looks like Alex Lindo might have had a having some problems there with the 6 getting that started, so hopefully that's all clear as he's come round. So it looks like they were having just a quick look down there at the engine on that number 6 car. Off the front row though, we've got championship leader Harris Roberts, alongside him Ethan Charles, with Potter and Fabricius on the second row. Branscombe, you can just about see the nose of his kart in 5th place. Just waiting for confirmation then that the final race of the day here from round 4 of the Cadet Kart Championship is good to go. As our track clerk makes his way to the front, points up to the red lights. For the final time then here at Lydd, we're away and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from Ethan Charles, but Potter I think could be well down the inside. He is for 2nd place. Everybody makes it cleanly through the first chicane, albeit some of them bouncing over that curbs as they're 3 and 4 wide. And Potter makes the early move on Harris Roberts, and Ethan Charles is round from 2nd place. Max Lewis and Gray Trex is off. Mason Webster is off as well into the 2nd chicane from 17th place. So the field split in the midfield. Drivers getting spun round there in the 2nd chicane. That's really going to spread out the midfield pack as they make their way round for the first time in this 10-minute plus 1 lap final. Potter then leads the way from Roberts and Fabricius. They've broken away from Branscombe, Ralstrom and Drake. Ethan Charles then off the front row. The spinner in the middle part of there, he's going to come through in, well, let's have a quick look. I think he could be outside the top 20. Potter then leading the way, although not now because Roberts is down the inside and there's contact there between Potter and Roberts, and that's allowed Fabricius to come through into 2nd place. So now it's going to be Roberts, Fabricius, Potter. Then it's Branscombe, Ralston, Drake, Hayes, Wheatley, Howell and Harris Alley, the top 10 in front of Samuel, Stansmore, Wilson, Hall, Price, Clark and Lynn in 16th, Williams, Bright, White and Wardley, the top 20. So Ethan Charles with that spin drops all the way down towards the tail of the field. There he is in 21st place. There's the field making their way through. Just about caught Ethan Charles there at the back as Fabricius catches a huge amount of curb, and that's going to allow Thomas Potter to slide down the inside into the 2nd chicane. There's overtakes further down as well as Ralston and Drake battle it out behind Branscombe. As Potter goes slightly wide at the hairpin, will that allow Fabricius back down the inside? We'll find out in a minute when we find that they're making their way onto the back straight. No, Potter still in front of Fabricius, but they can't keep battling like this if they don't want Harris Roberts to move away. So Potter and Fabricius really need to figure out which one of them is going to lead this dance for 2nd place. Try and close in on Harris Roberts, who now has a gap of 0.6 of a second. The driver who's won all 3 finals so far in this Cadet Kart Championship in this Honda Cadet class. As there's a spin there for Sam Hayes in the middle part of the corner. He's going to struggle to get back onto the track, and Ethan Charles I think is off as well. Once again into the bark on the outside of the track. Not sure if that had anything to do with Sam Hayes rejoining the track, but Ethan Charles tipped into another spin here as there Max Lewis and Mason Webster battle it out down that back straight towards the 2nd chicane. Come over the line then. The first 3 minutes of a fairly intense Honda Cadet final sees Roberts, Potter and Fabricius leading the top 3. Although Roberts is moving away at the front of this pack. Ralston, Branscombe, Drake, Wheatley, Howell, Harris, Alley and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, the top 10 in front of Samuel, Hall, Price, Clark and Williams. Terence Pearson on good luck, Jensen White. He started to move his way through now into the top 20, having started in 21st, having had to progress through from the B final, up now into 18th place as Fabricius pushes Potter down the back straight. That's what they're going to have to do if they're going to try and close this gap up on Harris Roberts in front, although as they come over, Roberts takes another 10, and the gap is almost up to a second. There was a contact warning up on the gantry there, don't know who it was for. Try and get to sight in a moment as the 12 of Wheatley gets down the inside of Drake. Drake though runs round the outside. He's still too wide in the background. Looked like that was Larry Price trying to get down the inside into the 2nd chicane. Ralston has a look over his shoulder. He's in 4th place. Branscombe's going to go much tighter with Tom Drake and Max Wheatley behind. Then you've got Sam Howell, who's comfortably in 8th place. He's got a couple of tenths on Harris Alley, who's been pushed along by Isabella Stansmore Wilson. We head down towards half race distance. There is Stansmore Wilson, seems to have managed to find a way. She's comfortable, so in 10th place. But look how far back that battle goes, all the way down as they continue to cross the line. I think that was all pretty much down to White coming through in 18th as he was previously, with Alex Lynn as well. There's only 2.5 seconds then between pretty much Harris Alley, and in front of him actually Sam Howell. They've got 3 seconds all the way down to Alex Lynn and Jensen White in 17th and 18th, so they are pretty much nose to tail all the way through this pack as Howell goes slightly wide into that corner. And will that allow anybody else to come down the inside? A little bit of bump in there between the 12 of Wheatley and Drake into that corner. Wheatley has the straight line speed but might not have enough to come out as Harris Alley tries to get alongside. Over start finish. Not sure that he was able to do so, although in the background there we see that looked like it was Wheatley getting through. It's pretty much split now. What was Ralston, Branscombe, Drake and Wheatley was 4 karts. It's now into 2 battles of 2. Fabricius still can't find a way past Potter. Potter with his head down behind the steering wheel. Fabricius in 3rd place. On the Cadet A final. 4 minutes remaining then, so we're well beyond half race distance in this 5-10 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're down beyond the 5-minute mark. Fabricius now on the back of Thomas Potter. The gap's still 9 tenths to Harris Roberts, who was eking out a gap at around about a 10th a lap. That's sort of been stemmed now by these two in 2nd place, although they haven't been able to make inroads. Potter though very, very wide, makes a mistake down at the bottom hairpin, and James Fabricius will come through into 2nd place. Potter runs wide, bounces over the curbs, loses traction, and Fabricius is now up into 2nd place. Potter is going to ride and push Fabricius down the back straight as they aim to close up on Harris Roberts. So Fabricius then down the inside. The gap will go out to just beyond the 2nd, with Fabricius making that overtake on Thomas Potter. It's 1.2, with Harris Roberts leading the way and well on his way, in fact, to continuing a run of final victories here in the Cadet Kart Championship, with Fabricius and Potter 2nd and 3rd, Ralston and Branscombe 4th and 5th. Then they've got to get back to Drake and Wheatley. There they are, split into 2 pairs of 2s, and we're going to wait the arrival of Howell with Alley behind, and there's just a long train of karts down there until the white helmet you saw at the back. That was Jensen White, I think, coming through as well onto the back of this pack. So pretty much 10 deep in this battle, albeit they are starting to spread out a little further as they go down. Larry Price and Isabella Stansmore Wilson side by side, and Price right the way around the outside of Stansmore Wilson. That's going to see him up into the top 10. Wilson defended to the inside, and Larry Price goes right the way around the outside and slides through into the top 10, I think, over the line there, as now it looks like Stanley Clark has found a way past Harris Alley. That is for actually 9th and 10th, so Price will be up to 11th, but looks like he's got a lot of speed. Looks like he was trying to dive down the inside of Harris Alley there into the bottom hairpin. As Isabella Stansmore Wilson has lost the position as well to Harry Samuel. So she is struggling and having a difficult couple of laps then. She tried to make that move down the inside. Price all the way around the outside, and there now Stansmore once again coming under pressure now from Ayrton Wright in the number 18. She may well be down to 13th place. She is. Ayrton Wright 14th, with Max Williams in 15th. On the back of this, that's Alex Lynn behind Jensen White. It looked like White was going to try and make a move down the inside there of Lewis Hall. Hall closes the door into the 2nd chicane. It's going to break away into another 2 pairs of 2s this time, with Stanley Clark on the back of Samuel Howell, 8th and 9th respectively. Here's Potter then down the inside of Fabricius into the double right at the end of the lap. 1 minute and 20 remaining. Fabricius is going to come back. I think they've realised now that despite the fact Potter putting in that fastest lap of the race, that this is a battle for 2nd place, because Harris Roberts is a 2nd down the road from this one, and unless they can reel that in at a rate of around about 3/10 a lap to give themselves a fighting chance going into the final lap. And that looks like Stanley Clark, is it? Walking away, gives the tyres a boot as well, and Stanley Clark from a top 10 finish is heading towards retirement. There's the kart being dragged back off the track, and that is into one of the chicanes at the start of the lap. Stanley Clark heading towards retirement then. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get back in it and just take the checkered flag, but it will be ceremonial at best for Stanley Clark. From outside the top 10, he's going to be classified 30th in this Honda Cadet class. 17 seconds remaining for our leaders. Lap and a half remaining then in this one. They'll get round in a few moments. Time's going to elapse. They have started to reel in Harris Roberts, but the rate not enough, I don't think. There's the yellow flag out, so it was into the back chicane then that Stanley Clark was off. And there's not a huge amount of runoff there. As soon as the track finishes this bark, when the bark finishes, you're into the tyre wall, and that was the wall that Stanley Clark was giving a big right foot to in frustration. Over the line they come then. The gap, 0.7 of a second as they enter the last lap between Roberts, Potter and Fabricius, the top three. And Harris Roberts leading the way then, hoping to make it a quartet of final victories. Potter gets a little bit of snap oversteer on the way out of the back chicane. Closing up on the leader, that's gone now. He's going to have to fight just to hold on to second place here. Defends into the back chicane. Fabricius loses a few kart lengths but takes it the wider line. That should give him much more speed going onto this back straight as they head down the back straight towards the final double apex right. Looks like there was a little bit of contact between the two of them. Potter defends to the inside. Roberts, though, out of the final corner. 4 from 4 in terms of finals to take the victory. Potter holds on for second. Fabricius, Branscombe and Ralston are going to be your top 5. Wheatley sets the fastest lap of the race on his way to 6th on the final lap in front of Drake. Then it's going to be Howell, Harris Ali and Larry Price completing your top 10 in front of Harry Samuel, Ayrton Wright, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Sam Hayes on the final lap corner there tries to get down the inside of Freddie Lines. He can't do it and has to settle for 20th. So it's Williams in 14th, White 15th coming through from 21st place on the grid, having come through from the B final, the highest of our B final finishers, making it up into 15th. There we have Joshua Owen crossing the line in 28th in front of Max Hausago, and then Stanley Clark will be classified in 30th place, having retired with a few laps to go in the bark on the outside of the back chicane. There then on screen, your race winner, the 45 of Harris Roberts. He's making a real habit of it this season with 4 final victories out of 4 heats so far this season. He cements his position as the championship leader. Fabricius will then go into the second half of the season in second place. I think Potter will then move up in front of Price after a strong outing here at Lydd. And Harris Roberts there, just look at the elation. The visor is up. You can see what it means to him. You can see the smile in his eyes really there from Harris Roberts as he takes victory here in round 4 of the Cadet Kart Championship at Lydd. We will be back racing here in this fantastic championship in a month's time when we head towards North Wales, as we head to GYG for round 5. Before then we've got Landau 6 weeks later, and it's a very, very short break, only 2 or 3 weeks before we go to Hooton and Ella Park to complete the Cadet Kart Championship. If you are interested in this series and want to know a little bit more about it, head towards Facebook at the Cadet Kart Championship page. It's Cadet Kart Championship-CKC, and then online as well at Cadet Kart Championship. Have a look at that on Google as well. Thank you as well to our sponsors, Alchemy Car Care Products, Optimum Motorsport, Team Karting as well, as we see Harris Roberts there making his way over for his dad for a congratulatory hug. Other drivers making their way through. Sam Hayes there, helmet already off after that spin early on in the race. So the top 3 there, Roberts, Potter and Fabricius, they'll be making their way through. Fist pumps all round. Branscombe confirming where he finishes well, and by very little. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to all of our marshals out there on track doing a grand effort. The medical team as well, who thankfully today we haven't needed at all, as we see our paramedic there in the background that's with us at all of our race meetings for CKC. Thankfully not required at all today, and that's how we like it. We like them here and we don't like to use them at all. So thank you very much. Do check out the Alpha Live channel as well. Do give us a like and a subscribe. Press the bell icon as well to stay notified. That will mean that you'll get an alert every time we go racing. There's not many weekends that we're not out covering karting and circuit racing action as well as motocross. So we cover everything on 2 and 4 wheels. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you again in about a month's time when we go to GYG. I can't wait for it, and I look forward to welcoming you to North Wales.